Good morning and welcome to the Mike Graham Show. I'm Mike Graham and this is the Mike Graham Show. It's I'm not going to say it's 7:01 because people will get upset, but it's 7:01. It's Wednesday, it's the 12th of August. Welcome to the greatest show in Christendom and indeed in many other parts of the world where they don't celebrate Christianity. We love you all. We do. And we love you so much that we'd like you to come to this country and live in it. We'd like to put an advert out now. If I could produce something like a solar eclipse, but with an advert which said, come here, you know, pointing into the tiniest country in the world, right? A tiny little country called Great Britain, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, right? That would be wonderful, wouldn't it? Because what we don't have enough of in this country is immigrants, right? What we need is more people coming here from somewhere else, particularly those people who are of a curious disposition, people who like raping women. Yeah, bring them in. Let's bring some more of those in. People who like robbing you, thieves, you know, bandits, banderos, bring them all in. What else? People who like children in a sexual way. Let's bring those in. We have a name for those, paedophiles. Yeah, let's bring some of them in. Because, you know, you can never have enough paedophiles, murderers, rapists, killers, robbers, burglars, scumbags. Because, you know, when Andy Burnham said, as he is now the Prime Minister, hope in your hearts and growth in every postcode. What we didn't know he meant was actually a migrant in every postcode. Because Andy Burnham says that the middle classes should now actually take their fair share of migrants. That's what he said. He said it yesterday. I'm not joking. I am literally not joking. Front page of the Daily Mail. Says it here. Burnham, middle class areas must take more migrants. That's what it says. Right? On the front page of the Daily Telegraph, he says the same thing. Middle classes must take more migrants. Who the hell does he think he is, this guy? First of all, nobody elected him to be Prime Minister, right? Middle class areas must house migrants. Look, I'll tell you what, how about you must bugger off? How about you must take some people into your house that you don't like? How about a few gypsies? You know, a few Afghans. Where is your house anyway? How many houses have you got? You scumbag. How dare you tell us what we should do? How dare you tell us that we should take more migrants into this country when it's already full up, when it's already riddled with Islamic maniacs who want to kill us? Right? Why on earth would we do anything that you want us to do just because your name's Andy bloody Burnham? I'll tell you what, Burnham, you come on this show, you answer to me, and you answer to the people that watch me, and you tell me how on earth you can have the balls and the gall to suggest that we should do what you think we should do. You have no mandate for a start, right? So, I'm sorry if it's a bit inconvenient. Everybody who doesn't have any rapists in their house, take a couple of rapists in. Take a couple of murderers into your house. You know, how about some thieves? Yeah? How about a couple of con artists? Right. It's not funny. Why are you laughing? She's laughing. Charlotte's laughing. It's not funny. But this is now the policy of the government. Bring some more rapists and murderers in and do your bit for Britain. Do you remember that poster in the First World War? Your country needs you. Do you remember that? Yeah. Your country needs you to take in some rapists and murderers and ne'er-do-wells, scumbags. They're from Eritrea. They're from Afghanistan. They're from Sudan. Some of them are from South Sudan. It wasn't even a country 10 years ago. But they got some rapists that we can take. Bring them in. Ship them in. Because, you know, it's the right thing to do, isn't it? What the hell's wrong with him? What's a complete and utter no mark? I'm not doing it. I don't want any rapists in my house, thanks. Bear says, I'm all full here, no room at the inn. Yeah. And if you did have any room at the inn, it would be for nice people coming from maybe places like Italy. Totally agree with Mike's rant, says Dealey. Yeah. Do you know what we need, as I said, in this country, is a bit of common sense. What we don't need is more rapists, more criminals, more scumbags, more murderers, more stabbers, more machete-wielding nutcases. Because that's what we've got too many of already. But Burnham thinks, no, we haven't got enough of them. Bring more in. Small boat arrivals under the new Prime Minister have topped 3,000. There's towns around the country where people, quite rightly, are up in arms and they're demonstrating against this policy. Your daughter's life is just collateral damage for left-wing ideology, says Matt. Yeah, absolutely right. One of the places where we're going to be talking to about, what's the name of that town? Piddington, yeah, where they're trying to put in a load of scumbags near Bicester in the sort of, the heartland of Britain. Take more migrants, take more rapists, invite them all in, bring them all in. Why not? Have you got a spare room? Put a rapist in there. How about somebody else is fleeing for his life? Yeah, he's fleeing for his life because he's wanted for rape. That's why he's fleeing for his life. Let's talk to Stephen Barrett, who is, of course, our most sensible and well-loved barrister. Stephen, a very good morning to you. My apologies for getting slightly over the top there, but, to be honest, what I've said is all true.
Yes. Well, Mike, at a certain point, the country is going to snap. I have a very decent friend who talks about the exploding doormat theory.
Yes.
We, the British, will be walked on, i.e. treated badly, but then eventually we will snap and we will just explode like an exploding doormat. I call the same phenomena, how many times can you hit a man with your trolley and Waitrose before you die?
Yeah.
It's exactly the same thing. We have been poked and prodded and nipped over this issue for year after year after year. We have seen atrocity after atrocity after atrocity. These men are dangerous men. We owe them nothing. There is no logical reason. The one thing that the progressive left simply cannot do is explain why we have to take them in, why we have to pay for them, why they are our issue at all.
Yeah.
They are not why they pass country after country after country with which they have more in common, and yet somehow they are our burden. I don't feel that they are our burden. I don't accept them as our issue.
No.
The whole racial thing was a complete waste of time. We're obviously not racist. It's just simply not logical to take in dangerous young men who are not very well educated, who don't share our morality and don't have any ethics that we would understand them to have. That's no different from my ancestors, who 1400 years ago had no ethics, had no morality that we understood, and were dangerous young men.
Yeah.
It's just the whole racial thing was a complete waste of time. The simple fact is, it's 2026. Why do we, Britain, have to take in and pay for dangerous, uneducated, lacking in morals and ethically challenged young men? Why do we have to take them in?
Yeah.
They are not our problem.
No, and it's a bit like this whole kind of nonsensical sort of lefty idea, this Fabian idea that we should all pay our fair share of tax, as if we don't, right? As if nobody who's actually got any money pays any tax. Of course they do. They already pay their more than fair share of tax, right? But we get told this over and over and over again by these lefty politicians who try to make out that if you're actually being successful and you're making money, you're doing something wrong. Now we're told, well, we have to have this debate. It's not a debate, actually, because we've got these people coming here. You've got to put some of them in your house. Take a rapist, Stephen Barrett. Take a murderer. Take a bloody criminal. No, thank you. As Simon says, they can F off. They can F off, can't they?
Yeah, let's stick them in Andy Burnham's house. Okay, let's stick them in the houses of the Labour ministers first. Ed Miliband famously has 2 kitchens. Well, he can have 2 migrants. Let's do that until they realise the danger that they are importing, because they simply do not understand, or appear to understand at all, what they are doing to the rest of us. For no reason. There is no reason why we take in foreign-born dangerous men. I simply have never seen them even articulate why. Yeah. Why do we have to have these men here? And we should simply deport them. I mean, this is just, we can't afford them. They cost an awful lot of money. They're not going to contribute anything good to society. A healthy slice of them are dangerous, and they're going to be doing dangerous things. I don't want them here. I have a small child. My duty is to protect my small child, not to look after dangerous men of the world. And that's just, I just don't owe anything to these people. They belong somewhere else. Deport.
Yeah, I mean, but it's so ridiculous that we've reached this point, right? We've got a clip or two, I think, of Burnham. Did you find that original clip, Charlotte? Of Burnham?
I'll get it now.
All right. Well, so meanwhile, how about we do the #1 clip on Piddington, which is a very nice part of the world near Bicester, and this is what Andy Burnham has to say for the good people of that particular part of the world.
You knew about HMO Britain. You talked about that in that speech to your supporters. Last week we featured children in the village of Piddington. They've written to you personally. One called Rex Perkin, 7, says there's a new migrants camp being set up nearby. It will overwhelm the hamlet. He says, we like our village. We walk down to see my sister's grave. It will change. I've been here for 100 years. He loves the playing field. Thanks, Andy. What do you say to people like Rex, 7 years old, who sees his village changing irreparably because you're bringing in migrants to live in their area?
Well, I've begun to become aware of the campaign from Piddington, and I absolutely am prepared to
meet Rex.
I will listen to what people are saying and respond to the concerns that they are putting forward. I don't know the issue yet in detail, but in some ways, as I understand it, it is about creating secure space and not have the HMO issues that you were talking about earlier. It's obviously going to be challenging, but I am prepared always to listen to people, to work with people, and to pick up legitimate concerns, and I will address those concerns. I do have to say, we cannot have a situation where it's only the poorest communities in the country that receive all of the dispersal of refugees and asylum seekers. I do believe all parts of the country need to work to play their part. It's a challenging issue. We're working at it. We understand people's concerns, and I will look into the issues raised by the good people of Piddington.
Andy Burnham, thank you.
So he's going to look into the issues as if he didn't know what the issues were. This is a guy who, for the first week of his time as Prime Minister, didn't mention immigration, then decided to stand on the cliffs of Dover and talk about relentless activity when it comes to the boat crossings. Meanwhile, in the meantime, we've got super boats coming over with 230 people on them. The guy, like every other guy before him, has got no clue about how to stop it.
He's a Fabian Marxist and he lies. I mean, that's all that we have to accept now. We just have to accept that. I'm very sorry to say, Britain, I didn't want to be here, but we are where we are. And our leaders now just routinely lie. He's just a liar. That's all he is.
Yeah.
And almost every word he says is a lie. And the other thing they do is they try and divide and conquer. So they try and set you against each other. That's the pathetic idea that somebody somewhere was arguing that only poor communities should take these dangerous men. That's absolutely not true. I grew up working class. I don't want working class communities to have dangerous migrant men. I don't want middle class communities to have dangerous migrant men. To be perfectly honest, I think I have no beef against the rich. I don't want, upper class or wealthy communities to have dangerous migrant men. How about we have 0 dangerous migrant men in Britain? And that is what I would want. Do not listen to the Fabian Marxists because they simply lie. Do not go down his silly little path of divide and conquer, thinking that anybody was arguing that the dangerous migrant men should be near poor people. Literally nobody was arguing that. Everybody's arguing that we shouldn't have dangerous migrant men. I mean, I support the Pink Ladies in Essex. And nobody could be more grounded in reality than that. We don't want dangerous migrant men. And this is not an issue upon which the Prime Minister needs to educate himself. He is a tiny, pathetic, idiotic individual, and he just needs to either do something or go to a general election, because the public are going to snap. And I really think it is about time, or it's getting very close to the point at which the public are going to snap.
Yes.
Because we do not want dangerous migrant men.
And why should we be having a debate about where they go as if that's the problem. You know, I played a clip yesterday of a Labour MP from the Thetford area, you know, because they've been having some demonstrations in Thetford, which is a very nice, quiet part of the world in Norfolk, where ordinary people go about their business. They don't expect to get raped on their way to school or on their way to work. They don't expect to be robbed. They don't expect to have a machete driven into their back by some kind of scumbag, right? And the Labour MP basically laid the blame at the people demonstrating and saying, oh, they're being very divisive. No, they're not being divisive. You're being divisive because you're putting these people into a community where they're not wanted. So actually, it's not even the fault of the migrants. It's now the fault of the government, who are literally deliberately mixing people together in a place where they do not need to be mixed.
Yes, it is very clearly the fault of the government. From a certain point of view, and if you take the non-dangerous migrant men, you sort of understand why they're doing it. You know, why wouldn't you do this? If I was born poor in some foreign part of the world, and I could simply walk over and get a load of free stuff and a load of free money, a load of free healthcare, and you know, good prospects, then I would do that. But that's no different from any type of thief who sees that they are born with nothing, and that somebody else has something, so they go and grab it.
Yeah.
It's a natural human instinct. It's a human instinct I completely understand. And if people are weak and pathetic and will not protect what they have, then of course they're going to invite thieves to come over and steal what they have. But every single one of these migrant men is effectively just a thief. All they're doing is saying, I was born without stuff, you were born with stuff, and I'm going to now grab that. I'm now going to take the stuff you have. What we are is pathetic because we will not defend what we have. What Andy Burnham is pathetic because he will not defend us. He is betraying the first duty of a government, which is to keep the nation safe. He is allowing an invasion. He is the inversion of Churchill. He is the betrayal of these islands. He is inviting foreign invaders to come to our shores and steal our stuff. We really don't hate Andy Burnham and his ilk enough. And I mean, I just think that the country needs to now rise up. This is what we need is political action, peaceful, of course. But I mean, I don't even need to say that, to be perfectly honest, because we're British, so we'll always be peaceful. Thank you very much. You know, that's simply our way. We're not French, you know, for goodness sake. But we do actually need to do something. It's time for mass collective political activity to just remove the current government and install a government that will actually do something to protect our island home. Because you know, we cannot keep being invaded by dangerous migrant men. And even the non-dangerous ones, you're not entitled to our stuff. Okay, you're just not entitled to it. There are billions of humans on this planet. We can't give them all a free flat.
No, and why on earth should we be the main kind of, you know, target? I mean, I did a piece to camera yesterday where I said, you know, how have we become the dustbin of the world? You know, everybody wants to turn up in Britain. You know, they make their way from wherever it is, Eritrea, Afghanistan, Iran, you know, South Sudan, Nigeria, and they all pitch up and somehow end up in Dover. And I'm going, well, when did we deserve that particular accolade, right? But let's go back to Andy Burnham at the beginning of his tenure when he said this.
Ours is a 10-year mission to raise people's living standards. I know people can't wait forever for change. I heard on doorsteps in Makerfield how people need a bit extra now to help with rising costs. I will do my very best to deliver it, and whilst not taking risks with the public finances, will seek to give Britain some breathing space as soon as I can. People need to be able to look forward to a night out or a holiday with the kids. People need hope. This brings me back to where I started and the stories told in this building of how ordinary people, right back to Peterloo 200 years ago here, changed a British state not built with them in mind. Our modern challenge is exactly the same. An economy which, from the mid-1980s onwards, has not been built with them in mind and instead has handed more to those who already have most and left people overpaying for the basics. If people in 1844 could form the cooperative movement in Rochdale to lower the price of food, then why can't we act now with similar courage to make life better? Imagine what things could be like if we succeed. Imagine what it would feel like to live in a country wired to work for ordinary people rather than against them. Imagine if all local areas could build homes people can afford to the point where they could guarantee one for everyone. Imagine if we could bring down the cost of energy for people and businesses and the good things that would come from that. Imagine good growth in every postcode.
There we go. Imagine all the people living for today. You may say I'm a dream. What a complete and utter wanker. Sorry, I'm sorry. You know, does this bloke only speak in song titles and lyrics, right? You know, it's the Stone Roses, it's Oasis, it's, you know, New Order. Now, John Lennon. You know, I'm sorry, there's people coming into the country raping us, killing us, you know, ripping us to asunder, and all he's got is hope and growth in every bloody postcode. Bugger off.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I'm afraid we need to reject this nonsense. He's a vacuous, silly little man, and almost everything he says is complete rubbish.
Yeah.
The economy shouldn't ever be run from central government. It's a very bad idea. That's communism, and it always fails. The economy should simply be set free. We need free markets. That's how you get cheaper stuff. What the cooperative movement was doing was effectively capitalism and was allowing free markets to succeed. That's what they were achieving. And that is how you lower prices. You don't lower prices on anything by having the state stick its beak in because central government doesn't know what it's doing.
No.
And the market is simply too complicated for any one man to understand. That's why you let the price mechanism be free, and then ultimately capitalism lowers prices. We've known this for 350 years. We can show capitalism lowers costs. That's what happens. When he mentions that people can't get homes, well, Tiny Andy, that's because of the migrants. And that's, we I think rightly, I know we get criticised for it, but I think we rightly focus on the boat migrant men. But obviously the bigger problem numerically is the other migrants.
Yeah.
We have you know, the fact that it keeps being exposed that chicken shops are allowed to import expert workers. That is nonsense.
Yes.
And
palpable nonsense.
Exactly. Yeah. And the more we import people who don't have a home, who need a home, the fewer homes we're going to have. And we've never built, in the last 20 years, I don't think we've ever built in any year more than 200,000 homes. In fact, I'm not sure in any year we've actually managed to build that many. So even if we carried on building at our maximum rate, we are importing people well beyond our capacity to build. So, of course, there is a shortage of homes because, again, Tiny Andy, as well as free markets, you need to understand a thing called supply and demand. And until they understand, and he obviously doesn't understand supply and demand because he's a Cambridge communist and he lives in a fantasy land, which is hence the singing and the song lyrics and the utter delusion that is our mad prime minister. He is a tiny, delusional man.
Yes, because he's going on his tour, is he not? Having been away after working for 2 weeks on holiday, he then comes back and is now going on a cost of living tour, and he starts talking about things like giving people money in their pockets and making sure that, you know, people's subscriptions can be cancelled quicker than they are now. I mean, is he literally deluded? Yes. Because I put a tweet out the other day saying, here's what you can do if you want to do something quickly to help people actually feel better off, is cut people's taxes. Let them spend more of their own money. As Ronald Reagan used to say, you know, the government is not very good at spending your money. You're much better at it. So you spend it, and then they can stop taking it off you and wasting it. Because the thing that I worry about even more about this bozo is that not only does he want to take your money, he wants to give it to local councils so that they can spend it. And can you imagine what a nightmare that will be? Can you imagine giving money to the West Midlands Council who think that Jews shouldn't be allowed to come anywhere near their area. Imagine giving it to people whose councils have been captured by Islamic fundamentalists so that they can say, we will give all this money to a charity that might pass the money to Hamas so they can buy some weapons to shoot Israelis. You know, that's what we're looking at here.
Or give more money to Scotland so that they can all buy motorhomes for their...
Yeah, which can be seen from space but not from the side of the street.
Yes, which of course they won't notice.
No.
But the idea is just absurd. That this is, I mean, America is very different from us. So America has a state system. And what America is doing now is it's going through the same problem we're going through. It also has a communist problem. But America, because of the state system, is able to say, well, look, California and New York will go full communist. Yeah. Everybody else, all the remaining 48 states, will look at the two of them, realize that they've become absolute, carnage, places that you don't want to live, that aren't safe, that are dangerous, places where the economy has crashed, places where you can't get affordable housing, just nasty, nasty places. And the other 48 states can then wake up and go, communism is a bad idea. We don't have that luxury. We can't sort of break our country into little bits and have a bit of it go communist. And I'm afraid, so what we're going to have to go through together is that we're going to experience communism all at once, and all of us are going to experience it. I'm experiencing it. Piddington's actually not very far away from where I'm broadcasting from today. Right. We are all going to have to experience this nonsense. I have to go into central London. I have to walk past the drug addicts and the rough sleepers. I have to not get my phone out because it might...
Sorry, hey, Stephen, hang on. I thought Andy had done away with rough sleeping. Wasn't that the thing? The first thing he did? Surely, to heavens, you can't be seeing rough sleepers. They can't exist.
But this is the point. So we're going to live through his mental delusion. The best thing you could say about him, you could argue, is that Andy is mentally deluded. Yeah. That's the best thing that you can say about him. I personally think he's just a liar and a communist.
Yes.
But if you want to be charitable to him, you say that he's mentally deluded.
Yeah.
We are going to experience this. It's going to be nasty. And eventually we're going to have to be Ronald Reagan. Yeah. Eventually, we're going to need these ideas again because the state is far too big. Yeah. The laws are crushing enterprise. Our laws literally are out of control. I mean, even I find them incredibly difficult to deal with. I honestly don't know how non-lawyers are supposed to cope. This is not a country where we are living happily. This is not a country where we are treated like grown-ups. We are treated like children. We're treated like automata. And our country is a nasty and incompetent, dangerous place. So ultimately, we have to wake up to this. Ultimately, we all have to go, this can't go on. Ultimately, and not all of us, 20% of us can carry on, whistling in a corner and pretending that the world is great. But the rest of us have to come together and be sensible, and we need a Ronald Reagan-like figure who will just fix everything, because this country is broken.
Absolutely, it is. And if you wanted to look for an even bigger example of why it's broken, and again, why he should be spending his time actually worrying about proper stories as opposed to let's put a rapist in every postcode. What about this extra early release story, which is still all over the place, right? The Times, the Pravda, as I call it, of the new Labour movement, is constantly telling us that, Andy really wants to stop getting these people released from prison, but he's powerless to do it. Well, how about you just don't let them out? Stop putting people in prison with the proviso that when you put them in prison, you don't let them out early. It's a bad idea. It's dangerous. There was a story the other day that said 90,000 extra crimes will be committed by these people because they're going to be let out early. Again, why are we having a conversation around what to do with people that we're letting out early? Just don't let them out.
Yeah, we all need to grow up. We all need to be aware that whenever we're told that government can't do something, that is a lie. Government can do anything. Yeah. In fact, all that's happening is a continuation of Labour's long-term plan. Yeah. It was Labour who in 1948 introduced the idea of early release at all, the idea that a prisoner wouldn't serve the sentence that they're actually given. I still find that the greatest con, to my mind, against the general public, because I think the general public expect that when you're given a sentence of 8 years or 9 years or whatever it is, that you serve that sentence. No. You don't. And this idea began with Labour in 1948. It was expanded by Labour in 1969. It was very oddly expanded by the Conservative Party in 1981. And this idea has persisted and grown and expanded. It is a Labour Party just thorough belief. They are ideologically committed to releasing prisoners. So the idea that they're doing it because they have to, well, obviously that's a nonsense, because government can do whatever it wants to, and it's just not true. This is their ideology. Again, what we're dealing with Tiny Andy, the lying little Marxist man, is that they just don't tell you the truth. They want these prisoners released. They want prisoners released, full stop. Communists always do, because they only want to imprison political opponents. They only want to put in prison mums on Twitter. I'm sure they'd love to imprison me. I'm sure they'd love to imprison you, Mike.
They don't. They would. I'm constant. I don't know about you, but I actually wake up occasionally in the middle of the night thinking, I wonder if they're going to knock on my door one day. Because you do feel like that. We've got a Kelly J. Keane clip that we're going to play. I don't know if you heard it, where she has a phone call from the police who are actually saying to her, we want you to come into the police station to answer a charge of upsetting someone. And she's going, I'm not coming in. You can forget it. Shove it up your ass, which is brilliant, because she's a brilliant woman, right? But that's where we are. And you know, I'm amazed that you and I have not been, you know, knocked on the door from His Majesty's Constabulary to say, hello, would you mind coming with me because of what you said on your radio show yesterday?
I think it's probably a matter of time, to
Yeah.
be perfectly honest, Mike. I'm not stopping. You're not stopping.
Neither am I.
Many of our friends are not stopping, because we love this country and the communists can go boil their fat heads.
Yes.
I have absolutely no interest in giving in to communism. I have a small child and I have to fix our country, or help. We all have to fix our country. We all have to help to do this. But I'm not bending to communism. The communists want the criminals to be free, because they want you to be scared, because they want you to be under control. This is all that's happening. Everything that in your daily life. If you go into central London today and the tube tells you to hold the handrail, if the tube or if a railway station tells you to drink water when it's hot, all of this is just prodding you.
Yeah.
It's just telling you, be afraid, be scared, be scared, be afraid, be scared, be scared. Because they want you to be scared, because if you're scared, you are easier to control. But this is pathetic. The USSR was pathetic in the end. East Germany was pathetic for all its wall and its gun towers, for all the people it murdered and the nastiness of the Stasi. It's still pathetic. These people, even though if they have power over you, even if they were able to drag me into custody or do goodness knows what to me, they'd still be pathetic. We still must stand up to them. We must never give in to these people. They don't have our best interests at heart. They don't mean well for us. There's nothing Tiny Andy is going to achieve that is going to be good on any level. He is simply going to allow bad people to come here, bad people to roam our streets, badness and criminality to run free, whilst the rest of us are traumatized and controlled. And that's all he wants, is us all traumatized and controlled. I don't know what went wrong in Tiny Andy's childhood. I don't know why he didn't get enough hugs. But for whatever reason, he's a nasty, evil, envy-filled communist.
Yes.
And we simply don't want him. He has no legitimacy as Prime Minister either. We have to remember that this was always a very low legitimacy government from the very beginning. Got something, I can't quite remember the figure, Mike, but it's I think it's somewhere like 9.7 million votes, which is pathetic. It was something like 20% of the total potential vote share.
Yes.
So it was always a very low legitimacy government, but at least Starmer had faced a general election. Tiny Andy never faced a general election. I really think we have to, and this is a tweet I put out yesterday, and I might revisit the issue, but I'm really not happy with the people of Makerfield. And I think our constitution means that they actually should take this one. You know, they do actually have to explain what on earth they thought they were doing, voting for this tiny man. But they have installed in our country a tiny little irritating dictator who has no legitimacy at all to do what he's doing, who is simply going to traumatize us, who's going to release prisoners and invite dangerous migrant men here, whilst, as you said, singing, asinine song lyrics.
Yeah, imagine. It's just awful, isn't it? It's just awful. Anyway, listen, Stephen, as ever, brilliant to see you, brilliant to talk to you. I must draw your attention to this. I don't know whether you've seen it yet, but I finally got my hot little hands on this. This is my new book called Fake News, which is all about how we're being gaslit, not just by the government, but by the bloody media, which I know well because I've worked inside it for a long time. We are now, apparently, I'm told by Mike Fairclough, who's the publisher, number 4 in the hit parade of all books on Amazon UK, which is extraordinary. You know, thank you very much indeed. So the people are starting to see the truth. They're starting to see the light. They've given up on the BBC. They've given up on Holly Willoughby and the ITV and all of the other cobblers that they've been fed for the best part of the last 5 years, all the way back to, you know, the COVID inquiries. So long may you live and continue to break the mould of the barrister class, most of whom have gone very, very far left. And I know you're going to take some time out and enjoy yourself. So please do that. Come back refreshed. After the summer holidays, with the small one and various other people that may or may not be involved in your personal life, and we wish you all the best, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much, Mike. You take care.
Very good to see you, Stephen Barrett. What a guy! Absolutely brilliant, right? By the way, fake news. Here it is. I've finally got a copy in my hand. Morning, Mike, says Martin. Oh, hang on. I was going to just read that. My daughter has just had a baby and lives in the Makerfield constituency. She's been told by the council that she can go on the housing list, but there are 10,000 people ahead of her. Jesus Christ. That's awful, isn't it? Just awful. So listen, get yourself a copy of this, right? Anywhere you look, whether it's on my Facebook, whether it's on my Twitter, whether it's on the YouTube chat, you can find a copy of this. And if you've got one and you're coming to Clacton tonight, because don't forget, we're all going to the seaside today. Me and Charlotte are going to jump in the car and it's going to be, we're all going on a summer holiday. And maybe we'll sing Imagine. I need to sing Imagine in the car as we imagine what it's like to have a rapist in every postcode. And we might be passing through a few postcodes. But tonight, at the Royal Hotel in Clacton, we will be doing a show. And I think it's sold out, isn't it?
Yes.
So you can't come. But you can come to Thursday morning's show. Tomorrow morning we're doing breakfast and you can come to that, 7 a.m. I know lots of people won't be up. Because you might be looking at the sun. Because today, at something like, what is it, 5 o'clock?
7:15, I think.
7:15, that's the usual accuracy from me. 7:15 tonight, get yourself a colander. Now, I said this weeks ago, right, and everybody thought I was joking. They thought I thought I'd gone mad. The Sun have got a big piece of the paper today saying, look through a colander, because that's the best way to see the solar eclipse. We've got a poll out there at the moment. What would you rather spend time watching? 1, is it the solar eclipse? 2, Angela Rayner on the beach, the Mike Graham Show, or paint drying? Amazingly, the Mike Graham Show seems to be winning. And I didn't mean that to be the case. I thought people might be funnier than that. 79% of you want to watch this. And who can blame you? Because it is a brilliant show. And I'm so happy that all of you have come along with us on this amazing journey. Because if you are not on the Substack yet, you should join it. Because I do a lot of little messages out there. I do a lot of different bits and pieces. Yesterday, by the way, we filmed, in fact, I don't know if you've got a clip from it. Maybe we can look at it before the end of the show, because Pooch said we should do it. Yesterday we filmed the first of a new series we're going to do called This Was My Life. And it's all about people who have kind of conquered adversity, been through some terrible, terrible things that have happened to them in their lives. And yet now here they are, having emerged out on the other side, and they tell their stories to us. And it's a lovely show. And I did it yesterday with my top man, the guy who's currently my personal trainer, the guy who made me lose all the weight, because he's got a hell of a story to tell, and it's just extraordinary. Pooch was so moved by it that he had to leave the room because he didn't want to burst into tears. I'm not joking. Mike, on Amazon, you're number 1 in scientific history and philosophy. Yes, I know. I'm number 1 in a whole series of categories, but what I'm most excited about is that overall in Amazon UK, I'm at number 4, apparently, which is massive. I'm literally in the top 5 of books. And that means books that are being published by people like Ian Rankin, books that are being published by people like Tom Clancy or J.K. Rowling. I mean, you know, I'm in there with fake news. Here it is. It's amazing. So if you've got one, if you bought a copy, which I know a lot of you have, and if you're coming tonight to Clacton, bring the book along and I'll sign it for you, okay? Because people are asking me, are you doing any book signings? And yes, I will do some, I'm sure, in the future, but at the moment, we just simply don't have enough copies. I got sent a bunch of books yesterday, they arrived at my house, but it's literally like 15, 20 copies. So there's no point in me setting up a stall to sign them because they disappear in a second. Please do come and see us in Clacton. Even if you can't get in tonight, come and see us Thursday morning. I put out a little tweet, and I don't know whether anybody's picked up on it. We tried to do it yesterday. If you get to 10,000 likes on the YouTube channel today, I will run into the sea, right? Maybe during the show tonight. And who knows whether I'll run back out again. There you go. Look, hit that like button if you want to see me in my Speedos in Clacton.
You can't unlike, I don't think, can you?
You can't unlike, no. But it's at 2,400 at the moment. If it gets to 10, then that's what I'm going to do. Mick Rose sent us 50 euros. Thank you, Mick.
Thank you, Mick.
What a guy. Brilliant. He's driving around Simon Kilford, also 50 quid.
Is Simon going tonight?
Are you, Simon, can you let us know if you're going to turn up tonight? Because we'd like to say hello. This one from Loyal. Morning, Mike. Can anyone now deny that many awake have known for years that Tracerist establishment want these illegals here? Well, there can't be any explanation, can there? We've now got boats coming that have got more people on them than can get into a 737. Does he need a GoFundMe to buy him some shirts, says Lou. Who? Who needs shirts? I don't think it's me. I've got loads of shirts. The Shepherd says, Burnham is like listening to a school prefect. Oh, maybe they mean Burnham, because that clip that we showed, he was wearing a T-shirt, wasn't he? Because he's now worked out that he should wear a shirt and tie. The PM and the left, be kind so we don't have to, says Voice for England.
We've got a few more.
Few more. This is all going very well.
14.
Really, super chat from Uncle Joe. All the wait for his views and thoughts and plans to deal with immigration, redistribution of the rubbish across the country, pathetic. He just doesn't get it. Another empty tin can for brains at the top. Enough is enough. Well, exactly. You know, the idea that he should issue an edict which says basically that you, as members of the British middle class, should just have to suck it up and take more migrants into your own particular home, into your own particular area, you know. Burnham, middle class areas must take more migrants. Piss off. You take them. Put them in your own house, you complete tosser. We're not doing it. We refuse, right? You see this? That's my answer to Andy Burnham. Take more migrants, right? A rapist in every postcode. Brilliant. Make that your bleeding slogan if you run in an election. Oh, sorry, you don't like elections much, do you? Let's get some news, shall we, before we get any further down the rabbit hole. It's time for Edward Hughes.
Good day. I'm Edward the Hughes News. Today's main story is the partial solar eclipse, the deepest visible from the UK since 1999. Up to 96% of the sun will be covered this evening, with maximum coverage between roughly 7 and 7:15 p.m, depending on where you are. The further southwest you go, the more dramatic it becomes, peaking at nearly 96% in Cornwall and even higher in the far southwest of Ireland. A record 230 migrants crossed the Channel in a single mega dinghy, the largest number on one vessel so far this year, as people smugglers continue to use bigger boats. Prime Minister Andy Burnham is giving local councils stronger planning powers to block new vape shops and betting shops in a bid to improve the mix of high street businesses. At the same time, senior police chiefs are publicly urging him to prevent the early release of the two men who killed PC Andrew Harper. Meanwhile, figures show Heathrow has lost its long-held title as Europe's busiest airport. Laters, tigers.
I don't know what's going on with his jacket there, but he's obviously got a bit... he's been taking too many mushrooms, I think.
Let me sort my framing out.
Oh, hello. Lee Harris is here. Lee, very good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Very well indeed. Very well indeed. And thank you so much for your contribution last weekend for the old birthday reel, which Charlotte put together with loving care. Very, very nice.
My pleasure. Did you have a lovely birthday?
I did, yeah, I did. I sort of spent about 4 days generally just sort of, enjoying myself. I didn't do anything mad because I'm too old for that. I mean, it's not like I'm 10, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I had some cake, had a barbecue. The dog wasn't very well, so we had to fix him up. But no, it was really nice, really nice. And that was the icing on the cake, actually, that lovely video. But also my book came out, which was amazing because it's supposed to have gone viral. It's incredible. I mean,
I'm about to buy
it's a very small book. I don't know whether you've seen it yet, but it's here, Fake News. It's like it's tiny, right? It takes you about 2 hours to read.
The pamphlet.
Well, people say that. I don't like that. You know, when people say it's a pamphlet, I'm like, bollocks.
A pamphlet.
It's not a pamphlet. You know, it took me a whole week to write it. You know, but
Well, I'm buying a copy, Mike, and I'll bring it up and you can sign it for me.
please do. Yeah, absolutely. But it's all about, I mean, the subtext is the secret deal between government and the media. And this is what we see all the time now, you know, particularly in papers like The Times, where they're still kind of sort of trying to convince us that Andy Burnham's a clever man and that Andy Burnham should be the Prime Minister. And they've sort of adopted him as the poster boy for democracy, you know. And every single day they write a piece which is entirely kind of in his favour. And it seems to me there's no criticism at all going on. Well, you know, like people are reporting the fact that you said yesterday, well, if you're middle class, I'm afraid you're going to have to take your share of migrants. Well, why? Sorry, you know, in what world do you think we live? Why should we take any more migrants because we're middle class? Bugger off.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not going to lie, Mike, it made me angry.
Yeah.
Immediately angry listening to what is it. He's already proved himself to be completely detached from the British public.
Yeah.
You know, we've got terrorists crossing the channel. We've got major problems with illegal migrants already in our communities. And this man is like doing David Brent videos, you know, pointing at pictures on his wall in his office. He's completely detached from reality. And, you know, I had mixed feelings about this. And one of them was actually good. If you squint hard enough, this is going to wake a lot of people up a lot quicker. This is going to be their downfall. I mean, without a shadow of a doubt. If you think about all these migrants going into communities like this, I don't know if you heard the story about is it Piddington?
Piddington, yeah.
And there's about 400 or 500 people that live in that community, and they're putting over 1,000 migrants, 1,000 illegal migrants there. And there was a real heartwarming video, a sort of collage of videos that was put together by some of the kids that lived in that area, and it just reminded me of my own children. You know. Who were able to enjoy going down to the park, and you know, obviously we go with her. She's only 10, but all of those things that happen are now, as a parent, you have to think differently about it, because you've got men, you know, predominantly young fighting age men coming into your community who you know nothing about. And I don't care what anyone says, you have to treat that as a big risk.
Absolutely. Well, it's a massive red flag, and we see every day some footage, or one way or another. Either there's an Afghan man who's been done for rape. There was one just the other day who's gone to prison for a long time. You see pictures of men standing around children's playgrounds filming them. You see kids, you know, wondering who's that man over there? What's he doing? You know, I'm sorry, this is not the normal way society operates.
Absolutely not. I mean, the reason I got so angry is because of the way he just kind of very sort of casually just said that we all have to play our part, like it's a war effort or something. Yeah, you know, like it's a good thing, and we've all got to put, you know, we all got clubbed together. We've all got help, and we've voted
shoulders of the wheel.
Yeah, exactly. And we voted against this for years. I mean, it was over 10 years. We've consistently voted for governments to reduce immigration. The general public have told successive governments, we do not want this. And now we've got a new Prime Minister that's basically just telling us, well, you know, you've all got to play your part. You've all got to do your bit. No, I don't think he understands. We do not want them here. Full stop. Get them out.
The end.
Deport them.
That's it. I mean, Angela Rayner, right, is just as much to blame for this. And you can see inside the brains of some of these people when you see what they say about a real problem that we all know is a problem, but they still don't think is a problem. Have a look at this. This is Angela Rayner talking about the people coming here on small boats.
Every time someone gets into one of these vessels, which, you know, they call them small boats or however large you want to say, they're not, in most cases, seaworthy vessels, and they're putting innocent lives at risk, and we've got to crack that, and we've got to stop that from happening.
Do you understand there's another emotion many people feel, not just, as it were, sympathy, empathy with the people on board and the risk they face? It is rage. What they see is people on no longer a taxi service, a bus service, coming across the channel, and where do they go? Not back to France, where they were visible from the shore, but here, to the UK, to make their lives.
Well, these are desperate, vulnerable people getting into these vessels that are dangerous.
It's infuriating,
Desperate,
Mike.
vulnerable people. But look how far we've come, Lee, though. Can you remember, imagine 4 years ago, what's his face, Robinson, asking that question from the point of view of the BBC, actually saying people are really, really angry about this. They would never have said that a few years ago.
No.
And I put that down to the work that you and I have done, others have done, you know, alongside us, to make sure that they recognise that actually the people of this country come first. The people of this country are bloody angry and quite concerned about what's going on. But what chance have we got if the woman who is sitting there as the housing minister thinks these are all vulnerable people risking their lives and coming here? Well, if they were risking their lives, more of them would be dying. They're not, because it's actually not that dangerous to get on a bleeding dinghy and come across the mill pond that is the English Channel in the middle of the summer.
Yeah, I think I can't work out whether Angela Lane is just absolutely
It's about as dangerous
stupid.
as crossing the road in, you know, Charing Cross.
Yeah, I can't work out whether she's stupid. Like, I actually think it's probably worse than that. I think this is quite sinister. I
Yeah.
think what the Labour government are doing is they're deliberately gaslighting the entire nation. They know full well by now that 90% plus of the illegals that get on these dinghies are young men. There's very few women and children.
Yeah.
Very few.
Right.
Um,
Well, we saw
and
the
I
other
think
day.
they know
They're
this, and
throwing
lying
babies.
to us.
They're throwing babies into the boat, right?
Yeah.
In a way which doesn't suggest to me that they give a toss about the life of that child.
Exactly. I mean, those shots. I was speaking to Adrian while he was in France, the nowhere photographer.
Yeah.
He was there while that picture was taken, and he got some footage of it. And it's the same every single time. It's young fighting age men, and I think that the Labour Party know this full well, and they're lying. That's what infuriates me so much, Mike. Is that we know they're lying. They know that we know that they're lying, and it's just one kind of like ridiculous fairy tale that they're trying to sell the British public. And I bet you, what's frustrating is there'll be normies out there, people that aren't necessarily as involved in the news as we are, who are going to believe this nonsense.
Yeah.
But this is why, even though I went I still am angry at what Andy Burnham said, but there is something to this. This is going to speed up very, very quickly, I think, the public anger against this Labour Party.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing, because we just need to make sure the more people that are woken up about this, just in the example we've seen of Nick Robinson using the word rage.
Yeah.
Like you said, I was shocked when he used that word rage when I saw that clip yesterday. And that is a sign of the progression that we're seeing, and this is going to hopefully
we've
speed
moved the
that
dial.
up even
We have
further.
moved the dial, no question, into the reality, which is that people do not want these characters coming to this country. I don't care what Westminster thinks. I don't care what Angela Rayner thinks. These are not welcome. These people are not welcome. We don't want them here. As I said, I mean, my new, somebody suggested maybe this could be your Burnham alert, a rapist in every postcode. That's what he's doing. That's what he's basically saying to us.
What I find so absolutely massively frustrating is, what's the point of a prime minister, right? When a prime minister can't put the Navy in the Channel, when the prime minister can't, overrule the release of those two horrible lads who murdered that policeman.
PC Harper, yeah.
He seems to be completely powerless. Either that, or they're ideologically against doing this sort of thing. I mean, surely the Prime Minister has the power to order the Navy into the Channel. So why the hell aren't they doing it? And I start to think that there is a little bit of me, Mike, and I try not to let this part of my brain take over, but it does sometimes. Part of me thinks that they want this to happen, because you could stop those boats in days. You could stop them in days. Everybody knows that we could do that. You'd only have to put the Navy in the Channel. You'd only have to blockade it. I mean, I like the suggestion from Reform where we would use border force vessels. He said we got 4 of these vessels. They're massive, and we would just take them back to France. What are France going to do? Open fire on us? I don't think so.
No.
You put it as a humanitarian mission, and you take those illegals back to France. And actually, you can argue that there is some law that I've seen recently that a neighbouring country is not allowed to use their territory for crimes to be committed against another country. So France are actually breaking international law, or I think it's international law. They're breaking the law by allowing this to happen. They should be doing everything that they possibly can to stop these boats, and it shouldn't be that difficult. And it shouldn't be that difficult for the Navy to stop them either. It's so simple to do that it makes me believe they want it to happen.
Yes. It's hard to argue. I mean, I used to argue against that. I used to say, surely they don't want it to happen.
So did I. Yeah.
But it's hard now to see it any other way, isn't it?
Yeah, I used to be exactly the same. I refuse to let myself believe it. You know, you'd see people on X saying, oh, it's all part of the design, it's all part of the plan. But you just got to think to yourself, they can do this. There are people out there, like I've said before, clever people that will say to us, you know, you can't stop the boats, you can't put the Navy in the channel. Bullshit. We absolutely can stop the boats. We've seen other countries do it. We've seen Australia do it. We saw that clip of Greece opening fire. They shot live rounds at that illegal boat that was coming in. They pushed it back into Turkish waters. There's precedent for this. I refuse to accept that two of the most powerful countries in the world can't stop this happening. They can. And they are letting it happen. There's one other theory that I've got, which is probably a little bit more realistic, is that basically the French we know that they're stubborn. They are going to just, and this is beneficial to the French, to let as many of these men out of their country as possible. So they're going to do the bare minimum to stop them coming across.
Yeah.
Now we get 30 to 40% of our electricity from France. Now I bet you there's been a few phone calls between Number 10 or whatever and the French government, and Number 10 are going, look, you really need to do something to stop these boats. We are going to put the Navy in the channel. Maybe someone's threatened it quietly in private, and the French have gone, go on, then you do that and we'll switch off your electricity. Macron's already threatened to do that, right? He threatened to do that, I think, when we were arguing about fishing licenses. Do you remember?
Yeah.
He made a threat that he was going to turn off our electricity supply. And this is another utterly ludicrous situation that we've got ourselves into when we're relying on supposedly a friendly nation for that much of our electricity. France could literally mess this country up so much that it would stop the economy. It would cause a massive problem. I mean, our grid is already at maximum capacity. We already almost had blackouts at the last one because we put so many renewable technology into the grid. It can't cope. So they can't predict where they need the power to be. So we were like literally a gnat's whisker away from blackouts during the last heat wave. So it just wouldn't surprise me if the French have got that over us or something like that. Yeah. And that's why it's not happening. But let's just be honest about it. Someone say why we can't get these boats stopped. It's bloody ridiculous. Yeah,
it's totally mad. These things are so big now. I mean, literally, it's like a ferry arriving in in Dover. And I'm not buying this crap where they say, oh, it's totally dangerous, risking their lives. No, they're not. If they were risking their lives, loads of them would be dying. Loads of them are not dying. There's about maybe, I think, a dozen probably deaths have happened over the course of the last few years where thousands of people have come in. That is a pretty healthy ratio, I would say, to the argument that it's a terribly dangerous thing to do. It's not a terribly dangerous thing to do. It's pretty much a guaranteed way of getting into Britain and getting into a nice hotel or a nice house and being given a bucket load of money. It's ridiculous. Anyway, Lee, listen, great to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Lee Harris making perfect sense, talking about, like me, this nonsense that we're supposed to be buying from Andy Burnham. Let's put a rapist in every postcode. No thanks. I'd rather not, actually. Lee, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Coming up, Jamie Jenkins is going to be here. He's going to be talking to us about a whole manner of things. But I'll tell you what I'd like to mention to you, which we haven't mentioned yet. This is a story on the front page of the Times. Hundreds of family doctors, right? Check this out. Do you remember how we keep being told that doctors have a terrible hard time? And I've been saying for years, right? Don't believe a bleeding word of it, because doctors are not poor. It's like, when would you ever see a poor lawyer? When have you ever seen a poor farmer? When have you ever seen a poor doctor, right? It says here, 1 in 10 GP partners earns at least £250,000 a year. Hundreds of family doctors are earning at least £300,000 a year from the NHS, their take-home pay having increased by more than 20% in real terms over the past decade. These are figures coming from HM Revenue and Customs. 1 in 10 GPs who run their own practice are paid at least £250,000 a year. 1 in 20 earns more than £300,000. Now, apparently, according to the British Medical Association, which is their union, they're not happy because they're being asked to work in ways that they don't want to work. And we're being told that they're trying to convince us that, you know, doctors don't want to disrupt their patients' care, and also they don't want to have to change the way they do things because they're worried about the welfare of their patients, right? Well, I've got one question for you at the BMA, the British Medical Association, or as I like to call it, the British Marxist Association. Why were the doctors not so concerned when they were going on strike in hospitals if they care so much about their patients? Why did they go on strike repeatedly over the course of the last 2 years until they got a 56% increase in their pay? It's absolutely shocking. Despite their earnings rising in real terms since 2013, GP partners are holding work to rule collective action. Can you imagine? How much do you make? 300 grand a year. What are you going to do next week? I'm going to go on strike. Are you? Why? Well, because, you know, I'm not happy about the way the government wants me to work. So you make £300,000 a year from the public purse, from the NHS, who pay you deliberately and discreetly from the taxpayer, and yet you're not happy. There's not enough money for you. You're driving around in a Lamborghini, driving around in a Ferrari, driving around in a Maserati, but yet you don't want to do any more work because that would be wrong. Do me a small favour. Doctors, some of the most despicable people in the country. I'm sorry that I say that, but that is absolutely and utterly true. Let's get some news with Edward Hughes right now.
Good day. I'm Edward the Hughes News. Today's main story is the partial solar eclipse, the deepest visible from the UK since 1999. Up to 96% of the sun will be covered this evening, with maximum coverage between roughly 7 and 7:15 p.m, depending on where you are. The further southwest you go, the more dramatic it becomes, peaking at nearly 96% in Cornwall and even higher in the far southwest of Ireland. A record 230 migrants crossed the Channel in a single mega dinghy, the largest number on one vessel so far this year, as people smugglers continue to use bigger boats. Prime Minister Andy Burnham is giving local councils stronger planning powers to block new vape shops and betting shops in a bid to improve the mix of high street businesses. At the same time, senior police chiefs are publicly urging him to prevent the early release of the 2 men who killed PC Andrew Harper. Meanwhile, figures show Heathrow has lost its long-held title as Europe's busiest airport. Laters, tigers.
This video is sponsored by Tally Money. I'm delighted to be joined in the studio by CEO and founder Cameron Parry. Cameron, very good morning to you. Nice to see you. Tell us what Tally Money is.
Well, at Tally Money, you get a savings account powered by gold. So we give you a sort code and account number in your name, just like a normal bank account, but instead of sitting in pounds, you now have milligrams of gold that we brand as Tally.
Okay. And how does it actually work sort of day to day? Do you check the gold price every day? Do you need to do that? How does that?
We use the spot price, what's called the spot price in gold, and that updates every minute. It's a live price. We don't charge any premiums or FX margins on anything on that. You just go about your day as though it was any other mainstream foreign currency, except that you see all your transactions in real time and you're not getting charged, you know, international transaction fees and things like this.
Okay, so if I move some of my money into Tally because I've just opened an account, what happens to it? And is it one of those things that I'll just be watching all day to go, ooh, look what's happening today?
You might do, but you've probably got better things to do with your time, to be honest, Mike. I don't actually think about the little movements in price because I know over time that on average it goes up more than 12% per annum, and it has each year for the last 10 years. You know, bank savings products or current accounts just can't compete with that at all. But the main thing is my money's sitting there. It's my direct ownership of an asset. When I use my Tally card, you know, in London to buy a cup of coffee, the merchant still gets pounds.
Yeah, okay. To find out more about Tally Money and for a special offer for viewers of the Mike Graham Show, simply scan the QR code or click the link in the description right here. It's coming up to 4 minutes past 8. It's the Mike Graham Show. We are here all day, not just because we're here in the morning until 10, but we're going to be back coming up tonight from 7 o'clock. Now, I'm sorry to say that we're sold out apparently for the live show, because we're going to have a live audience tonight, 7 till 9. I'm really excited about it. We're going down to Clacton, where we're going to be talking to various different politicians. Sarah Pochin's going to be joining us. Hopefully, we're going to talk to Nigel Farage at some point. But it is the eve, obviously, of the big by-election, which takes place tomorrow. Polls will open at, I think it's 7 a.m, just in time for us to start our show. So Louis says Edward's looking more like Liberace this morning. Yeah, he's a bit. And so if you happen to be in the Clacton neighbourhood, by all means pop by. We might not be able to get you into the actual venue where we're doing the show, but, you know, come and say hello anyway, before the show or maybe just after. And we might be doing a bit of plonk of the week as well. Chris Walkey's going to be involved, and it's all going to be fantastic. Charlotte's going to be there. Pooch is going to be there, of course. Lee says, this morning, everyone, sorry, I said it was 30% of our electricity from France. My apologies, it's 10%. Well, maybe it changes, who knows? I'll tell you what we can do is talk to now Jamie Jenkins, our favourite statistician, who never gets anything wrong. All of his figures are entirely copper-bottomed and double-checked and all the rest of it. Jamie, very good morning to you, sir.
Morning, Mike. So you're off on a summer holiday doing this?
Yeah, I'm really excited, actually.
Being alive, Mike. The BBC were telling us all about climate change again the other day, so you watch yourself out there in Clacton.
Well, do you know, I was going to ask you actually about that, because this morning I'm seeing on breaking news that there's a Cobra meeting being organised to talk about the weather. And like, what are you going to talk about? What are they going to say? You know, Andy Burnham's already issued his edict yesterday, you know, a rapist at every postcode, which is not a great slogan as far as I'm concerned. But apparently the Cobra meeting is going to be called because Britain is bracing for more temperatures over 30 degrees. What's the point of a Cobra meeting about the bleeding weather?
Well, yeah, Mike, are they going to change the bloody temperature when it's coming in? And what we'll have now, Mike, is basically Andy Burnham will be doing a press conference tomorrow, putting us all in lockdown. Maybe that's what's coming next.
Yeah, don't go out in the sunshine. You might get sunburned.
Oh, and the bonkers thing about it, Mike, is they've put more of England in a drought now, haven't they? This week, I think they've said.
Yeah, I think 3/4 of Britain or 3/4 of England apparently is in a drought.
Yeah, well, Wales is fully in a drought. 3/4 of England, and we touched on this, didn't we? I think the last couple of weeks in terms of this water shortages. You only got to go back 6 months ago, and when I think you started the show, Mike, I think I was talking to you about how much rain we were having in the country. So, Cobra if they are actually having a meeting in the government, maybe they should be talking about the reservoirs that they need to stop bloody building in this country, and just let us enjoy the sunshine, Mike. You'll have a good time, buddy.
Yeah, just enjoy it. I was listening to a guy, and I know whenever I say it, I know everybody goes, "What are you doing that for?" But I was listening to a guy from Times Radio again when I was on the way home last night, or yesterday afternoon, and he was like the deputy property editor or something of the Times, and he said, it's making me really anxious, this weather, and I'm like, why? What's wrong with you? Oh, because when it rains, I worry about it raining, and it's not raining enough. And the thing is, when it does rain, the ground is so hard because it's been baked by the hot sun that the rain will just, wash off the top of the ground. It won't go into the ground. And I'm going, mate, you've got not enough. I mean, this is the problem with middle-class Britain. They haven't got enough to worry about. He's now worrying about whether it rains or not, and if it does rain, whether the water will drain off the top of the soil. What's he worried about?
Oh, Mike, people like that, literally, they just live off anxiety, don't they?
Yeah.
What is the point of worrying about the weather? You can't control the weather.
No.
As much as they keep saying, we need more rain, and you can't control it. We touched on this as well about we need more adaptation. We've got all this heat coming into the country. If Cobra should be talking about, maybe all new homes should have air conditioning in, and then you bloody got mad Ed Miliband saying, "Oh well, we can't have because of the climate, the amount of electricity you're going to use, you can't have air conditioning." No, people in the likes of Dubai, Mike, they don't get a lot of rain. They got plenty of water to use. They don't have to worry about showers and water in their gardens because they bloody adapt to the climate they're in. And if this emergency is coming that they keep talking about that for the last 10 or 20 years, I remember being in school, Mike, and they were talking about it about 30, 40 years ago.
Yeah.
If this thing's coming, where's the adaptation? They just don't, it's all smoke and mirrors, Mike.
Yeah. Well, I remember talking about 2 or 3 years ago on Talk TV about desalination plants. So people made fun of me and said, "Oh yeah, Mike Graham's so thick that he thinks that desalination plants are the answer." Well, really, that's actually what they use in the Middle East, right? That's how they manage to keep their water flow going, because they use desalination plants. We live on a bloody island, right, surrounded by the sea. Why can we not use desalination plants? And you get people going, "Oh well, it's not very environmentally friendly." Well, I don't care. All of the measures that we've apparently taken over the past 30 years haven't made any bleeding difference. So we might as well just carry on.
Yeah, totally, Mike. And talking of the seas, I know you've been speaking quite a bit this morning, but that clip you put up of Nick Robinson when he was talking about it's more like a bus service coming over the channel. Yeah. Well, I think you've got to look at the facts and figures on that. Well, you're going to get 230 people coming over on one boat, Mike. It's not a bus. It's not a taxi. It's more than an aeroplane. So
yeah, right.
When you go to, if you get to Paris airport today now, you get on an aeroplane to fly into London, how long does it take to, everybody got a board? There's already seats there. So you just got to get onto the plane, sit on the seats. But, it takes a bit of time, though, just to even do that. So you don't get a boat with 230 migrants trying to get on. And they're not getting on there within a couple of minutes, are they? It must take a bit of time to get on. So I thought that they can't even bloody stop that in France, Mike, with 230 people.
Do you think they might have, do you remember they've got speedy boarding? So when you get down to the beach, you've got your speedy boarding pass, on you go first, It is, you're right. I mean, how can they not see it happening? How can they not just shoot a bloody great big hole in the dinghy and go, sorry guys, today you're not going anywhere?
Yeah, and the thing is, Mike, so first of all, where are the boats coming from? They didn't just drop from the sky, did they? So they obviously get to the beach in the first place. And then when the government intercepts them, or the RNI intercepts them, the other question is, where are all these boats going to as well? Because obviously the government must have a shed load of boats that they should be using. And the thing is, we talk about deterrence, Mike, and I love that clip. And Lee mentioned it just now, you showed last week about the Greeks firing them back into Turkish water. But the thing for me, right, Mike, when you talk about a deterrent, when you hear people and they get interviewed, why are you coming to Britain? What's this all about? Well, I know people who are already here, so I want to come over. It's nothing to do with fleeing bloody war and persecution. No. It's just like enjoying friends. So the thing for me, Mike, which I don't know if this sounds very simple, but if you did return them all to France, people say, the French wouldn't be happy. But I would imagine people in northern France, we're well pissed off in this country that they're all being put in these different communities. People in northern France don't want them in these camps in northern France because they're a risk there as well. So if you return them to France, so that basically France is saying you've got no route to Britain, I would imagine most of them aren't even going to bother going to northern France. They just go somewhere else. Yeah, right. So if it's France, if we just return them, and that's the bonkers thing about this, Mike. We say, no, we can't return them to France. I think the French would probably find that if we did return them straight to France, they wouldn't bother going to these camps because they'd be thinking, well, I'm wasting my money going. I may as well go somewhere else.
Might as well go somewhere else. Yeah, exactly right. And that's why Reform's idea that came out this week, which is to, if the country of origin, wherever they came from, doesn't want to take them back, send them to El Salvador. See how they like that. And as soon as they know that that's what's likely to happen if they turn up, then they probably stop coming.
Oh, totally, Mike. I'm a big believer that, we should put some of these kind of temporary accommodation up on the Scottish Islands, off the mainland. If they can't come to this country and do something in this country, then they're not going to come here. I think Andy Burnham was being interviewed on the BBC last night. They were talking about these raids that the BBC have been kind of following, where they go around finding illegal, like vapes and illegal cigarettes and all these under-the-counter stuff. And a lot of this is being run by these illegal migrants as well. And some of them are coming over. They're claiming that basically they want to claim asylum, but they're coming over on these boats and they're working for the gangs themselves, who they claim that they're paying. Some of them aren't paying anything to come on these boats, Mike. They're coming over to work for the gangs and
to work their
these
passage.
gangs
Yeah, absolutely. You've done a good Substack this week, as you always do, about productivity and how the country's really, really suffering, because we hear all the time, don't we, from Andy Burnham and his ilk, that what we've got to do is get our productivity up. We've got to put investment into business. We've got to get growth. And I said earlier in the week, how about you just give us a bit more money back in tax, and then we can decide what to do with our own money. But the productivity levels are so low that basically, we're going nowhere, aren't we?
Yeah, so the ONS do some productivity numbers, and basically what productivity measures, Mike, is how much kind of output are you getting and how much you've got to put in for it.
Yeah.
They looked at public sector productivity on this, and what's bizarre is we're in 2026 now, and they finalised the figures for 2025. There'll be some revisions in the future to them, but the latest figures that they published is that if you look at public sector now, the whole public sector productivity is still lower now, Mike, than it was in 2019. So it fell off a cliff during COVID because the government chose, obviously to close the NHS. Those bonkers trying to sort outside GP surgery saying, don't come in here if you're ill. I think, well, what's the bloody point of going to see a GP if you're ill, isn't it? Hospitals cancelling non-urgent, operations. Most of the public sector, and if not all the public sectors, told the work, stay at home, don't come in. And many of them still haven't returned. So what we've got, Mike, is we're nearly like 6 years on from COVID, and the public sector is producing less than it was in 2019. Now, if that doesn't have a call for an investigation, you think with AI and advancements in technology, surely there should be more productivity. But we're getting less, Mike. So per person in the public sector, they're producing less. It's about 2.5% less. And the NHS is even worse, Mike. So you think all that money they'll talk about, we could put billions into the NHS. I think before we start taxing us more, spending more, we should be asking, what are the bloody staff doing that they're producing nearly 6% less than what they were doing in 2019?
Yeah. Well, look at it. Look, just from the point of view of the front pages this morning, a piece that I was just talking about before you came on, hundreds of family doctors are earning at least £300,000 a year from the NHS. Right, so these people who are continually claiming that their work's over the odds, they're not. It's impossible for them to make any money. It's really hard for them to make a living. Some of them are having to leave and go to Australia. Oh, really? 300,000 quid? I think you're doing all right, mate. I don't think you should be worrying too much about where the next meal's coming from.
No, they're doing all right, mate. And the big question is, can you even get a GP appointment? Because that's the one of the biggest gripes in this country. We're just after 8 a.m. on right now, and thousands and thousands and thousands of people trying at 8 o'clock. They're trying to get through the switchboards of these GP surgeries, trying to get an appointment. That's another one, mate. We haven't got enough reservoirs. We haven't got enough GPs. We haven't got enough houses. We've got this story, I think, in North Wales as well, Mike. You've been talking about the migrant crisis that are coming over, but people in North Wales are fed up, I think, because they've just overnight put a load of these asylum seekers into these houses that have been built. They thought they were going to be used for the local community. They've been put in. And the local council have come out saying they're no illegal migrants, they're here because they're asylum seekers. No, they're just cheating the bloody system, Mike. So, the productivity puzzle, well, the puzzle is we are not getting enough out for what we're putting in. Taxes will keep going up, Mike. And the NHS bosses will be saying, oh, well, we need more money. Why are we not doing the same level of output in the NHS today as we were in 2019? I know we had a pandemic, but there's no call for the fact that working practice, we've normalised, Mike, this lazy culture in the public sector.
No, we have, totally. And I mean, unfortunately, people like Andy Burnham have only ever known the public sector as a place to work. They've never, ever done a proper day's work in a proper business where you actually have to make ends meet and you actually have to generate income, because all he knows how to do is distribute other people's money. His latest idea, for example, is to now give more money back to local authorities. And you know where that's going to go. It'll go down the gurgler, because the one thing worse than actual central government spending is local government spending, because what you do is you go, and it's like in your neck of the woods, but certainly where I am in London and where I go at the weekends in Sussex, they spend money on the most ludicrous projects and the most ridiculous things. They're corrupt, many of them, and they're also, completely and honestly without any idea of how to actually, generate proper, decent people's income rising. They don't know how to do it. Let me just read you this from Chris. I wanted to see my doctor, so I got in line to make an appointment. Then I was told to fill in a form online for the doctor to read and see if I needed seeing him. What a joke. Well, that's the other thing. I mean, they're doing this now, aren't they? They're working through this so-called triage scenario. Somebody sent me a letter the other day that they received from their local GP, in which they were told basically, well, we're starting a new system. So when you get in touch with us, we will decide whether or not you're sick enough to see a doctor. More than likely, you'll just get told what to do by a receptionist who's not medically trained. Well, sorry, that's not medicine. That's not what they're doing, right?
No, Mike, you're spot on there. On that local authority stuff you were just chatting about there as well. The thing is, Burnham saying we'll give more money back to like local areas, and you started off this this chat today, Mike, by saying why don't you just give bloody more money back to us? We don't need the local authority money. Stop taxing us as much as we are. I'm a big believer, Mike, that the best, the best people to decide what to do with money are the people who are earning it.
Yeah,
and don't forget. The word earnings is there. You've done a hard graft. You've earned that money. So why should the government just steal it from you? We need some level of taxation because there are a number of services where it benefits. We all pay into a pot because we get some services back. But the level of taxation in this country is getting obscene. And you think local authorities as well, it's not that far back in distant memory where you'd get a weekly bin collection. We can't afford that now. So it's now 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, they do with all the money. The council tax has gone up by a factor of probably, 10 to 20% in the past 5 years, which is a lot of money, by the way. And we're getting less and less for it.
And thinking of water bills, Mike, how much have they gone up in the last couple of years?
Oh,
and you're getting less and less for it. You're not even allowed to use the bloody stuff.
I know. Please don't use your hose pipe. Really? Well, I'm not buying that one either. Anyway, listen, Jamie, great to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Jamie Jenkins talking perfect sense. Go check out his Substack because it's really good. Kelly J. Keane coming up a little bit later on. I'll tell you what also is coming up. We've got a new Thought Police episode out for you. Myself and Mr. Lewis Schaefer recorded it only yesterday. Shall we give it a little bash? Charlotte, let's put a little bit of shine on the show.
Schaefer.
No. Loads of people have mine.
Mike Ray, it's one of those names.
There's a guy in Boyzone, I think.
It's like Dave Gorman. Do you know Dave Gorman?
I do.
He went around the world looking for people named Dave Gorman.
That was funny. That was funny.
I think we should do that with Mike Graham's.
We could do it.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of them.
No, it doesn't.
There's Mikey Graham from Boyzone.
So you have the same name as a black guy living in Nigeria. What does that mean? What does that mean?
I don't think I do, actually. No, I don't think there's a Mike Graham in Nigeria.
I bet there is.
Yeah, we'll find one. We'll put out an all points bulletin.
Yeah.
Anybody called Mike Graham in Nigeria?
It's a guy. It's like high concept comedy. It's like I can't think of anything funny, so I'll do this.
Yeah, it's a gimmick, and also get Radio 2 or somebody to sponsor you, right?
Yeah, is that what he did?
I think so.
He did the thing.
I think he did a documentary.
He's like
anyway,
Rich.
we're out of time now. You're going too long now. See?
Okay, sorry.
But it did get better at the end.
Yeah, because it's
a couple of low points in the middle.
I think I look good, and I hope
you look good.
I hope the ladies are watching this. They can watch my stream.
Yeah, okay.
On YouTube, Lewis Schaefer, Uncooked.
Yeah,
and it's called.
You ever thought of doing it naked?
Yes, I've taken my shirt off and stuff like that. Yeah, why not?
All right.
If you got it, flaunt it.
Sure.
You're heading in that direction. You've lost 20 kilograms.
Microwave journalist.
We should do.
Times Nigeria.
No way.
Yeah, way.
No way.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
But right, there's a guy named Mike.
Let's get him on.
Mike Graham in Nigeria.
Get him on.
So his name is Mike Graham.
Yeah. That's ridiculous. That is mad.
Yeah. So why would that be interesting?
But it's already funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one little bit of funny. You could find a Mike Graham.
Another Mike Graham.
There is, yeah.
Anywhere.
There'll be loads.
So give us another Mike Graham in a place.
Japan.
Yeah.
You might be able to find one in Japan.
Yeah. Yes, check Japan.
You might be able to find one in Japan.
I bet you would. I bet there's at least one Mike Graham in Japan.
There won't be. There's no way there's one in Japan.
Well, we could check it out. He's got Pooch has a magic machine.
Pooch does have a magic machine. You can't get any sound out of it, but everything else is good.
Samurai. It's a dojo run by Mike Graham.
Yeah.
No fucking way.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. How modern Budoka are we?
Anyway, we quite enjoyed doing that one. It might be an entire show, finding people called Mike Graham around the world. Found one in Japan, of all places. Anyway, so the Thought Police is out. It's on YouTube. Go and sign up to it and subscribe, please, to the channel. And it's also now a podcast, so you can get it on all podcast facilities like Spotify and Apple Podcasts as well. A couple of super chats coming in. Simon Kilford. Should we do a few then? Because we've got Paul Burgess to talk to, but let's do One from Mick, he says, morning Mike, Pooch, Charlotte and the highly respected gang. Just arrived in Calais, went through the scanner and heartbeat monitor to make sure no illegals in my trailer. It was all clear. That's a nightmare, isn't it? Because one of the things I'm being told is that the reason why the government is sort of crowing about the fact that there are fewer people now coming across the water in small boats, or rather large boats, is that they've managed to somehow convince them not to come. I don't believe that for a minute, because I tell you what, there's more and more of them coming in lorries. More and more of them are coming in the back of a lorry, which I'm afraid is not good news for anybody. Couple more. One from Simon Kilford. Thank you, Simon. Can you let us know if you're coming tonight, by the way, so we can look out for you down at Clacton, because it's a big night. I'm so excited about going to Clacton. Coming up, we are going to speak with our next guest. Paul Burgess is here to talk about the hot weather, no doubt, because there's a Cobra meeting. Eh?
He's talking about the eclipse as well.
Well, he's talking about the eclipse as well. Funnily enough, actually, Paul, very good morning to you. Good to see you.
Morning.
Yesterday, and I don't know whether you can shed any light on this, yesterday, almost all of our kind of technological equipment sort of failed in one way, shape or form. It simply just didn't work. And the only thing we can think of is that it might have had something to do with the upcoming eclipse, which is happening tonight around about 7:15, I think.
Yeah, it starts about 6:10 roughly, 6:13,
does it? Okay.
And goes on till about 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
But the full eclipse is about 7:10, 7:15.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Now,
is it possible that particular kind of coming together of the stars or whatever it is up in the sky can have an effect on anything on the ground?
No, not really.
Right.
I mean, you could argue that
theory,
it's a bigger gravitational pull slightly, which it is very slightly. But the whole thing is just amazing. I mean, Octopus, for example, I've stated, Octopus, the energy people.
Oh yeah, we talked about this yesterday. What a load of bollocks.
Yeah, well, absolute bollocks. I mean, no, it is. No,
yeah.
no.
Do you know what I said? Well, because they said yesterday that you should not use any of your appliances because there's going to be a drain on the system. I said, well, first of all, maybe we shouldn't be using solar power if that's the case, and second of all, let's just switch everything on. Just absolutely try and blow the system. That's what I've suggested.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. I'd advise no one to change anything. Look, just clouds. First of all, it's the very tail end of the day for solar. We're down to a tiny amount of solar coming in, and there's going to be a gap. There's going to be a gap in that. I've got graphs and everything I can show with this, but the important point is it's meaningless. Just clouds coming over would have a bigger effect. Just a cloud front coming over has a bigger effect. So the grid manages with these variations all the time. But what we got is a sort of Cyclops thing where government are calling meetings on the heat wave as if like King Canute, we're going to stop something.
Yeah, what are they going to do? I mean, can you imagine what's going on inside the Cobra meeting about the weather?
Yes.
You're right. What are they going to be saying?
They'll be calling it, shall we call it orange or red?
Yeah.
Or can we get a bigger one than red?
Or black. They've started doing black, haven't they? You can make it really frightening.
Right. What's happening is the whole world's gone bonkers because they're warning you on everything, every single aspect. And it's almost as if you can scare the population on this, and this. Then somehow you'd be, able to control. I think that's what it's about.
Yeah.
But there's no scientific basis for it. By the way, the eclipse tonight is the best you'll see until 2090.
Ah.
Yeah?
Well, I won't be here in 2019. I suspect neither will you, unless you've got some kind of elixir of hope coming our way.
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, as regards the heat wave again, we are in a drought now in England. I'm not in Wales, I'm lucky. Our local reservoirs quite nicely topped up, thank you. We had a lot of rain this winter, and we had the reservoirs to store it. But you haven't because of all this madness that's gone on with our infrastructure being completely overwhelmed. That's the problem there.
Now, there's a story in The Sun today, right? It says, watching the eclipse tonight, and I said this the other day, and I can't remember where I was told it was a good idea, but if you apparently look through a colander at the eclipse, that will be a good thing for your eyes. What's the science behind that? What does that mean?
Well, it's trying to reflect. If you look at a reflection, you'll be okay. So maybe the colander with all the holes in is reflecting the light a bit and diffusing it a bit. But I'd be very careful about, I mean, I can't say to the public in any way, look at the sun or try these tricks. Apparently a welding mask is good as well, you know. And,
I haven't got one of those to hand. I've got a colander, I haven't got a welding mask, funnily enough. I don't usually use it when I'm cooking. You know,
it's an
you
idea.
get the welding mask. You know.
So,
but
it's
just insane, isn't it?
The whole world's insane. This heatwave business. I mean, yes, we are having heat this year. You know, it's good.
Yeah, it's nice.
Summer.
I love it.
It used to be called a nice summer.
Yeah,
I
mean, it is. I mean, they are saying it's the hottest summer ever because it's the most days over 30. Right? That's what they're saying. That's on the front page of the I newspaper. How can you deny that that's true? For heaven's sake.
Well, I'm afraid I am. I mean, the Telegraph in particular has gone completely bonkers on net zero since they changed ownership.
Have they?
People are saying, journalists are saying, well, it's obviously true. Look out the window. You know, wow. You know, that's real good scientific basis.
Yeah, I know.
So, you know, that's the nature of it. So, sorry, have I lost you?
No, you haven't. No, I'm still here.
No. So, yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, but I fight this at every single level, every day almost.
Yes.
My problem is I've got so many stories coming in every day to try to cover. I have to cherry pick which ones to go for.
Yeah.
But the octopus one is just bonkers, absolute bonkers. The problem is this: that as you install more and more solar off the grid, like on your rooftops and that. If a cloud system comes over, you know, a front comes in, the clouds come in, that can cause a drop in the solar. And that drop, I'm talking about the middle of the day now, a drop in the solar, they can't see that on the grid. They see that as a rise in demand. So suddenly you're taking it from the mains instead of taking it from the solar you've got on your roof, and so on. But it doesn't even pay. I've just done an exercise this week, actually, for me. You know, is it possible that I could, because I use quite a lot of electricity, and is it possible that I could use solar? No batteries, because that makes it uneconomic, because you've got to replace the batteries as well, and so on. But it's only economic if you're being subsidised. And if you're being subsidised, everyone else is paying for that subsidy. So everyone else, it's passed on to the other people on the grid.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of silly things going on, which honestly, I just can't believe the world I'm in anymore. And it is the constant fear, the constant meetings where they sit at cabinet or Cobra meetings and say, well, how are we going to change this weather? How are we going to help people? It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
When you say you use a lot of electricity, what do you use your electricity? I mean, what's the most electricity using appliance that you've got?
I live in a 100-year-old house. The house I'm in is 100 years old. I've done it up, but it's 100 years old. And so I've insulated it as high as I can, but I've got no heat pumps or solar because it doesn't make sense for me at all. And I obviously don't have subsidies, and I wouldn't want them. But the way I plan things is just on common sense, you know, economics.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't make sense to have solar for me, but I use my electricity. I've got a swim spa and a swim spa that's where you swim against the current all the time. So instead of like a swimming pool, it's much smaller and you can swim against the current. So you can keep on going all day. And I've also got a hot tub. So I've got heat pumps for those. That's a sensible thing to have.
There you go.
Right, for those.
So,
Pardon?
I'm surprised you've got. I'm not surprised. It's always interesting to hear that people have got. I wouldn't. If somebody said to me, "What do you think that Paul Burgess has got in his house?" I wouldn't have said a hot tub.
What with his house?
Why?
I don't know.
I actually don't use it. Can I just say, I actually don't use either.
Yeah. All right.
I've got a hot tub and a swim spa, but the family use them all the time, every day.
All right.
My wife's swimming at the moment.
Yeah.
My wife is in the swim spa at the moment.
Nice.
Yeah.
How nice.
So she does every alternate day and so on. So I've also got a Tesla. That may surprise you because I hate driving, and this thing drives me most of the way. Yeah, it really does.
Yeah. No. Well, Pooch, our sort of head tech operator and CEO of the company has a Tesla, and he keeps telling me how great it is, and I keep making fun of it because I say, "What's it done for you today?" Because he's like, it's so clever, the Tesla, it's even cleverer than him. It can do all sorts of things that nobody ever expected a car to do.
It's more expensive to run than diesel or petrol.
He says no. No, he says he's saving a fortune on petrol.
Well, let me explain that. I did a paper on this.
Yeah.
If you are paying on the high street, if you're paying on the charging points, it works out. And you've got to take into account the depreciation on my Tesla, which is in 3.5 years is basically £40,000 depreciation, right? So you've got to take that into account. You've got to take into account now the extra tax, 3p a mile coming in. Right. Then you've got to take, well, if you do all that, it works out as 70% more than a petrol or diesel.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll tell him that. That'll upset him.
That'll upset him, right?
That will upset him.
And if you charge at home like I do overnight, I get it for about 8p a kilowatt hour overnight. If you charge up, then it works out about the same, roughly about the same as petrol or diesel, until you start adding this 3p a mile. Because I can get 8p a mile. I'm getting around about 2p a mile for my energy on the car. 2p a mile. But that ends up at something like or 5p. So it's a 250%. Sorry, 2p a mile, and it's 250% more once they add the 3p a mile. So it makes it totally economic. There's no sense in buying an electric car. It's only because I'm a nerd. I hate driving, and I love the fact that I can relax comfortably, hands on the wheel. But it's driving me.
See, I like driving a Maserati because it makes a good noise. And unlike a Tesla, which doesn't make any noise at all. But anyway, listen, Paul, great to see you. Thank you very much indeed.
That's okay.
I've got this from Cliff, who wants to issue a public service announcement. He goes, let the sun shine through the colander because it causes a pattern on a piece of paper. Look at the paper to see the shadow reflected. For heaven's sake, don't look at the sun through the colander.
That's right.
Because apparently that might be dangerous. All right, so fair enough. I'm glad I qualified that. Paul, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed.
That's okay.
We have got Kelly J. Keane to talk to. But before we do that, I'd like to play the conversation that she had with the police. Because this is amazing. This is one of the greatest things I've ever heard, right? And it's the police ringing up Kelly J. Keane to tell her that somebody has complained about something that she's done, right? And just listen to this, watch it. This is a masterclass in how to deal with overbearing Stasi-like police people.
Hello, good afternoon. Hi. Yeah, all good, thank you.
Thank you for responding to our letter. So we would like to invite you in for a voluntary interview in regards to 2 separate investigations. It would be at a London police station and would be a day and time of your choosing.
Okay, what for?
So the 2 allegations are from your Unite the Kingdom rally. There's been a complaint with regards to your speech, specifically with regards to the we need to remove Islam from our classrooms. It's not too late to get Islam out of that building. It's not too late to get Islam out of every single official office in this country. And more than that, it's too late. It's not too late. It's absolutely vital. If we want to save this country, we have to remove Islam from every single place of authority.
Oh, okay.
And the other one investigation is in relation to some tweets. So it is in relation to a tweet from the 23rd of June. We have Muslim fatigue, the gang rapes, the terrorism, the killing of little girls that enjoy music, the hatred of women and girls, the special courts, the anti-Semitism, the hate preachers, the marches, the violence, the call to prayer, the public prayers, the complaining about Christian preachers, the pauses in football matches, skipping lunch, the niqabs, the school kids visiting mosques, the Ramadan lights, the Ramadan messages on TV and by public figures, the cruel slaughter, the hatred of the West, the hatred of women, the barbarism, the inbreeding, the censorship, the 2-tier system, the capture of our institutions, we're tired of it. Islam is a vile, woman-hating, cousin-marrying, child-raising death cult. Another tweet from the 23rd of June, there's nothing about the scene that does not scream backwards, regressive, subnormal culture. And another one from...
Which scene was that?
I'm not sure what scene in particular that you're responding to in that tweet, but I'm just reading out the tweets in question. And then the last one is from the 25th of June. No one needs foreign money to understand the threat Islam poses to every last one of us.
Right. And the sorry. And the police want to invite me in on which crime? Which crime are you referring to?
So for those, it would be, for the tweets, it would be malicious communications offences.
Against an idea? Who's it against?
No, I can explain that. So somebody who's read those tweets has taken offence to them and made the report.
I'm sorry. That is literally one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Kelly J. Keane, I salute you. That is so fun. I mean, it's a 6-minute long thing. We can't play it all. But apart from the fact that it's brilliantly, animated with the Lego figures but you can't quite believe that it's real. You must have been. I mean, you're sitting there, and at the end of it, you're kind of going, "Well, basically, I'm sorry, I'm not coming in." You can shove it up your arse. But how ridiculous is that?
Well, wasn't it a gift that he read out the tweets? Often when they contact me, they don't read out the whole tweets. So it was delicious to hear him just list them all. I forgot how eloquent I was. I mean, I don't want to be immodest, but you
were absolutely brilliant. But because you're not capable of being intimidated by these bozos as well, you're used to it. But I mean, it must be quite terrifying for somebody who would just get a call out of the blue from the police to say, "Oh, by the way, we'd like to come and see us about something you've said."
Yeah, well, I think possibly if I'd lived in London, they might have just knocked on my door. I mean, this will be my 5th interaction with the police, aside from when I was arrested during COVID, for going out in public. But this will be my 5th sort of round of them inviting me for an involuntary, for a voluntary, it's involuntary interview. But yeah, I think for a lot of people, it's really frightening because maybe we're all in the know now that the police are not really about upholding the law. They're about protecting certain special interest groups. And one of those special interest groups isn't kind of the indigenous population of the United Kingdom. Unless we're on the left and, maybe if I start cross-dressing, I'll be protected. But otherwise, definitely not.
Yeah, I don't know if it works in that direction, actually. I don't know if you start cross-dressing as a bloke. I'm not sure if that's protected in the same way that if you're a bloke cross-dressing as a woman. I don't know. And nobody's really tried it.
Yeah, it's probably true.
Yeah.
It's probably true. Although there was a police officer. Well, there was a police officer. I think there was either an autistic or a man with special needs that basically asked a female police officer who pretended to be something else what they were, and they tried to charge him or did charge him with some sort of offence. So yeah, I mean, it's easier if you're a man and you wear a dress.
Yes,
obviously.
Definitely, absolutely. So has it all gone away now? Because that was obviously they were referring to a tweet that went out on the 23rd of June. It's now whatever it is. It's the 11th, 12th of August. So
no, they phoned me 2 days ago.
Oh, they phoned you again?
That was 2 days. No, that was 2 days ago.
Oh, sorry. So that was 2 days ago, right? So when you said to them, "Well, I'm not going to come in," they kind of went, "Okay, then." Are they going to do anything else?
Well, I think they'll send it back to the CPS to see what the next stage is. And whether or not PACE, I think it's section G of PACE, is whether or not it's proportionate to come and arrest me. I think they might say it is. Bring it on. It'd be great.
Yeah. I mean, we can carry it. We carry it live. We come down with a camera and we just film it and just live stream you being arrested by the police for saying Islam's a horrible religion. Well, really? I mean, it's just incredible, isn't it? And as you say, maybe we'll do it. It's just clip up the old policeman reading that statement about why Islam is all wrong and why we don't like it.
Yeah.
But but it's a chilling kind of thing because we keep hearing all the time, right? Every time you turn on the TV, the police say, "Oh yeah, we don't do that non-crime hate incident stuff anymore." And I love the fact when you said to them, "And what crime is that I've committed? What crime are you actually investigating?" And they don't have one.
No. Well, it's the same as my previous tweets. Malicious communications sort of covers everything. And I get it. It used to be that people sent really horrifying, really nasty, offensive, meant to cause offence things in the post. And that's kind of where the law started. And now it's ventured into mean tweets. But you know, we should all be a little bit worried. Like all the images, I know they were Lego, but all of the Lego scenes are actual scenes
Yeah.
that I converted from a photograph into a scene on there. So
Yeah.
that mass prayer that I think it was recently in Westminster
Yeah.
with riot police
Yeah.
and very heavily sort of armed, I don't know if they were armed, but heavily kind of tooled up police, if
Yeah.
you like, guarding people praying in the street because what they know it causes community tension. I thought that was
Yeah.
a bad thing.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing, you know, we now live in a world where I was listening to, we played a clip out actually yesterday, the Labour MP for Thetford, which is where they've been having a few demonstrations about the fact that they want to put a load of migrants into a space there without the permission of the ordinary people who live there. And the Labour MP called the people protesting divisive. And it's like, no, I'll tell you what's bloody divisive, mate. It's the government putting people who shouldn't be in the country into a community where there's hardly anybody, there, and creating a problem. That's what's divisive.
Yeah.
And they seem to have this idea that, Angela Rayner this morning, we played a clip from yesterday saying, all of these people coming on the boats are really, really vulnerable. 230 people on a boat. They're not vulnerable, right? They're coming here for a reason.
Well, I reckon Ange ought to have a few in her own house. That would be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe she could, invite the
Well,
migrants
she's got plenty of
to live near
houses. I
her.
mean, she's got about 3 or 4 of them. She could, stick a load of migrants in the first 3, and she can live in the other one. But it is. But you're right. It is. We should all be worried. We should all be concerned about the way that the police, despite the fact that they claim they're not doing it, are continuing to prosecute people and harass people. I mean, I would argue, if I was a lawyer, actually, that them calling you is malicious. Is a malicious act in itself, and it's a malicious communication, because if you weren't so robust and clever, you could be really worried by that.
Yeah, I probably would have. I mean, what I might have done is I might have gone in and had a friendly chat with them, expecting them to be on my side. And you would probably, and I've got experience of this. So you have one person who's like trying to be your mate. They all do a bit of a good cop, bad cop.
Good cop, bad
and
cop,
I would have totally incriminated myself
Mm.
because that's what they rely on.
Yeah.
They expect to get you in, and then you'll say something that you admit, and then they can charge you with something and offer you a caution, and their little stats go up for doing basically no policing whatsoever.
Yeah, it's really worrying, isn't it? So hopefully this is where it ends, but we don't know if this is where it ends. But let's keep in touch anyway, because if they do threaten you anymore, I mean, I would just love to be there. I mean, if they're going to turn up at your house, I would love to be there to film it and just rip the bejesus out of them.
Well, I'll let you know. I'll certainly be recording everything that they do that's anything to do with me, because it's always good value.
Yeah, I imagine that guy, because it's now gone viral, probably you can find it on social media, on Twitter. I bet you that copper must be cringing, because they're...
I think you can hear it, right?
Yeah.
You can hear it as he says it. There's a bit of a reluctance, kind of like, oh, do I really have to do this? You imagine maybe there was a little sweepstake in the office or something who pulled the short straw to actually make that contact.
Yeah, I know.
Good luck
Shocking.
to him.
Yeah, well, listen, Kelly J, brilliant to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Kelly J Keane there, fighting the good fight for all of us. Because somebody has to. Because we all have to do it, right? If we stand together, and I know it sounds a little bit kind of, Martin Luther King-like, but honestly, how ridiculous is that? That a woman like Kelly J Keane, who was in here just the other week, and is a wonderful, brilliant campaigner for women's rights, and a brilliant campaigner for everything that the trans lobby hates, right? And is incredibly intelligent, incredibly, decent, and incredibly, just good, is getting harassed by the police for saying things out loud or tweeting things that are actually true. It's mad. Even if they weren't true, what's it going to do with the police? I'm surprised they're not literally standing outside the door here going, well, you can't say that.
One day.
I do. No, honestly, I wonder whether one day they're going to try and come and take me away. Stay safe, Kelly J. You're an amazing lady, says Lark. Yeah, she is. She is incredible. Because, we can't have this. We cannot have this kind of ludicrous overreach by the authorities, whether it's the council, whether it's the police, whether it's the NHS, whether it's, the government. I'm going to be doing a second book. This is my first book. If you haven't got it yet, go and get it. It's available on Amazon. It's now number 4 overall in the entire Amazon library, where there are millions and millions of books, by the way. And this one is now up there, right, as a bestseller. I'm going to do a second one because it's not a very long book. As you can see, it's quite narrow. Look at that. Rather disparagingly, Charlotte refers to it as a pamphlet, which I'm told actually is something that's less than 70 pages long. I can tell you, right, that this book has got 83, possibly 90 pages, so it's not a bloody pamphlet. And if you've got one, bring it down to Clacton tonight and I'll sign it for you. But I'm going to do the next instalment of my series, right, is going to be called Total Control. And it's going to be all about how the government tries to control everything that you do. From, how you drive your car, to where you buy your food, to where you send your kids to school, to how you pay your taxes, all of that, there's an awful lot of it to come. So, if you need any advice on how to keep the government out of your bedroom, out of your house, out of your living room, out of your kitchen, I'm the guy to ask. Right now, though, we are going to go to a new guest that we haven't had before, and we're going to go to Wales for it, bizarrely. Are we not? And this is a woman called Christiana Elmsley, who is in Wales for the Reform Party, and she's involved in the police and crime area, actually, coming from Romania originally. Let's find out what Christiana has to say. Christiana, very good morning to you.
Bore da oglek duirain Cymru Heilog. Good morning from sunny Northeast Wales.
You've already thrown me by speaking Welsh to me at this time of the morning, but thank you.
To be honest, I throw a lot of people.
Yeah, I know. Welcome to the show. Good to see you, and it's nice to have somebody from Wales, because we don't speak to that many people in Wales, actually, funnily enough. We've got a big by-election coming up tomorrow, which we're all going to be in Clacton for. We're going over there tonight. But let's talk a little bit about what we just heard there from Kelly J. Keane about the policing of thoughts and tweets and all of that. I mean, it's completely insane, isn't it?
Look, Mike, it takes me back to my childhood, because I grew up in communist Romania.
Yeah.
And what's happening in Britain today, it truly gives me a shiver down my spine. It takes me back. I'm not saying that Britain is communist Romania, but the parallels are quite sinister. And the freedom of speech, the erosion of the freedom of speech, particularly after the 2024 election, and what we've seen now, that people can actually get a knock on the door, get arrested in the middle of the night for something they put on Twitter. It's absolutely shocking. It is not that kind of approach, that Stasi-esque approach. It is not compatible with a functioning democracy that we allegedly supposedly are.
And also with freedom of thought, because all of the things that Kelly J. Keane is accused of doing, and the guy's reading out the tweets that she's supposed to have posted, I'm thinking, well, hang on a minute, these are opinions, these are statements of fact in some cases. What the hell are the police doing getting involved in that? And how did we get to a place where if somebody could, if you complain about something I've said, because you've been, your feelings have been hurt, supposedly the police can come and arrest me?
Well, exactly. At the same time, that if you're a victim of real crime, they ask you to either claim it on the insurance if somebody broke into your shed, or they ask you to take your own photos and do your own thing. I mean, it's shocking, and such as things corrode public trust. But I think we need a proper UK Royal Commission into policing now to look exactly what's going on and start with the leadership.
Yes.
The recruitment and the selection, and particularly the promotion into the high ranks.
Definitely. Now, you were elected in May of this year, I'm assuming, in the local elections to become a Senate member for the Reform Party. How have you found it, first of all, going into government in Wales?
Well, politically, actually, it's for the first time in 20 years of career in the UK that I'm actually with amongst people who I'm talking about the Reform group, who think like me. So it feels very humbling in that regard. Senate is a different operation from Westminster altogether. We have changed, without going into a very technocratic detail, but we have changed the conversation in the Senate. And just to give us the highlights, it's taken 27 years of devolution for reform to introduce a motion that will now require to have a register of lobbyists, because we need to know who influences political decisions. We have also introduced now a motion for a bovine TB, which should be, the strategy should be science-led. In fact, even the debates, I'm told that some of our colleagues who did some analysis of Senate TV, it has increased its audience by 54%, because it's a bigger Senate, but actually the discussions they've gone up 2 or 3 years now in terms of, shall I say, the heated arguments, which are evidence-based.
Right. And you've also been looking into the asylum seeking scenario. We were talking about that on the show this morning, because obviously Andy Burnham is on the front pages today saying, the middle classes all have to do their part. In fact, what you should do is take your share of migrants, right? Almost as though it's some kind of public duty, like pay your share of taxes, take your share of migrants. Absolute madness, right? You've been working in Flintshire with different groups, because there's a whole bunch of migrants apparently being given homes there, as far as I understand it. Tell us about that.
Well, let me tell you, first of all, what he said yesterday, they clearly have no intention to deal with illegal immigration into the UK. And what's coming, basically, that we are going to scatter them across the country. To me, that is Marxism on steroids. The duty of a government is to protect its people, not to protect its slogans. So they need to get on and actually secure the border and start deporting people who shouldn't be here. These are genuine concerns about concerns of people that I talk to on a daily basis. This is not a divisive issue. Raising concerns about the safety in the community, the erosion of your national identity, it's not a fringe issue. It is not an extreme issue either. It's a genuine, legitimate concern. And in honesty, when I read even the Flintshire County Council a statement that these are not illegal immigrants, well, I'm afraid to say, when you are actually an applicant who to asylum, if you enter Britain illegally, that your application for asylum does not magically change the circumstances through which you enter the country. And in honesty, I'm beyond bafflement with this government. Just reading what Angela Rayner was saying, that the boats are full of women and children. Well, it would be the perfect advert for Specsavers if it wasn't that serious.
No, very true. I mean, that's the trouble. I mean, I looked at that boat picture from yesterday of the 230 migrants on one particular dinghy, sort of super dinghy as they called it, and there's literally nobody on it who's not a man. There is nobody else on there apart from young men who are coming to this country, and as I've rather sort of slightly tongue-in-cheek called it, a rapist in every postcode.
Well, let me tell you, Mike, my husband and I were both ex-police officers and military trained. If you look at some of these men, or quite a good proportion of them, they are quite pumped up. I mean, these are not just starved immigrants who crossed Africa on with a bag of food. You start thinking exactly who is coming to our country for what purpose. Because when people now talk about invasion, and I remember Suella Braverman first talked about it. I mean, her former colleagues in the Tory party, they were absolutely appalled. It is an invasion. When you open the doors to people who are not vetted, you don't know who they are. You also know, you get intelligence that some of them are potential terrorists. Then there is an invasion, a drip-fed one, not in small numbers, not enough to trigger a defense response. So I'll say it as it is.
Well, when the invasion of Ceuta, as it's now pronounced, down in Spain, or Morocco, I should say, northern Morocco, happened last week, and we all covered it. And the lefties were all saying, but they've all gone back again, it's not a big deal. And people in this country were saying, but it's not happening here. Well, it is happening here, it's just that they're not all coming the same day. 60,000 men went over the border in northern Morocco and suddenly found themselves in a Spanish protectorate, and have now, many of them, travelled into Spain and may well be travelling towards this country. But we have had that same invasion, it's just taken a little bit longer. 60,000 people in this country, maybe a year to get here, but it's not, the effect is the same.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing that is surprising, listening to the Prime Minister yesterday saying we need to change strategy. Well, the only strategy this government is changing now is about how they are sugarcoating
Yeah.
the message around this unprecedented level of migrations, and people are right to be concerned. Women in particular, because we've seen the increasing rapes and sexual offences against women and girls. For some reason, that police forces are still somewhat reluctant to record data properly. That it needed a lot of public anger and concerns raised for this data to be recorded and start being looked into it properly.
Sure. And do people in Wales feel a bit of resentment towards the British government in the sense that, you know, these asylum seekers who are being sent into Flintshire and elsewhere are being sent by central government? They're not being sent by the Senedd. You know, the Senedd is not really having a role in that. The local council doesn't really have a role in it. It's very much a sort of a federal scenario, right?
Right. Well, two aspects. It is true that the Welsh government do not have that immigration is a reserved matter for Westminster, and the Welsh government have absolutely no say about it. But let's talk about the nation of sanctuary flagship policy that was introduced by the previous Labour government, and is now absolutely seems addictive to the current government. Under that policy, they have responsibility for integration. Now, to me, that is key to community cohesion. And in terms of the latest development in Flintshire, people are right to be concerned because it looks like the deal was reached between the Home Office and the Council a long time ago. And I would argue that Flintshire County Council hiding under this the confidentiality required by the Home Office, it's not, it doesn't hold scrutiny, because Flintshire County Council, like any other public body, are under a lawful duty under the Equality Act to treat all communities. It's the public duty of the public bodies to ensure that communication and that all parts of the communities are treated exactly the same.
Yeah.
And keeping secret, that's what people of Flintshire are concerned. It's about the secrecy of the deal. So who knew? When did they know? What did they do about it? What did Flintshire County Council do with a risk assessment around the people that are going to come into their community? And another thing is also, it's the issue, apart from the issue of safety, which is an obvious one, is the issue about impact on the already overstretched public services in the area.
Totally. And there's no end to it either. There doesn't appear to be a ceiling or a number or a limit to it. You know, as far as we know, you will be in receipt of these people coming in, and next week you might get a load more, or next month you might get a load more, or, you know, come November you suddenly get another 300 or 400 or 500. You know, there is no kind of, there's seemingly no rules around how it's being done.
Well, it's not just that, but not only that, the taxpayers do not know how these bodies are using their money for what purpose. Because, for instance, with Flintshire, this Gronand Institute, local people rightly expected the houses to come to the market to them, not to go to people who we don't know and they just come to the country. And another thing is, as I said, the fact that talking about going back to nation of sanctuary, that conflates asylum seekers with refugees. Now those two terms are completely different. So there are, I mean, I don't want to become too technical for the audience, but we are keeping the pressure on the Welsh government to do what they need to do. I'm in conversation, we are in active conversation with Flintshire County Council. And also I would refer to North Wales Police or any other police force. They are under the same duty to equality, and I'm afraid to say, allowing the Home Office to dump migrants who haven't been vetted, are yet to be processed to see if they are genuine refugees or not. To dump them on the communities in the middle of the night without any proper communication, only then to start policing what's on social media from, you know, people who are legitimately concerned, that doesn't bode well with trust in the police, and it doesn't do anything for community cohesion. So you can't shout community cohesion to the very people that you are responsible for their safety.
Exactly right. And just finally, Christiana, I mean, as an immigrant yourself, how do you feel about these people coming to this country, having not done what you probably had to do, which was to come here, legally and to, settle a business with the Home Office, probably having to go and be interviewed, whatever it was that it took for you to be able to live here. I mean, it must be galling for you to see these people just coming in and not having to do anything.
It's beyond that. I mean, I'm shocked at the level of ineptitude, and I would say a reckless indifference to rules by those in government at both ends. I would say, to put it bluntly, because compassion and accountability are not mutually exclusive. You can be compassionate to people, but still have an accountable system.
Of course.
And the first a proper functioning immigration system has to be fair to the people already here. That is the starting point.
Yeah.
As for the Welsh Government notion of sanctuary, well, sanctuary means protection. So you have to look at that from the point of view of your population, the people who are already here. So yeah, I'm absolutely shocked. And I tell you what, the progressive left, I do irk them when you have these arguments, because I am the sort of migrant who the left absolutely despise, because I came here legally. I had to go through a very arduous migration system, as a result of which I had to restart my career from scratch.
Yeah.
And I never expected anything on a plate. Why would I?
Yeah.
But to come here actually to actually gaslight the public, to say, well, everybody comes here from a war zone. They do not come directly from war. Let's get this real, because coming directly from war is actually a condition of is one criteria for being deemed as a refugee.
Yeah.
It makes it very unclear.
Totally. Listen, people are loving seeing you. You've become a star, I think, overnight on the Mike Graham Show. So, Christiana, thank you. What an inspiring lady. Russell, that's just one of many really, really good comments. They love hearing from you. They think you speak a lot of common sense, which is what we do here. What a woman. There we go, Swiss Tony. So, listen, let's see you if you get to London, come and see us in the studio. That'd be great to have you. This guest is fantastic. Thank God for people like her, says Paz DS. Really, really great to see you. Great to learn, because we don't, as I say, we don't talk to that many people in the Welsh Senate. So now we begin to open up a dialogue, so you can keep us informed as to what you're up to there.
Do you know, very, very quickly for the end of the show, what I enjoyed very much on the doorstep during the campaign is the amount of Eastern European who actually voted for reform. Because actually that completely shatters the reform hates migrants. But
right.
I'm a dual national.
Right.
But the fact that actually they can't believe that there is an assumption that as an East European I voted to remain in the EU. No, I voted for Brexit, because as a former police officer from Romania, who I actually worked on Romania's pre-accession to the EU, I saw how autocratic and anti-democratic EU is, and actually contributed to weakening policing in Romania.
Interesting. Fascinating.
Yes.
Well, Christiana, listen, great to see you, and fantastic to talk to you. Lovely to meet you, and let's see you again soon. All the best. Have a lovely day. Christiana Emsley there. What a great guest.
Oh, lovely.
Isn't it nice? We sometimes don't know. We sometimes don't know. Charlotte, comes up with these incredible guests every now and again. Occasionally I go, what are we doing this for? And although I'm not as bad as Kelvin used to be. But, sometimes you just go, wow. And I think that was a wow. I would say 10 out of 10, Christiana. Brilliant, absolutely fantastic. Coming up, we're going to be, you see, we don't hate immigrants. We love you, says Dilly Boy. And as she said, loads of immigrants who have come to this country legally, particularly from Eastern Europe, absolutely love reform, because they don't wish to actually see the country being ruined by illegal migrants. There's nothing to say that you should like illegal migrants. There is nothing in, the book of Job or whatever it is you want to talk about, the Bible. You don't have to welcome everybody, right? As I said before, Andy Burnham wants the middle classes to take their share of migrants. Well, I don't think that is in any way or shape or form a possibility that we will all bow down to, because we don't want to. I'll tell you why we don't want to. Because we're bloody well full up. Everywhere you look, Too many cars on the road, too many people to get into the doctor's office, too many people in hospital waiting lists, too many people trying to get petrol, too many people getting on trains, too many people driving around. It's ridiculous, right? A postcode growth is what Andy Burnham said. Growth in every postcode. Well, now it's a rapist in every postcode, right? That's what I'm calling it, because that is what it is. Benita just says this show gets better and better. It does, doesn't it?
There we go. Yay.
And we're back.
We're back.
We're back.
We're back.
For those of you who were not available earlier, and I'm sorry about this, we think we've been hacked.
Yeah.
I'm not joking, right? We think we've been hacked because we're making such a fuss.
Oh,
we're
wow.
making.
Well, that'll help.
What's that? Simon,
50
thank you.
notes.
50 notes from Simon. Thank you very much indeed.
Oh, Mike, can you show the book again?
Let's show the book again. This is it, right? Fake news.
Your fingers in the way. Who's the author?
It's a bloke called Mike Graham.
Yeah, is that the Nigerian one?
Yeah, the Nigerian guy. Also, it could be the one from Japan.
Tell the viewers, that was hilarious.
Well, we played the clip earlier.
Really nice.
It was really funny because I was saying to Pooch this morning, there's a new Thought Police episode out there with me and Lewis Schaefer, and I was watching it last night because it's very difficult to keep up with all the things that we're doing.
Yeah.
But I always try and listen back, you know, just to sort of keep an eye on things, and also to make sure, partly because also I uploaded, because you know in my new King of Tech role, I now upload the podcast, right?
Good lad.
Which is really, really good. And so when I got the audio file yesterday, it didn't have the usual title, it had a different title. So when I uploaded it to Audio Boom, I wasn't sure if it was the right file.
Oh, right.
So I thought I better listen to it. And I listened to it, and it got to the end, and I was rolling about laughing. It was so funny. We've actually got the clip if you want to play it.
Yeah. Okay.
If you can see it there.
You and I were crying after that, weren't we?
Yeah, because we did that amazing show.
Tell everyone about that.
Well, the new show that we've got coming for you is called This Was My Life, right? And it was an idea that I had that Pooch and I thought we should do a kind of. It's almost like if you're old enough to remember Raymond Andrews' and This Is Your Life, it was all about people's lives in general. But we thought this should be about people who have overcome some incredible setback in their life. And so the first person that we interviewed for it is actually my personal trainer, who used to be a police officer and who's a really fascinating guy, young guy, 31 years of age, got stabbed in the neck, like literally right under his ear, by some scumbag in the West End of London some years ago, and nearly died. It was in an induced coma, had to give up his job, is now, you know, fighting fit, and is an incredible, it's just an incredible story. And Pooch at one point had to leave the studio because he was getting so emotional about it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're going to do that as a show that you'll be able to see. I think hopefully tonight it might be going out, and we're going to do more of those kinds of shows. But do you want to see if we can play the Thought Police?
Yeah, coming now.
Have a look.
Schaefer.
No. Loads of people have mine.
Mike Gray, it's one of those names.
There's a guy in Boyzone, I think.
It's like Dave Gorman. Do you know Dave Gorman?
I do.
He went around the world looking for people named Dave Gorman.
That was funny. That was funny.
I think we should do that with Mike Graham's.
We could do it.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of them.
No, it doesn't.
There's Mikey
No,
Graham
it doesn't.
from Boyzone.
So you have the same name as a black guy living in Nigeria. What does that mean? What does that mean
I don't think I do, actually. No, I don't think there's a Mike Graham in Nigeria.
I bet there is.
Yeah, we'll find one. We'll put out an all points bulletin.
Yeah.
Anybody called Mike Graham in Nigeria?
It's a guy. It's like high concept comedy. It's like I can't think of anything funny, so I'll do this.
Yeah, it's a gimmick, and also get Radio 2 or somebody to sponsor you, right?
Yeah, is that what he did? Well,
I think so.
He
Yeah,
did the thing.
I think he did a documentary.
He's like
anyway,
Rich.
we're out of time now. You're going too long now. See?
Okay, sorry.
But it did get better at the end.
Yeah, because it's
There's a couple of low points in the middle.
I think I look good, and I hope
You look good.
I hope the ladies are watching this. They can watch my stream.
Yeah, okay.
On YouTube, Lewis Schaefer, Uncooked.
Yeah.
And it's called.
You ever thought of doing it naked?
Yes, I've taken my shirt off and
Have
stuff
you?
like that. Yeah, why not?
All right.
If you got it, flaunt it.
Sure.
You're heading in that direction. You've lost 20 kilograms.
Nigerian Mike Graham journalist.
We should do.
Times Nigeria.
No way.
Yeah, way. There you
No
go.
way.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
But
Right,
there's a guy named Mike.
Let's get him on.
Mike Graham in Nigeria.
Get him on.
So his name is Mike Graham.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. That is mad.
Yeah. So
Right.
why would that be interesting?
But it's already funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one little bit of funny. You could find a Mike
Give us
Graham.
another Mike Graham from somewhere.
There is, yeah.
Anywhere.
There'll be loads. You can find the Thought Police obviously on YouTube, and you can also find it on the Spotify and Apple podcast platforms as well, because you can hear it or just listen to it if you don't want to watch it as well. Coming up, we're going to speak to Joe Rich in a moment, but first, Michael Wilson joins us. He's a councillor in Piddington, where an awful lot of the conversations have been going on about what exactly is happening and why Andy Burnham wants to push a load of illegal migrants into that particular area, because Andy Burnham this morning on the front page is saying middle class areas must take more migrants. Michael, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike. Thanks for having me on the
Sorry
show.
to keep you waiting. We've had a few issues with our tech problems here. We think we're being hacked, basically, because we're doing such a good job. What's going on? And what will your local residents make of Andy Burnham's plea that middle class settlements, middle class neighbourhoods should take more migrants?
Yeah, so he actually did do the thing which he got caught off guard yesterday with the GB News. He did, to say that more actually middle class, actually Piddington needs to take their fair share. And a lot of them have actually contacted me. They have, to actually say that they're not happy with it. They're not, because like my area for actually Bicester West is not classed as a middle class area. We're actually deprived by 30% actually of actually Cherwell where we are.
So, I mean, you don't want these people coming into your community. I don't blame you for not wanting that. What can you do about it? What can you do to stop it happening?
So at the moment, we've actually got some groups we have, which are actually doing peaceful protests which is in the town centre every week. They've also started a actually petition. There is a new group called Wrong Plan, Wrong Site, which is actually up and running, which is actually raising money to see if we can go down the legal channel. Because we're having 1,250 people placed on MOD Site A, we are, up towards Piddington we are, but there is no road access for them, like actually for them to walk, any actually walking space, like actually pavements. So they would have to walk on the roads to get to their nearest shops. So they would basically head into actually Bicester, they would, more to actually hang around there, they would.
Yeah. And how do you know who any of these people are?
We actually don't know these people. We've actually been told by our actually local MP that these people aren't actually documented. They're not. They've actually come from France. They have on actually these sort of actually dinghies. They have unactually documented actually people. They are, which actually don't have any actually documentation. We don't know anything about them. We don't. A lot of people in actually the community are actually sort of worried. They are of. We actually don't know their actually background. We don't.
Yeah.
Of what could happen. I've had people worried that their children are actually sort of worried to go out and actually play. They are. Actually, mums and dads are actually worried as well for their safety. They are, because we don't know where they've come from, and it's an open prison. It will be like an open camp, as they call it.
And when and how long do they expect to use it for? Have they said that this particular period of time is for a year, for 2 years, 10 years, what?
So at the moment, the actually government haven't actually told us any information. They haven't. They've kept us in the dark. We're still waiting for actually documentation to be sort of published. We're still waiting for, because it has no facilities on site. There is no accommodation on site. There is no water. There is no electric there. There's already been some movement in there. Like I know that like sort of carriages have been taken out from site A. They have been starting to clear it, but they haven't kept any of us in communication. They haven't kept the councils in communication. They haven't kept the MP or anybody in any of this. They haven't.
Yeah. Shocking state of affairs. Listen, good to see you, Michael. We're going to have to cut it short because we're almost out of time, but let's keep in touch, because we'll need an update from you from time to time. Michael Wilson, councillor from Piddington, up there near Bicester, which is where all of the activity seems to be at the moment. But it's not just there. It's going on in Thetford as well. It's going on in Crowborough. You know, there's all sorts of different parts of the country where middle-class neighbourhoods are up in arms. And it's not just because they're middle class, it's because they're up in arms. You know, they don't want to take illegal migrants. They don't want to be told by the Prime Minister that they should take illegal migrants. And they certainly don't want to be told that they should do their fair share. How about you get rid of the illegal migrants, and then that way, nobody has to take them. Do you know what I'm saying? We're back broadcasting. I'm sorry if any of you experienced a bit of a blip earlier on in the hour, because we think we were hacked. And we don't know when or how, but I'm going to get Will Geddes on the case, I think. Yes. And we'll find out whether he can find out whether we have been interfered with by the powers that be. Super chat from Scottish, who says, "Morning, Mike, great show. Just bought your book. Looking forward to a great read." Oh. Well done, that man. Yeah, here it is. Fake news. Simon Guildford, another 50 quid. Thank you very much indeed. Let's say a very good morning to Joe Rich, who we haven't met before. Joe, but good to see you. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Mike.
We are going to talk about a whole bunch of stuff, but I know that you want to talk about specifically the hospital pass that is the early release problem for Andy Burnham. Every single day now in the Times, which I now call Pravda, because it's basically, you know, punting out anything that Downing Street gives them to punt out. They're now saying police chiefs have told Andy Burnham that he must ensure the public are protected from thousands of violent and serious offenders who are set to be granted. Well, how's he going to do that if you let violent offenders out of prison? And according to the Daily Mail the other day, 90,000 crimes will be committed. How is Andy Burnham going to protect us from these people?
Your guess is as good as mine. No, he's not. He's probably going to do a few blokey interviews and leave it at that.
Yeah, and talk about hope in our hearts and a rapist in every postcode is what I've been saying today, because that's what it looks like.
Well, he won't be talking about that, I guess.
No, I don't think so. But I mean, how much longer are we supposed to put up with this absolute BS where, you know, we're supposed to believe that, as you say, blokey Burnham is going to be the saviour of all time? He's not going to be that man, is he?
I think the edge that Andy Burnham has over the dreadful time of Keir Starmer's premiership is that Burnham is able to connect more with people. It's not like the commander of the Vogon constructor fleet talking down a loud hailer. Right. But it's actually something a bit more insidious in my view.
Well, I believe that because, funny enough, when Starmer left and I was the main cheerleader for getting him out, I said from Southport in August of 2024, this guy is not going to last. He can't do it. He's out of his depth. He doesn't know what he's doing. He can't communicate, all of that. But at least with Starmer, what you saw was what you got. You know, you knew that he was not a very good communicator. You knew that he was stiff and kind of hopeless and not even a very good lawyer. Whereas Burnham pretends to be this kind of, you know, hail fellow well met character who's actually quite sinister.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, yeah. I mean, Keir Starmer wasn't a very good lawyer and he was a terrible politician.
Yeah.
Andy Burnham isn't a lawyer and he's not a very good politician.
No, but he's quite slippery.
Well, I think years of Labour Party activism would do that to anyone.
It's the only thing he knows. You know, this idea that he's, you know, been out and about and he's been in the community and he's been, you know, one of us, if you like, is absolutely, that's a codswallop. You know, this guy was in government from 1997 and the first Blair government. He was before that a sort of a Labour apparatchik. He was a Labour special advisor. He joined the party when he was 15. You know, he's not your normal run-of-the-mill. You know, I've got kids, I'm sure you do. He's not your normal run-of-the-mill guy who sort of fell into politics after university. He was always in it.
Yes, and he was a terrible health secretary as well.
Awful. And he was culture, media and sport at one point as well, wasn't he? Well, this is the thing. I mean, when people started talking about, you know, maybe Andy Burnham's the answer, I was going, seriously? Really? Is that the best you've got?
Because if Andy Burnham's the answer, the question isn't the right one.
Well, quite, or it's a bloody stupid question. But, you know, there's nothing that he's done in his past which you could point to say, oh, well, he did this really well. Even Manchester, you know, the whole myth of Manchester. I was in Manchester just 2 weeks ago, picking up my son who's finished doing university up there. You know, and I'm not going to have a go at Manchester as a worse city than anywhere else, but it's not, you know, nirvana. As he, you know, if you're listening to Andy Burnham, you'd think you'd walk up there and you'd come off the train at Piccadilly Station and the streets would be paved with gold, there'd be nobody sleeping on them rough, you know, everybody's making loads of money and they're all really cheery chappies and it's lovely, you know. It's not like that. It's horrible.
Well, you know, I love Manchester. I think there's some really lovely aspects to it.
Lovely is not a word I would use.
I think there's some really good aspects of Manchester, but I was going to tell you, and I know that I'm going to use the T word. When I was arriving for the Tory party conference, I remember being confronted with those images of people being hung.
Yeah.
And I found that a bit scary.
Yeah, absolutely. And are you a Tory still or not really?
I'm very much
clinging on.
I'm very much a Conservative with a small c.
Okay.
I'm still a member of the party.
Are you?
You know, I've had my ups and downs. You know, I stood as a parliamentary candidate in Stoke-on-Trent.
Yeah.
Those were great times. But you know, being replaced in the way in which I was very sad.
Yeah.
For me.
And what does it look like to you now, the Tory party? Because I mean, a lot of people keep saying to me, Kevin's doing a great job, and you know, they're going to be back. And some of the polling that we see at the moment is I think, incredibly misleading, because you know, knowing what I know about Reform and knowing what I know about Labour outside there in the big wide world, I don't see the Tory party returning anytime soon to any kind of position of power.
As I've said many times, I'm militantly moderate. I want to see a really good, strong centre-right government in this country. I think it's our best chance at survival.
Yeah.
I think Kemi is doing a much better job than some of her predecessors. Yeah. I think there are obviously issues with Reform as well, but I would like to see some sort of measure of agreement between everyone who thinks sensibly as you and I do.
Yeah. Do you think that's inevitably going to happen, or will it happen sort of post an election? What do you think?
I would like to think so, but as matters stand, I don't think so. I think there are too many people who dislike each other in the circles in which I move, and they've just got to grow up.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, this country is going to be completely
rigged.
rigged.
Because Labour are riddled with people who don't get on, but they still somehow manage to present a sort of a common front.
Somehow they are the Borg.
Yeah.
Whereas, you know, we've got, you know, the best part of 50% of people wanting to vote Conservative, Reform, Restore. But because it's all split, if you look at how the polling works out on electoral calculus, you'll see that, you know, we stand to win. I think the last thing I saw, the Conservatives were going to win something in the region of about 100 seats, which is obviously not enough.
No,
it's not enough to run an opposition, let alone a government.
No, it's not. A lot of people say to me that they'll never vote Tory again, and I know that you can't always take people's word for things, but this has been something people have been saying since before 2024. You know, before the election was actually even called by Rishi Sunak, and they just went, you know, we voted all my lives for the Tory party, but we'll just never ever do it again. And I think that's a problem, because I don't think they're coming back.
There needs to be a connect between what the Conservative Party promises and what people think it will deliver.
Yeah, exactly right. We're going down to Clacton after this, right? I'm looking forward to it, down by the seaside. You know, it's not very sunny, by the way. Is there a problem with the sun? What's happening? I was hoping I was talking about getting into the old swimming trunks and walking around on the beach. How significant do you think this election will be? I'm not one of those who thinks that the big parties did the right thing. I think they should have run in the election. I think they should have taken it seriously. I think they've kind of snubbed their noses at the electorate and kind of dismantled democracy in a way. What's your view?
I'm going to go out on a limb. I think it was a terrible mistake for the Conservative Party not to stand in Clacton. I mean, Clacton is a place I know well. You know, as an Essex boy, I used to go to Frinton and Clacton and Walton-on-the-Naze every summer.
It's lovely. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing it for the first time.
And I think the idea that the Conservative Party has somehow abandoned Clacton is a really sad one. And I think you'll see Farage return with a decent majority. And I think when there's a genuinely contested election in Clacton, you'll see an increased majority for Reform, which I think is disappointing from the perspective of the Tory party.
Last night from Reform who were saying it's all about kind of the numbers in a way. Nobody's expecting Nigel not to win, but the number might be important. For example, if it's a low turnout and his majority is not as good as they would like it to be, you know, obviously those who are his enemies will attack him for it and say, well, told you he was less popular than he was. So there's all, I mean, everybody's got a view, and most people have got a very anti-Farage view in the Westminster bubble, haven't they?
I guess so. I mean, he's been a politician and an elected politician for a very long period of time, not just as an MP, but also as an MEP.
Yeah.
And you can't do that for the length of time that he has without carrying a lot of baggage, which he does. You know, there's been a lot of stories. I mean, lots of people have tried to kill him.
Well, metaphorically and physically, probably.
Well, there was that terrible episode with that aeroplane, wasn't there?
Yeah, right. Yeah, absolutely. And also, we know now that there's an investigation going on into something that happened at one of his homes in London, which doesn't appear to have been investigated properly, which may be connected in some way to the murder of Anne Widdecombe. You know, it's a terrible situation.
And there's been a reference to the IOPC, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely right. And it's just an extraordinary time to be a politician, I would guess. Joe, anyway, listen, we're almost out of time.
Well, should we just deal very briefly with David Lammy as Justice Secretary? I think I came on really to say...
I've sort of forgotten about David Lammy, so now you've reminded me. I'm really upset.
Just let me remind you, he went illegal rod fishing with the Vice President of the United States.
Yeah.
You know, he had that terrible episode with the French taxi driver.
Yeah.
And during all these episodes, he should have been sticking to the meat and potatoes and not pushing through the Sentencing Act 2026, which has put, on any view, Andy Burnham in an appalling position with regard to
this early release
Andrew
thing.
Harper's killers.
Yeah.
The idea that the killing of emergency workers would not be singled out as an exception is insane, but it's also insane to say that nothing can be done about it.
Yes.
Whether it be by way of primary legislation or delaying the whole scheme, as Andy Burnham has already done. I personally don't understand why it's necessary to have a scenario where half a dozen people who are in jail for killing emergency workers need to be released in order to create space for, you know.
We shouldn't be having the conversation, in my view. You know.
Well, I think we should. I mean, but
but we shouldn't be having a conversation about releasing people early from a prison sentence, which they were sent into prison to perform.
And rightly sentenced by judges. And let's face facts, Mr. Justice Edis, when he was sentencing those two individuals, who I'm not going to name, said that they were very lucky indeed not to be convicted of murder.
Yeah, absolutely. Shocking state of affairs. Joe, good to see you. Sorry it's a bit short.
No, don't worry.
We'll get you back in again. Thank you very much indeed. An amazing show. And we got hacked right in the middle of it, but you're still there. There's still plenty of you watching, so keep the faith. And we're going to do a massive investigation to find out exactly what did happen and who is doing it to us, because they're not going to win. We're going to win, right? If you haven't got it yet, get yourself down to your local bookshop. Fake news. Will Geddes. I'll get on it, boss. There you go. Nice. He's going to check us out. He's going to make sure that we do not get hacked again. And you, if you have any brains at all, will get yourselves down to Clacton. We've got another show to do.
Well, Mike, we've got
7 to 9
left.
Eh?
One ticket left for tonight.
Well, one ticket left.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we've got some for the morning. So
I've also, I didn't tell you this, I've got a couple of names from Reform in Wales who want to come, but they'll be able to come, won't they?
Yeah. No, I've got comps for VIPs.
Okay, cool.
Also, the morning show will be the Mike Graham show and Little Wood and Cox live.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, so Little Wood and Cox coming from there as well?
Yeah.
So we're going to go all the way 7 till 10.
UK
and then
live going en masse.
En masse, we're going to be there. And I may well, if you guys come up with enough votes over the course of the next couple of days, get into my Speedos and go running into the sea. Why not? You know, it's nice. Mike's getting close to a Speedo alert. Not really, 6.7 likes. 6.7 thousand likes, not enough.
So 7 p.m. tonight.
7 p.m. tonight. Tune in right here on YouTube. Be on Substack as well. You will see the show of your life. It's going to be brilliant. A little bit of plonk also going to be dished out as well with Chris Walkie. Thanks to Joe Rich. Thanks to all of my great guests. Christiana Emsley, we really discovered something there. Mike Fairclough, my publisher, brilliant. Michael Wilson, Kelly J. Keane, brilliant. Paul Burgess as well. Jamie Jenkins, Lee Harris, Stephen Barrett. What an absolute blockbuster coming up.
Oh, and the hackers, Mike. Say thank you to the hackers.
Thanks to the hackers for putting us on the map of hacking scenarios. You're not going to win, guys. You can keep hacking us. We'll just keep coming back because that's what we're like. Coming up now, Cox and Littlewood for your delectation right here on UK Live.
Dear viewers and common sensors, I think we now live in gaslit Britain. We were hearing on Mike's show just a little bit earlier about 1984, available again, reprinted at a not-for-profit basis in order to fund new authors. We are living in Orwell's world. We effectively have a ministry of truth which tells us only lies, and I've got a whole range of things throughout the show to indicate that's exactly the Britain we're living in. But I think one thing we can be sure that is going to happen today, that the authorities have talked to us about, is there is going to be an eclipse, isn't there? When is it? About sort of 6, 7 o'clock?
7 o'clock this evening. It depends where you are. Now, if you're in Cornwall, it's slightly earlier. If you're in London, it's slightly later, because they're far apart. And that's the science part of the show. No, there is quite a bit going on. I have some pre-prepared facts around the solar eclipse, and I think throughout the show, I'm just gonna put some in to make it look as if I know exactly what I'm talking about. So it's a total solar eclipse, like Bonnie Tyler said, of the heart. It's a total solar eclipse with the path of totality crossing Greenland, Western Iceland, the North Atlantic, northern Spain, and a tiny corner of Portugal, Mark.
Well, here is what I'm a bit gutted about, Coxie, is it's 100% totality this evening, and it's something to do with it happening at sunset, or just as sunset occurs, in the beautiful town of Calidore. And I spend more time in Calidore than I spend anywhere else.
Yes.
But I will not be there this evening, unfortunately, because I've got to prepare to get my sorry ass down to Clacton.
Exactly. We are en masse from UK Live Online going to Clacton. So if you want to meet us, and why wouldn't you, come to Clacton tonight. What are we doing? How are we doing with regards to tickets? Do you know?
Sold out tonight.
Sold out, Pooch?
Yeah, sold out tonight. Tomorrow tickets available, so we'll put it up on screen.
Yeah,
so we're going to put that up on
screen.
screen.
Tickets. So, and that will be Mike's show from 7 a.m. tomorrow morning from the Royal Hotel Clacton. But you can't just wander in. You need to get a ticket. You've seen how we've been hacked. Security's all with the issue. It's only a £5. So we're not trying to fleece you. We're not trying to rip you off. But a £5 to get in to join us in the show live. And then trains being well, Coxie, I'll be down there to join you from 10 till noon as normal.
Very exciting.
And I'm told they haven't given me the roll call or the list yet, but Pooch has absolutely assured me we have a great gaggle of guests on the scene from Clacton-on-Sea on polling day. And I'm going to keep reminding you this. This is the only station that can properly report on Clacton because we are not regulated by Ofcom. That's why so many of the mainstream channels hate us, isn't it, Paul? I mean, we have run through the full list of candidates to those who care, but no other channel will be able to do the interviews that we've done. We've had William Clouston, the Social Democrat candidate. We've had John Stevens, the Rejoin the EU candidate. I've been down there talking to voters. We are fair and balanced, but we're fair and balanced because we're fair and balanced people, not because we need a regulator to tell us what fair and balanced means.
We don't need regulation. There's so many candidates there. We've been unable to get hold of Captain Bumhole or Flannel Stain, but we hear they're campaigning hard, and that's why they won't talk to us. But I've not been to Clacton before. I'm heading down this afternoon after the show. I've got myself an executive penthouse suite on the beach. So you will be able to see me.
I think I own that hotel.
You probably do, yeah. I did notice that it had a helipad because you do have a Lear helicopter as well as a Lear jet. I'm not travelling by helicopter, but I will use the secret network of tunnels that the Hampshire whatever guard have generated over the last several decades.
Now? Have we decided on a name?
No, we haven't.
The Hampshire Unite the Right Guard? Is that what we are?
I think that's what it should be.
Okay, the Hampshire Unite the Right Guard.
Put it in the comments. What should Mark and I be?
What should we be? What should we call ourselves? Because obviously the channel is The Revolution will be televised, but I think, Paul, like me, you actually want a kind of restoration more than a revolution. We Brits have been pretty good at avoiding revolutions. Yes. We've always been able to reset and restore things, right? Even when we had the English Civil War and Cromwell, we dismantled it without further bloodshed, right? We didn't go through a counter-revolution again. The French were addicted to revolutions. We're always able to restore things, but a revolution, you could also argue, is just turning something around. Well, and it's literal geometric sense. That's kind of what it means. And we, sure to God, need to turn things around, and that's why we're televising the revolution. We'll be talking to Ben Hibby about that very shortly. But the Brits aren't shy of hard work, you see, and restoration takes continual work. Whereas a revolution, like the French, just means flashbang wallop, take 6 months off, close Parliament down, sort it all out, go for a nap, eat some garlic. Yeah. Now, where do you stand with me, Paul, on my new depressing theory, and tell us in the chat as well, that we live in gas-lit Britain? That nobody now, well, other than here on this channel, very few people debate the truth, share the facts, say I disagree with you on that. So let's say on the whole migrant crisis, I would have some respect, actually, for somebody who said, you know what? We are a rich country. Many other countries are poor. I know there's a risk that all these Somalian men will commit crimes when they're here. Well, that's just a risk we've got to take. It's our duty to house them, and I'm afraid everyone's going to have 6 Somalians in their spare room. I would disagree with that,
yes,
but at least they would be putting forward a point of view. What we actually get is Angela Rayner saying, oh, you've got to understand most of these people are vulnerable women and children. That's just one example, right? Yes. Similarly, on the economy, we're going to be getting into that a little bit later. I think we're sort of told that it just needs a little bit of a nip and a tuck to put everything right. No, it's an absolutely disastrous state. So at least our political class are just gaslighting us. They are trying to get us to believe that we live in a world that doesn't exist. And I hope it hasn't kind of earwormed or got into the brains of too many people, because it's a disaster if you do. You just leave reality and can't sort out your problems. Am I right about Gaslit
You are
Britain?
absolutely right. It's all obfuscation and distraction. I mean, I can think of commentators that aren't helping either. Kate Burley this week said that she'd seen bigger queues at the Lidl centre aisle than, the number of people that were on that boat. Well, I don't know what Lidl she's going to.
Yeah.
She was totally ratioed by Ben Leo this week, by the way, deliciously. She put a post out sort of saying she'd never heard of Ben Leo, and then 5,000 people like Ben's reply, and about 200 like Kate Burley.
Did you see the other marvellous thing about Kate Burley's tweet? That she said, with a picture of one of these mega dinghies, I've seen more people at the aisle in the supermarket. But she misspelled aisle. Aisle in a supermarket is A-I-S-L-E.
Not the Isle of Wight.
So Sarah Vine, formerly the wife of Michael Gove, pointed this out and retweeted it, saying it's actually spelled aisle, A-I-S-L-E. Aisle, without the A, is actually, you know, a small island. And we're the small island that can't take all of these people, rather than the supermarket. I thought that was a great riposte.
Well,
but that was gaslighting.
It is gaslighting.
And I don't know how crowded it is in Kate Burley's supermarket. Pretty crowded, I would have thought. Right?
I don't use this term very often because I don't like it really, but it's the classic straw man. It's saying, here's the argument. We're going to base all of our debate on this argument, yet the argument itself is just one great big lie. So the idea that these boats are full of vulnerable children and women is for the birds. I mean, if it was just women and children fleeing and their husbands were staying at home fighting some dictatorship, there'd be a lot more sympathy in the UK for that. And in fact, if that was the case, they wouldn't need to come on a small boat, because we've seen, as with the Ukraine, irrespective of what you might think of the war in Ukraine, the appropriate routes are opened up to help women and children stay safe while their husbands stay back. And by the way, the trans debate died in Ukraine in 2022 because they were stopping trans women coming back as well. If you looked like you'd had a set of the old meat and 2 veg, then you weren't coming back with your wife and children. You were staying to fight against the Russians. But all joking aside, it's incredibly sinister, because this is a very dangerous situation and we're being lied to. It's Goebbels level propaganda, and he would be incredibly proud of Angela Rayner.
Yeah, but I think this is starting to happen everywhere. So I want to share a couple of images I've seen on the tube travelling around. When my Learjet's being refuelled, I actually have to occasionally use public transport, and I get more and more worried about it. So the first thing is that it's not just governments, right? Lots of companies talk about what their top priorities are. It's usually safety, isn't it? Yes. It's usually safety. Now, let's pull up image 3 if we could. This was an image, a poster I saw on the tube the other day. Image number 3 about animal welfare. Now, to be clear, this is from an animal welfare charity who are complaining about battery farm chickens or some such like. I elegantly cut out their name from the right-hand side of the poster. But apparently, and I have no reason to disbelieve this charity, the chicken industry says animal welfare is our top priority. Don't buy it, they say. So don't buy the claim, and presumably don't buy the stuff that they are selling you. But, I mean, if they have made that claim, how can you be slaughtering chickens and saying that animal welfare is your top priority? Presumably, making tasty chicken is your top priority. If it's not, if animal welfare is your top priority, don't kill an animal.
Yeah, well, it doesn't add up. It never adds up. But this is the trouble. It's why many people on the left-wing side of this argument, because this stuff is laced throughout our education system, it's laced throughout mainstream media, it's the sort of, it propagates throughout all of the messaging that we surreptitiously receive on a daily basis. So when you're greeted with this, you just go, oh yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense, but I do believe it, because why would they lie to us? Yeah. And we've got news for you here, Common Sensors. They're lying to you. They're lying to you like a cheap watch.
So I've always been annoyed about companies being woke. I mean, I think most airlines say safety is our top priority. I was like, no. Your top priority is to get me from A to B. I mean, I want you to do it safely, but your key priority is to move me at incredible speed in a metal cylinder, sometimes with other passengers if I'm not in my private jet.
Yeah.
And that is the top priority. And I'll tell you a story going way back in the day. I won't name which company it was, but it was a major petrol company. And they wanted to gather together a range of opinion formers to go to a theatre in which they put on a show about how this company reacted to various different problems and issues. And we had some sort of button in front of us, and anyone in the audience, so probably 100 or so of us there, was supposed to hit this button if we thought the company had done something wrong. And they would stop the show, and then they would have a big discussion about what they'd got wrong, whether it was their communications were wrong, maybe they'd treated a staff member badly, whatever it might be. Maybe they'd made a bad business decision. And this play, this sort of reenactment, was all a bit weird. It started with the chief company. I want you to know that this company, a petrol company, safety is our top priority. That was the opening line. I immediately hit the button. Safety is not top priority. You were thrilling, right? Clearly getting brought out of the ground and from under the is your priority. But kind of your priority. If all you need to be company, then no one will be injured. I get sick and tired of stuff getting too sensitive and gammony in my old age.
No, I don't think this is gammony at all. I think you should start with the truth and then, work to the position you want people to believe. So the truth with every single one of these companies is what we want is money, your money from you to us. And when we do that, we'd like to do it in a way that makes you believe, in a way that keeps you safe and has you at the heart of our decision making. Obviously, this lace the whole time is cascaded in the top. It's proper 1994. People out worked in business or even smaller business where we are told these things and then it's just cascaded down like a waterfall throughout the if you're leading, you're told your leaders to say this and then that to your people, they say it to their people. By the end, everybody's on board. Everyone's the truth is, and it's just a great big, but it's not just a lie. Everyone into and believe.
Yeah, I think it's what we have productivity in Britain. We're all going around playing rather than producing.
There's always a realistic statement. Your vision statement. It's never the vision is always keep people happy.
Yeah,
it's like what you want about your Wally.
Yeah, we've got to be much more focused. And here's another one. This was on the ground as well, and this isn't. This wasn't kind of punk art or some rebel. This clearly seemed to have been the official way that the tube had designated a seat. I took a picture of this, and I'm not complaining about it, dear viewers. I'm wanting your help, and I'm wanting his help as well, because I have no idea what the F this means. Pull up more and tell me if anyone can possibly decipher what on earth this means. The London Underground. That is living on underground. Thinking with self between one and the other between the other. What? Does anybody know what that is? I'm just assuming it's something woke, but woke is now impenetrable.
Yes, I worked for said company, Transport for London, for 12 years, and I can tell you that it is. It's quite. I mean, I enjoyed most of my time there. I say most of my time until they realised that I had opinions of my own, and then it became very tricky because I didn't really toe the party line in my private life, not in my public life. When I was representing TfL, I did so with TFO's code of conduct in mind. But that's not always good enough. You see, you need to be able to exhibit this stuff throughout your whole life, and obviously stuff like that's absolute nonsense.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very simple. This kind of stuff. We'd like to keep people safe. Yes, they generally do. They don't want to.
Yeah, I'm not saying we should bin that, but it's not a business has got to do its business, right?
Yes.
So safety is important, but if it's your number one priority, close down. Look, I'll tell you the Britain I want to get back to. Learn lessons young. Make mistakes when you're young, learn from them, and become more resilient as you get older, right? We cannot possibly make the entire world child-proof, so we've got to make the child world-proof. And clip number 3 basically sums up what I'm talking about. Here is an important life lesson learned. Let's play clip number 3.
Run!
Yeah, I feel sorry for the kid, but important lesson learned, right? That's kind of, he's learned a little bit about physics and water and how not to get wet. So all of this nonsense, I think, Paul, means that those of us who see ourselves on the right side of the ledger need to at least find some sort of way to work together to end the nonsense and to bring back common sense. And I might chip in with a question or two if you don't mind, but you're going to be talking to our next brilliant guest, the legendary Ben Habib, about just
I'm
that.
excited about that.
Let's bring up Ben.
Good morning, Ben. How are you doing?
Good morning. Good morning. Well, thank you for that wonderful introduction.
Speaking directly myself, I'm normally sat next to Alex Phillips on a Sunday morning when you're talking to us. So it's an honour for me to talk to you. Thank you very much for coming on the show. I'd like to talk to you about uniting the right, but before I do you believe we should unite the right, Ben?
So I think the notion of the right is a slightly flawed one. We tend to think in terms of left and right, but there are parties on the so-called right-hand side of British politics that I would argue that are not entirely right. And the Conservative Party, for example, is now defined, or perhaps Kenny's trying to rewrite it, but was until recently defined as a uniparty, because many parts of the foundational makeup of its political philosophy were shared with the Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats, and it was difficult to see whether or not they really were on the so-called right. And Reform UK, famously pivots from left to right. And in fact, I think Farage said, you might recall, that by the time of the next general election, Reform will be to the left of the Conservative Party, which is really quite frightening when at the same time he lambasts the Conservatives as being uniparty and being left-wing. And then, of course, we've got Restore emerging, which seems to be genuinely on the right, which we can discuss perhaps in more detail if you want to. So I think the so-called right-hand side of politics is undefinable, it's fractured, and I think one of the things that desperately needs to take place is a kind of grand debate by those who claim to be on the so-called right, to determine what it is that they think the problems are that the country faces, what are the root causes of those problems, and if they can agree on those, then they should be able to agree on the solutions, and we can then all come together as a unified force to deliver what the country needs.
Yeah, Ben, it almost sounds like we're talking about having a right-wing constitution here, where we at least have some agreed principles of what the fundamental baseline of the right is, what the things that we're trying to achieve. And then obviously you can have a slightly broader church where people discuss the nuance and we debate that. I wasn't going to, but I think it's a very interesting point you made with regards to Restore. Restore really are holding Reform and in particular Nigel Farage's feet to the fire from a right-wing perspective. Do you think that ultimately that's going to be a good thing, or do you think this is just going to go out with a whimper?
So I'm watching Restore very carefully. Rupert Lowe and I have known each other for many years, and I had until recently thought that we were basically of the same political philosophy. Small state, reduce welfare, reduce taxation, promotion of the private sector, strong borders, deportation of all illegal migrants, British culture first and foremost, and so on. And I didn't see any split between him and myself in those broad views until Restore Britain converted from being a movement into a political party. And then what I can only describe is a significant vein of ethno-nationalism emerging in Restore. And it emerged almost immediately after Restore launched. And people who are watching this program, you might recall that I did a piece to camera in late February asking Rupert Lowe to clarify whether the party was ethno-nationalist or not. Because I don't believe in ethno-nationalism. I think it's inherently un-British, and it leads down to a very dark path, which I wouldn't wish to go down. And so Restore is no doubt on the right of reform, on the right of the Tories. But it's in a dodgy position at the moment because it may destroy its own position on the political landscape unless it clarifies pretty quickly that it is not firmly this kind of ethno-nationalist thing that seems to be bubbling over.
Yeah, I genuinely do not believe that ethno-nationalism can win enough votes, fortunately, and I'm glad it can't, enough votes to really make a difference in the UK. We're just fundamentally and culturally against that because where does that end? It's a dead end road, really, ethno-nationalism. You only have to ask, you have to lift the lid slightly, ask a couple of questions, and the whole thing starts to become quite horrifying. And the one thing I find fairly interesting, or maybe even revealing and unhelpful about Restore is Rupert Lowe doesn't seem to be represented well by his team. So different messages come out. Now, with Advance UK and yourself, Ben Habib, I know what Ben Habib thinks, and when Ben Habib talks, I believe that's what he thinks. There isn't somebody, 25 minutes later who's tweeting on behalf of Ben Habib saying something entirely different. And the same can largely be said of Reform, although there are factions within Reform, and you've obviously got Zia Youssef, which seems to be to the right of the party, and then you've got Nigel who's attacking it more to the left and trying to win that centre ground. But I think Rupert's got a big issue with regards to the rhetoric and the communications. Would you agree with that, Ben?
Yeah, I think Rupert Lowe is at sea at the moment. And I don't believe that he is anything other than a cultural nationalist in the way that you and I have just described. Which, by the way, is the only British way. The idea that we're a pure ethnic race is fundamentally flawed. We're not Japan. We had the biggest empire in the world until 1948. Every member of the colonies was a British subject. For centuries, we've gone to Europe, made love to Europeans, had babies of mixed blood. They've come here, they've invaded us, they've had babies of mixed blood, and we've now got mixed blood all over the place. What defines Britishness is a common set of civil institutions, values, beliefs, language, history, national heroes, etc. We're culturally unified as a country, and it's culture that we need to focus on. And I think Rupert is there, but he's surrounded by a bunch of young guys who really haven't thought this through, don't understand the history of this country. Some of them are supremely ill-educated, from what I can see, and are putting forward these extremely divisive and I think roadblock kind of ideas, because as you say, there's no real support for them in the country.
Yes, I agree. Now, I'm happy to accept that there has to be an acceptance of one of the core veins of ethno-nationalism, that largely British people, English people have been white over the years, and we can celebrate that in a way that shouldn't make us feel squeamish. But that's where it is for me. I really don't see that argument has any value in a national politics. But I want to hand over to my esteemed colleague Mark Littlewood now. Ben, I've got a couple of questions for you.
Yeah, Ben, and sorry to the viewers. I know we're picking up a bit of an echo for some viewers at Ben's end, but that means we've got double Ben Habib, right? So, consider yourself to be, we're giving you generous helpings of Ben. Look, a wise man once said, Ben, that politics is the art of morality of compromise, right? And that's to say that you're forever facing a trade-off between, here I stand, I can do no other. I'm going to demand 10 out of 10 of the exact policy platform I want to fix every problem the way I want to fix it. And okay, you could commit yourself to that sort of martyrdom. But in the real world, you have to sort of say, you know what, although I still think I'm right on all of these things, I'm going to have to work with people who are only going to deliver 7 out of 10 of what I want, or people who I think have got some personal flaws but are sort of pointing roughly in the right direction. And although I would like to see the country go due north, I might have to settle for north by northwest. That might just have to do. And if I don't get on that boat, we're going to go nowhere. Now, what frustrates me on the right is I think there are legitimate disagreements, but at some point we've got to get on a big boat together rather than all being in a flotilla of dinghies, right? Because I've got in my own mind's eye exactly how I'd like to fix things. I think you, with Advance as a movement, had some great ideas. I think Restore have got some good ideas. I think Reform and the Conservatives have got some good ideas. None of them are perfect, to my mind. But somehow or other, the flotilla's got to become a tanker, hasn't it? Because those who are broadly on the same page, which it strikes me includes me, you, Kemi Badenoch, Nigel Farage and Rupert Lowe, for example, but hundreds of thousands, millions of people out there in the country, have got to find a way of putting our differences aside and defeating this wretched government and bringing in a government at the next election that might not be 100% of what we want, that might include a good number of people who we don't particularly like, perhaps don't wholly trust, but nevertheless ends up being a great improvement on the present administration. I desperately want to see that stitched together, and I cry into my beer every night, Ben, when I see it all fraying apart at the fringes.
So I agree with you wholeheartedly, but I think there are a couple of things I would like to add to that, if I may. The country is on the precipice of an existential threat if it isn't already over it. The United Kingdom is literally ceasing to be the country that it certainly was when I was an adolescent. And it's getting absorbed into this supranational morass of nothingness that is the EU, the UN, and through that, Western civilization and the United Kingdom is being set aside. And I think we on the right need to wake up to the very significant threat to the existence of the United Kingdom. That has to be the foundational starting block. And so while I agree with you that we can disagree on the minutiae of policies, there are some other significant building blocks which we need to all agree on before we can move forward. So, for example, we must agree that the European Convention of Human Rights and the Human Rights Act needs to be ejected. Progressive discrimination through the Equalities Act and all the regulations that followed it have to be ejected. We've got to get rid of the drive towards net zero, or we're going to economically destroy ourselves. And through those three very fundamental basic things, there would be a number of knock-on effects which we also need to recognise and come to terms with. Such as, for example, that we would need to terminate the trade and cooperation agreement with the European Union because we couldn't give effect to the three fundamental building blocks while we're still in that agreement. And that we would need to address the Republic of Ireland with the Good Friday Agreement because it requires us to commit to the ECHR.
Sure.
And we would need to withdraw from the Paris Accord. We would need to withdraw from all sorts of other supranational institutions to get rid of net zero.
Ben, I agree with all of that. Sorry, we are still struggling with an echo. We think the problem's your end, so we're doing what we can to fix it here. But Can I just finally just ask you, but I think you and Nigel Farage and others agree basically on all of that. Okay, maybe not around Northern Ireland, and I don't want Northern Ireland thrown under a bus. You know, there are going to be nuances of disagreement, but what you've just outlined, you, Kemi Badenoch and Nigel Farage basically agree on. I could find much more similarity between the three of you than I could find differences. The differences between you in a world of British politics 20 or 30 years ago would all have been accommodated within a single political party. You know, if the Labour Party back in the day could have Dennis Healey and Tony Benn, and the Conservative Party could have Ken Clarke and John Redwood, I don't understand why you can't have a single unified movement of some sort that includes Farage, Badenoch, Habib and Lowe.
Mark, I think we're getting there. It wasn't until very recently that actually Farage accepted that we needed to leave the ECHR. Until a couple of years ago, Farage was saying we should have a referendum on the ECHR. There's no need for a referendum. We need to get rid of it. It wasn't until recently, until Kemi came to terms with leaving the ECHR either. And I think through this debate that we've been having, we are now all coming much closer together. So I hope you're right.
Ben, great to speak to you. Sorry, viewers, about the echo. You got double Habib today with a little bit of echo. But Ben, always great to hear your wise and sage thoughts. And I hope that congruence of ideas and policies on the right side of the ledger continues, because the overarching national priority is to find a government that is somehow going to put this country back together. Ben, great to see you. Look forward to speaking to you soon.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
We are going to go over to the news. We'll be back with you right after that. Let's hope you only get the news in single audio.
Good day. I'm Edward the Hughes News. Today's main story is the partial solar eclipse, the deepest visible from the UK since 1999. Up to 96% of the sun will be covered this evening, with maximum coverage between roughly 7 and 7:15 p.m, depending on where you are. The further southwest you go, the more dramatic it becomes, peaking at nearly 96% in Cornwall and even higher in the far southwest of Ireland. A record 230 migrants crossed the Channel in a single mega dinghy, the largest number on one vessel so far this year, as people smugglers continue to use bigger boats. Prime Minister Andy Burnham is giving local councils stronger planning powers to block new vape shops and betting shops in a bid to improve the mix of high street businesses. At the same time, senior police chiefs are publicly urging him to prevent the early release of the two men who killed PC Andrew Harper. Meanwhile, figures show Heathrow has lost its long-held title as Europe's busiest airport. Laters, tigers.
So what do you think of that, Paul? You know, I just get frustrated. There are all these splits and factions and spats and, you know, who's acting in good faith, who isn't, whether it's appropriate for any people who had anything to do with the previous Conservative governments to ever have anything to do with any future governments, whether Charlie Downs needs to be sacked by Rupert Lowe before negotiations can be opened. You know, a ton of red lines have been put on the table, but very few bridges of agreement.
Well, I think it would be remiss for me not to point out at this point that the red line discussion was indeed started by Rupert Lowe, because he set out 5 or 6 red lines as part of his reaching out to Nigel Farage recently. That's not to blame Rupert for that, but that's what started that discussion. And then it became a tit for tat slightly, I think. Whether I or anybody else agrees with Charlie Downs or not, that was a tit for tat with regards to you must get rid of Jenrick, you must get rid of Burnham. I genuinely believe that. It's very interesting to hear from Ben, and it does split our audience. I was watching those that were able to hear the interview having a discussion in the chat, and most of it was very civil. And there are people that passionately believe we need both existential and step change. So where we are now, there's no point taking tippy-toe steps towards the change. Yeah. People want to see giant, great leaps, because where we're going is incredibly dangerous. And when I mentioned to Ben about a sort of maybe an agreed constitution on the right on what we're trying to do, I believe that we need to have some agreement on what it is our common ground is, and we can have all those nuanced discussions. That's what good politics is about. But I think ultimately we need to keep recognising that those that are shouting things about ethno-nationalism aren't necessarily doing it because they are raving racists. It's because what they see is they want to see a very big leap towards where they'd like to go, and they're trying to set out some ground rules. But I think through a constitution we could agree exactly, or at least roughly, what it is that we're trying to achieve.
Tell us in the chat, right? I mean, the big bulk of people on the right of centre of British politics are united about some of the things that Ben told us. Indeed, that Ben told us twice to many of our viewers, thanks to the Echo. We've got to leave the ECHR in order to combat the immigration and asylum problem. That also involves, I have to say, repealing the Human Rights Act, because that embeds the ECHR in English law. Well, I think overwhelmingly folk are united on that on our side of the spectrum. And there's a whole range of other things that have got to be binned as well, the whole Blairite legacy of the Equality Act and all of that sort of stuff. But in terms of immigration, leave ECHR. I think you might have to also pull out of the Refugee Convention and some other international protocols. That seems to be common ground. There might be a little bit of disagreement about exactly how fast you can do it. There might be a little disagreement, Coxie, about, well, in the future, what sort of refugees might we let in? Did we let in too many Ukrainians or not enough, for example? But you can have that disagreement within a common framework. I think there's also agreement that carbon net zero is completely mad and is unilateral economic disarmament, and we've got to end any pretense that we're going to try and hit carbon net zero, I think, at all, but certainly not by 2050. That is utter insanity. We want cheap and abundant energy. That takes priority over some mad Miliband target. And thirdly, government spending and tax are too high, and both of them have got to come down. Again, there may be disagreements about how fast and which areas, but it seems to me that those three things, a kind of repeal of a lot of legislation and treaties that have got in the way of us wanting to do what we need to do, ending the green madness and getting tax and spending down measurably. Yeah, I haven't written you a full, detailed, fully costed manifesto, but I've got some pretty decent pillars of agreement there, haven't I?
Yeah, well, you do, and it's no surprise coming from you, Mark, but that is conservatism. That's what you're talking about, conservatism. And we should say that Nigel Farage's reform is conservatism. Ben Habib, I think, is much more aligned ideologically with Nigel Farage than he is at least what comes out of Restore. That is also conservatism. What we've not had for a very long time is the Conservative Party being conservative. So I think the request seems to be, can we get back to conservatism, please? Give us something to vote for, and can we remember what conservatism should be?
Yeah, and to my mind, it is, and my good friend David Starkey talks a lot about this. We are actually, although often, slightly for fun, we use the term revolution, but we are actually seeking a great restoration of our country, I think. I think we're trying to restore things, put things back to where they were. And my own view, viewers, is that if you imagine our country, or the constitution of our country, was a kind of computer, and I can't help solve any of the technical glitches that pop up in a TV studio, but I can just about operate a PC. You can go in and you can, if things have gone wrong or you've got a virus on it or something, you can go in and you can try and reset it to where it was, say, a day ago or 2 or 3 days ago. You reset it to, I don't know, the 1st of August 2026. Well, if Britain was a computer, I think we need to reset it to somewhere around April 1997. I think virtually everything that has been passed since, we need to remove from the laptop. So reset it to April 1997, but make sure that the European Union app stays off the computer. I think that would be a pretty good reset.
And what you're saying there is the day before Tony Blair and New Labour came to power.
Very much, yeah.
And he pressed the button on the long march of the institutions that day.
He did.
And we've ended up where we are now. The thing I tried to remind people of, you don't need to understand all the nuances of that political debate, but do understand that the long march of the institution, i.e. the step-by-step Fabian, which people shout at me in the street, by the way, Coxie, for Fabian Society, and I think, please don't shout that at me. People around us don't know what it means. Or Mr. Pig. I'm not Mr. Pig either. So there's a couple of red lines.
Jury's out on that one, Cox. Jury's out on that one. That's a fair enough shout in the street, I think.
I have had that before from one well-meaning gentleman. Some people call me the People's Gammon. He got rather confused, saw me and shouted at Mr. Pig. A gentleman just in the car park the other day out here. A lovely guy, Scott, I believe his name was. Thanks very much, Scott, for coming over and say hi. Just shouted at me, Fabian Society. And look, I think there's more people should be aware of that than are. But we do just need to agree. We do need to agree. And there are people in the ECHR. There are people in the chat that are saying a similar thing. You can just ignore the ECHR. The ECHR is about an interpretation of the ECHR by human rights lawyers. The ECHR ostensibly has been in place since the mid to late 1940s.
Yeah.
And we've interpreted it very differently over the years to the way we are now. There's a lot of money to be made by unscrupulous human rights lawyers with regards to interpretations of the ECHR. Denmark ignore it.
Yeah.
Poland ignore it. Hungary refuse to ignore.
But a lot of that, Paul, is because of the difference in legal systems. So the English legal system is incredibly literal, right? Quite a lot of the continental systems is all a bit discretionary, take it or leave it. Our judicial system tends to try and interpret things incredibly literally and relies on precedent and common law. So once a judge has interpreted the infamous Article 8 of ECHR, which guarantees everybody a right to privacy and a family life, sounds lovely, doesn't it?
It does.
But once a judge has interpreted that as meaning if your kid likes chicken nuggets, we can't remove you from the country, which actually wasn't decisive, but was actually discussed, considered.
Also, if being a paedophile here means that you'll be looked upon
Badly
unfavourably.
It's funny that, isn't it? You might be looked upon unfavourably.
What's mental is, these people can't go back to Eritrea because they're known as, British paedophiles.
Yeah, but all of the evidence suggests that we had this when we were in the EU, we gold-plated everything. Right, so I can even remember this about. Do you remember the metric martyrs back in the day? This was when you couldn't sell, a pound of bananas or whatever. It had to be sold in metric. Now, some of the problem did emanate from the EU. Bit much for the EU to tell us how we measure our portion sizes, in my view. But the EU's guidance was something along the lines of, wouldn't it be a lot easier if everybody used one system? And then if you're trading fruit across borders, there's no doubt that you've actually bought exactly this quantum of bananas or oranges or tomatoes, or you've sold them this exact number of apples. All a bit confusing if some people are using imperial and some people are using metric. So it was sort of guidance in that direction. But of course, the British authorities decided to gold plate it and go around market stalls and say you can't possibly sell somebody a pound of bananas. We gold plated it, and we've done exactly the same with the ECHR. So other countries are saying, well, I can see what you're getting at there, but it's not for us. Whereas we said, it's the law, we're going to stick by the law. We've definitely got to get off that. Well, look, maybe we've got the beginnings, Coxie, of an agreement of at least some of the things we can rally around. I know some people in the chat are saying we've got to reset, didn't like my 1997 reset, think we need to go a lot further back than that.
Interesting, where should we go to, though? Because
Jacob Rees-Mogg's theory on this, for example, is actually you need to go back to 1972. Partly because it was the year I was born, very good starting point. Because that's when we joined the EC, and in his view, quite a lot of the stuff of regulation and quangos, and we started to follow an EU model. So look, I'm not saying I've got the exact second, minute, and hour of the reset.
That'd be the next debate, though, won't it? What year we reset to?
But again, my point is that things are so bad at the moment. I would take a 7 out of 10 government. I want a 10 out of 10 government, but I've presently got a -6 out of 10 government.
Yes.
So I'm willing to work with people to get to a 7 out of 10. But let's think about the economic side of this ledger, because we've got another great guest joining us, Damien Pudner, economist and thinker, and I think he's going to talk us through, and I hope he agrees with my theory that we're being gaslit in Britain. He's going to give you the real facts about how bad our economy is, especially with regard to tax and spend. But I wonder whether we can play, just before we bring Damien in, I think this would be a good introduction to him. Clip number 4, please.
But if you keep putting taxes up, people will either find ways around it, so they reduce your receipts anyway, or they will leave.
Yeah.
Because there's plenty of jurisdictions out there that will welcome them.
Yeah.
So,
and I think that's also a problem issue situation that has become increasingly severe and in the public eye over the last 20 years or so, because wealth has become so much more mobile.
But this is not a bug for this current government. This is absolutely a feature. They want this from private schools on, for non-doms. Trees.
It's the politics of envy.
Exactly. It is deliberately absolutely engineered to do so. And we will continue to see that for the next 3 years.
Damien, thanks so much for joining us. Great to have you on the show. We're going to need some common sense from you. I've been banging on about this for donkey's years, but you're even more articulate and to the point about explaining how bad things are. Here's my take on it, but tell me if I've got this half right, wholly right, 3/4 right. We are taxing ourselves out of existence. We have a tax burden that is the highest since the Second World War. You can understand why you might have had a high tax burden to fight an all-out existential war. We are borrowing like there is no tomorrow. We are spending like it is going out of fashion. The entire situation is unsustainable. And at some point, situations that are unsustainable are no longer sustained. And nobody in mainstream politics seems willing to even admit this problem, let alone solve it. Am I being too brutal? And welcome to the show.
Well, hi guys, hi Mark, hi Paul. You're not being too brutal. In fact, I would say that you're not being brutal enough. I mean, the problem is that we have too many politicians, career politicians, in control of the country and not enough business people. And that's the issue. You know, we need more business people that understand economics, that understand how the economy works, that understands the effect of taxation. And the problem is, you know, when you have 3 trillion of debt, which is what we currently have, and you're paying 110 billion pounds a year just in debt interest, and that's with the gilt around 5%. What happens when the gilt goes to 6% or 7%? You know, that's going to add about 40 billion a year. If we get to 7%, we're going to have an extra 40 billion a year just to service our debt. So then you're up to 150 billion a year. And what happens then? The government has to either borrow more, tax more, or it has to do austerity, or a combination of all three. And they'll probably do all three. And that's when the crap really hits the fan.
Yeah, now, maybe this is, I wouldn't so much call it wishful thinking on my part, Damien. I hope it's clear thinking. But I am becoming sceptical that it is possible for the government to tax us more. Obviously, they can whack on new rates. They could put up the basic rate of income tax to 50p, the top rate to 99p if they want, etc. You know, they can put up VAT to 50%. I mean, you can obviously, you can change the rates. But I think all of the economic data suggests this, doesn't it? There's no particular reason why this is the magic number, but it does seem to be the number that we have stumbled across since the war. That no government in Britain of any stripe, whatever its intentions, has been able to squeeze more than a total of about 38% of national income in tax in order to spend. Because if you start dialing up more than that, I don't know, put a 99% tax on high earners, they exit the country. If you double VAT, people stop buying things. So there's this Laffer curve effect. So 38%, if you just look at each year, and most often governments have been trying to tax us to death. I think under Thatcher it dropped to about 30% of GDP being collected in tax. But 38% seems to be the ceiling. Now, to my mind, that sets a ceiling on government expenditure, doesn't it? If you can only pull in 30%, there's some limit to what you can spend.
No, absolutely, and you're right. We're at 38% now. It's likely to go slightly higher, but then you have the problem, as you say, of the Laffer curve, and people start changing their behaviours. You know, either they work less, or they take their salary in different ways through dividends, or they leave the country, and therefore, we've probably hit the level, hit the ceiling, as you say, when it comes to taxes. And if the government tries to raise taxes from here, they'll quickly find out that they have hit the ceiling. And it will bring in a lot less money than if they left rates where they are, or actually cut rates. That's exactly what they should be doing. They should be looking to cut taxes, not maintain taxes where they are or increase taxes. Now, then what do they need to do? Well, the big thing is cut spending. There's a lot of waste in government spending currently, and welfare, well trailed. You know, there's things that they can do there very, very quickly that can bring borrowing down. But there's other areas as well. I mean, you've got the NHS, which is just one huge money pit. And we need to take a serious look at the NHS and how it's funded and where that money is going and what value for money we're getting out. You know, the productivity in the public sector is appalling. We know this. I mean, not only is it flat since before COVID, but it's actually lower than where we were before COVID. So that needs to be addressed. So before we start pulling any more tax levers, What we really need to do is look at waste in the public sector, productivity in the public sector, and then start looking at bringing in those entrepreneurs, those wealth creators who are going to generate more employment and a larger tax receipts for the government. And they just seem to be doing the exact opposite.
Yeah.
You don't expect socialist governments, to penalize the public sector and cut welfare and cut taxes. So, we're in this kind of bind in that unless there's a fundamental change in thinking of this government, and possibly the last government as well to a degree, then we're not going to get out of this bind, and we're just going to have this not even managed decline. We're just going to have decline, and we're never going to get out of it. And then, as we've said before, my children and my grandchildren are the ones that are going to end up paying for it all, and that's just morally wrong.
It's really interesting, this, Damien. Do you think that, if we don't get off this pathway, we just get gradual decline, that the gilt rates, that's what the market charges the British government to borrow money, just edge up and up, because the more you're spending beyond your means, the less credible you look like, right? So, just like an individual, if you're in good credit, you can borrow at a reasonably low rate. If you're in terrible credit and you're borrowing from a loan shark, you're going to have to pay a very, very high premium on it. The British government isn't yet quite borrowing from loan sharks, but you can see the credibility on the international money markets not evaporating, but easing away. Now, what happens here? Lots of people ask me this, and I have no good answer to it. Are we just on a path of gradual decline? As you were suggesting, perhaps we actually have to just spend more and more on just servicing the debt. And to be clear, that's just paying a kind of minimum credit card interest each. You're not paying down the debt, you're just servicing the debt. And things just gradually get worse. Or is there a point at which things go pop? That you suddenly, people talk about bringing in the IMF to bail us out, not that the IMF's got the resources to do so, but is there a day of reckoning, or is there just year on year, decade on decade of gradual decline?
I think it's the gradual decline. And I think we've been on that road, that trend of gradual decline for a number of years. And it's just, the politicians have just put their head in the sand and not addressed the situation. So I think the speed of that decline is beginning to accelerate. And at some point, and it's very difficult to say when that point will happen, there will be a kind of pop, but it's not maybe, it's not going to be a sovereign debt crisis or anything like that. If anything, it'll be seen through the currency. We'll have a devaluation of the currency. Then we have the issue of imported inflation because, we import a lot of goods and services anyway. So that will then put pressure on the Bank of England to put interest rates even higher. You'll also have difficulty with the government having to borrow more money at a higher term premium from investors. Yeah. So you'll have this double whack, basically, of higher interest rates in borrowing, higher interest rates at the front end of the curve through the Bank of England to control inflation. Everybody's borrowing goes up, mortgages goes up, and then effectively you'll get to a point where it's not so much the IMF has to come in, but you have what's called fiscal dominance, and you'll be aware of this, being an economist. You have a problem where the bank cannot raise interest rates anymore because of the size of the debt and the size of the debt interest. Yeah. So basically, we have this position where there's a no-win situation. And I think we're very close to that. And it's difficult to put a level on it in the gilt market. We're just about around 5% in 10-year gilts, which is kind of the benchmark for borrowing. If it gets to 6%, we're starting to get into, a real trouble. If it gets to 7%, then that's where the crap hits the fan, I think.
Now, another thing, this isn't really an economics question, but it's more a presentational question, Damien. Help me with this one. I hate the word austerity, right? And it goes to my theme throughout this show that we live in gaslit Britain. We have not had any austerity. Austerity, to my mind, is if you're, bringing in £40,000 a year, and you choose to only spend £30,000 a year. That's to say that you have the resources to spend considerably more, but you are tightening your belt in a Scrooge-like way, or perhaps putting a bit of money away for a rainy day that you could spend and splurge now if you wanted, but you choose not to. That's austerity. We haven't had a single bit of austerity. Every single budget since 2001 has been running a deficit. That's to say, quarter of a century of living beyond our means. This is not austerity. This is fiscal incontinence. This is largesse. How on earth has the very modest reductions in government expenditure, microscopic, that were conducted by the coalition government, been described as austerity when they were still running up massive deficits? We just need, presentationally, a different word, don't we? Because if the choice is austerity or having a nice time, the electorate are going to pick having a nice time.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had real austerity in this country, and it's ridiculous to say that we have. You know, the money going into the NHS, as a perfect example, has been going up in real terms for years. So to say that, you know, we've had austerity is actually gaslighting the public, because if we had real austerity, then there would be real consequences, both politically and for individuals and the public at large. And we haven't had it. And you're right. You know, if you're running a deficit, you don't have austerity. You would need to have 1.5–2% deficit surplus, a surplus in the budget to have real austerity. So we're a long way away from real austerity and real cost cutting, and tinkering around the edges as Labour have been doing since Andy came into power. I mean, it's just meaningless. It's a completely waste of time. You need to get to the foundations before you start wondering about what color I should paint the windows. It's just meaningless. It's politicking to save face, if you like, to his core supporters, but it does nothing for the economy. And things will get worse unless Andy and Labour grab the nettle and really do some major, serious changes, radical changes. Everybody goes on about radical changes, but that's what's needed.
Yeah.
We need a complete and utter rethink. And going back to what you were saying earlier with Paul about the Fabians, I think people give the Fabians far too much credit. I mean, most of them are idiots, to be honest. And, really, you overrate them, and people overrate them. And what we really need in this country is a complete new governing class. We need restoration of British sovereignty. We need a fundamentally different political, constitutional, and legal settlement. And we need, otherwise we do face, and I'm not exaggerating, we do face an existential crisis. So the entire governing order needs to change, and time is running out. And fiddling with painting the windows, as I say, Andy Burnham is doing, is just a complete and utter waste of time. And if he continues down that route, he'll be out of power before May next year.
Really interesting really interesting that we are truly fiddling while Rome burns. I don't think we're even rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic.
No.
I think we're just arguing about who's sitting in the deck chairs on the Titanic, right? That's basically what's happening at the moment.
Well, that is what's happening. And as I say, this decline is accelerating. And we're still a little bit away from, that pop. And I would say 7% on 10-year gilts is the pop. That's where we're in real trouble.
Do you think,
serious trouble.
Do you think, let me leave you with this one, there's some folk in the chat are saying, well, immigration as well has worsened the problem if we're importing, vast numbers of people who are basically welfare recipients, or a preponderance of them are. How much could it, if we could just wave a magic wand and solve the immigration problem, just as a thought experiment, and reverse some of the mass immigration we've had of those who are not net contributors to the economy, how much of the problems does that solve? Or do you think the opposition parties in Britain at the moment, let's put aside Andy Burnham, who I think isn't minded to fix any of this, basically thinks things are fine, but do you think the opposition parties sometimes think, well, if we're tough on immigration and, I don't know, get rid of international aid and abolish the Arts Council, then all will be well, especially if we privatise the BBC. That probably doesn't touch the sides, right? I mean, immigration is a drain, it seems to me now, but you mentioned the NHS earlier, welfare. You've got to touch some of the really big spending departments to really have much of a hope of getting this under control, haven't you? And the opposition parties don't really seem to want to go there. Reform are committed to the triple lock on the state pension, for example.
Well, this is it. I mean, immigration is an important thing for lots of people for different reasons. From a pure economic and financial point of view, it's really not going to touch the sides. If we were to get immigration down to, say, 100,000 a year, or 50,000 a year, it's really not going to make that much of a difference to the overall picture. You have to hit the big ticket numbers. So it has to be, NHS, education, etc. We have to sort out our energy infrastructure and get cheap energy and reliable energy and secure energy in this country. So that will help also bring in investment to the country. But you're right. I mean, fiddling around the edges with immigration, the triple lock, I mean, you might save 20 billion a year. That's not anywhere near enough. I've suggested that we need at least 60 billion a year cuts from the welfare budget alone. So that's the kind of magnitude. That's about a 20% cut in the welfare bill. That's the kind of numbers that Downing Street needs to be looking at, whether it's Labour or Reform or the Tories. And you're right, the Tories were a disaster when it came to immigration. They were a disaster when it came to reforming the public sector. And it annoys me so much, like many former Conservative voters and members, that they didn't do what I would expect of a Conservative government to do. Now, it's all very well Kemi saying, oh, yeah, well, we're going to go back to core principles and we're going to do this and do that. But will she actually be able to do it with her backbenchers when she gets into power? I don't think so.
That's one of the big questions, isn't it? And I think it's one of the reasons why we've got a split on the right. There are, some people think she can. Some people think it's the only route. Others, especially in Reform, say, fool me once, that's on you. Fool me 4 times in a row, that's on me. Damien, great to speak to you. Fantastic common sense about the economy. And you'll only sort of really hear this stuff on the alternative media, right? You would think everything was about fine and we could just have a nip and a tuck and a little bit of a trim somewhere and everything would be great.
There's a reason they don't have you and I on TV anymore.
Yeah, well, there you go.
On BBC, on Sky, on the mainstream media that nobody watches anymore.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, that's why thousands and thousands of people are coming over to UK Live Online. Damien, fantastic to speak to you. We'll get you back on soon. This is the common sense and the reality we need to confront in order to solve it. Damien, thanks a lot.
Hard realities, hard truths. That's it. Thank you.
Hard truths. Cox, that's what we're all about. You get the unalloyed truth on this channel. Might be difficult to stomach, might even be bad news, but that's the route to solve a problem. You've got to understand the problem, its nature, and the scale of it first, right?
Well, of course, yeah. If you get diagnosed with cancer, the doctor doesn't lie to you and say, it's all right, it's a bit of an ingrowing
have a limb sip.
Yeah. You get told the devastating news and you get told the plan of action and you hope to be able to make yourself well again. And the country needs that. Listening to Damien and yourself talk there. Obviously, I'm an economist too. I just don't like to talk about it. I find
shy economist, Paul Cox. The shy
amongst
economist.
All things. But one thing I do know is that I've lived, the best part of 50 years. I was born in 1979 and I've seen the economy boom and bust. I know what it feels like when the economy's going well. That period between 97 and probably about 2001 generally found like a boom. I was getting 10%. I wasn't on a lot of money a year. The first salary I ever had was £7,000 a year. Took home about £400 a month. But I was getting 10 or 15% pay rises. I went from £7,000 a year to £15,000 a year in about a sort of 3 or 4 year chunk because the economy was growing. Everything felt good. Now, little did I know at that point that actually it was all just built on Nif, Naf and Trivia, and we were knitting clouds. And it didn't all hold together. But when an economy's going well, and it's not now.
No, very fair indeed. We've got another guest coming up very shortly, but I just want to give you a little teaser. I have my daily Mark's metric of madness. Now, my metric of madness today, I will tell you the number. We'll get to it a bit later, but I like Paul Cox and you guys at home to have time to let it percolate, see if you can guess what it is. My number today is going to be £400 million. That's the number. What do you think that signifies in terms of madness in our world? As we've just heard, I'm not going to pretend to you that £400 million, even if you could save it, even if you could double it, even if you could put 2 noughts on, it would solve our fiscal problem. But £400 million is going to be my metric madness today. It's for pubs. It's for pubs. Okay, I kind of welcome that, I suppose, but makes the tax code even more complicated. We are drinking Lemsip to try and cure cancer, aren't we?
Oh, I mean, I'm going to borrow your Titanic and deck chair analogy. I find it very entertaining that you think this country could afford deck chairs for the Titanic. That's the serious situation that we're in, because you're so right. We haven't had a serious conversation politically in this country, probably since before I was born, and I'm 35. I don't think our discourse is even in the same solar system as the actual realities to what we face. And you're so right. This tinkering at the edges narrative of immigration, the Arts Council, foreign aid, I hear it all the time, even the triple lock to a degree. We're talking about actual real need for not drill baby drill. It's slash baby slash. It is gut. And more importantly, when we say cut, actually cut. Don't move it around. Don't redefine it. Don't spend it don't save it today to spend tomorrow. Cut the budget. That's what people need to do, and that's what the country needs. I find it interesting. When Keir Starmer announced he was going to get rid of the NHS England, what people was like, "Oh, that's wonderful. Think of all the money saved." No, it didn't. He just funneled it right back into the Department of Health. 178 billion was not cut. It was just redirected. That's what this country has been an absolute expert in for decades.
Peter, what's really interesting here, and I've heard you sometimes doing this, and it's brave of you, and you may be right, so don't take this as a criticism, but I'm usually loath to blame the electorate, in the same way that I think a company should never blame its customers. The customer's always right. Because I'm such a political nerd, I sometimes re-watch former general elections. It's quite amazing when Ted Heath wins for the Conservatives in 1970. Trade unions are issuing press releases blaming the electorate, right? So I'm loath to blame the electorate, but, and I know you've touched on this a lot, I've heard you speak about it. Do you think the message that you're putting forward, I try to put forward, that we heard so well from Damien in the previous interview, is there a danger this just isn't palatable? People just don't want to hear it. So you can spell out the numbers, show the graph, and they just say, blimey, that's a bit like middle-aged men like me refusing to go to the doctor when we've got a problem. Do we have that problem with the electorate, or is it the political class who just haven't got the courage and the cojones to lay out what the problem is?
It's both. And it's all Gordon Brown's fault, realistically, because he brought in transactional politics. He brought in the idea of, I'll give you this policy if you vote for me. And what that did to the electorate is they learned that they could ask and ask and ask, and a political party needs to keep pandering to a voter base or, encouraging people to vote for it. So that has only perpetuated the problem. And you then throw in what I call the X-factification of the UK. Oh, they deserve it. Not that there's something good or any merit in it. It's, they deserve to be here. They've had a hard life, so they deserve to win. They could be absolutely terrible at something, but yet we're giving it away. We're not developing talent, because talent and, taking pride in something and actually wanting to succeed. Oh, no, we can't do that. That's terrible. How dare you want more? Are you really greedy for wanting more? The cultural narrative has to change in the UK before any of the political stuff. And yeah, don't get me wrong. We can have strong political leaders coming out and saying all this stuff. Not Parliament. That's what happened. People don't want to hear it. And when you talk about narratives, this is something I actually do when I'm not doing this stuff, is I look at how we can actually campaign, and realistically, the right doesn't know how to talk to people as though it's not a spreadsheet. We keep saying, we're 100 million. That doesn't mean anything to a guy who can't turn the lights on or put petrol in the car. We haven't connected in the voter mind savings on a structural level to how it affects you on your day-to-day. We haven't made the pavement to spreadsheet connection, and it's very telling, and that's why Andy Burnham's doing this cost of living tour, and the next general election is not a migration election, it's cost of living. Mm-hmm. That's the big thing, is because we haven't, in the voter mind, we haven't made the kind of word association between migrant crisis and economy. We've done migrant crisis and crime, and migrant crisis and culture and all this stuff. We haven't really made the solid connection of you can't afford to do anything because the money's being diverted elsewhere. That's not strong enough yet.
Really interesting that. Coxie, what are your thoughts?
First of all, I just want to say hello to Peter. Peter and I only meet ourselves in doorways, usually between
Don't
studios.
Say it like that. Don't say it like that.
Yeah, good point. Actually, when you said when you said slash baby slash earlier, I was a little bit worried about that. It sounded a little Ted Bundy. But Peter, what I want to say to you is I want to pick up on something very interesting you said, because success is taboo in this country, isn't it? Success seems to only be mentioned if it's through the prism of multiculturalism or some sort of socialist doctrine. We need to reframe success, don't we? We need to start talking about what success really looks like for GB, don't we?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. But we don't do that till we bring back two things: risk and consequence. Because we don't encourage people to take a risk, we don't, and there are no consequences to actions. Everybody just kind of coasts. We're a coasting nation. We don't really, we don't really strive to do anything to really fix a problem. We don't want to get our hands dirty. That's somebody else's job. That's not my job. That narrative is really the thing that holds us back. I often say that, Napoleon, not to be too hoity-toity about it, once said that Britain was the nation of shopkeepers, and he meant it as an insult. I actually think it's one of the greatest things you could call people, because it's individual entrepreneurs. It's people wanting to build something for themselves. We lost that in this country because it was made to seem that wanting more was bad. How dare you want more?
Yes.
Other people don't have anything. That mentality was seeped in, and it's done by the woke. It's all woke stuff, to be honest.
When we refer back to Thatcherism, a lot of people talk about the greed of Thatcherism, the loads of money, the alternative comedy scene is familiar to my world, where everything that Thatcher was trying to generate was in some way disgusting, and we should never aspire to have that. But you're absolutely right, and she was obviously the daughter of a grocer as well. We really do need to get away from this sense that if we're not successful, the government will look after us. Because A, the government won't look after us, B, they can't look after us, and C, the only way the government can be successful is if independent individuals are successful to generate the money they're going to spend on other people. We seem to, for whatever reason, totally and utterly got rid of conservatism. Capitalism's still bad in some way, but it's the only way out of this problem. I don't know how to... I mean, obviously I'm preaching to the converted with yourself, Peter. I'm preaching to the converted with our audience. But how do we win the hearts and minds of people who still believe it's going to be okay, the government will look after us?
That's a really good question, and I think if you know how to do that, you can win about 5 general elections in a row. But I would say realistically, you start by saying, to borrow an 80s quote, greed is good. Greed brings jobs. Greed brings investment. You have to start showing the successful people who have somehow dragged themselves up from by the bootstraps kind of narrative. We need to kind of borrow a Reagan-esque mentality of you can do this. You're capable of doing it. You live in one of the most successful and modern countries in the world. You don't understand what poverty is. We have relative poverty, not real poverty. And we have to start bringing this back. And it starts in education. We can't really do a lot realistically about, say, my generation and older now. That's too late. But what you have to do is you go after the kids, and not like that, but you do it in a way of saying that what you have to do is saying that you bring that culture into the wider society by teaching younger children that it's okay to compete. Bring back sports days. Bring back competition. That kind of thing. You have to make people resilient. We're not a resilient nation. I mean, we fall like a cheap flan most of the time. I mean, look at us in the heat, for God's sakes. It's ridiculous. And I think that's where we are. You bring back competition in schools, that goes then into wider society, and then it will eventually permeate through. It's one of the reasons woke went after the academy, went after universities. You teach people all this kind of diversity stuff at a university, they go then into civil society. That's why everything is woke around you. It's because people who went to uni all think the same thing because they were taught the same thing. We need to do the same trick.
Peter, I want to share a little bit of polling evidence with you, and this would move from this problem we're trying to solve, all of us are trying to solve. It's how do you get the policy right, then how do you get the messaging right? But there's some really interesting polling. I think we've got 2 slides from Michael Ashcroft did some polling about where should the government get the money from if it is going to spend more. I mean, it sends shivers down my spine that the government's going to spend even more, but nevertheless, taking that as a template. Let's pull up firstly image 7. So, if Andy Burnham's plans involve more government spending, where do you think the extra money should come from? Not where do you think it's going to come from, where do you think it should come from? And the grey bars show the electorate as a whole, The red bars show what Labour voters from the last election think should happen. The dark blue, what Conservative voters think should happen. The yellow, obviously, Liberal Democrats. So look at this. Higher taxes is how some people think we should fund it. Well, principally, the Liberal Democrats and Labour think higher taxes is what's needed if you're going to have even higher funding. Look at the Conservative and Reform voters there. Only a small percentage of them. More borrowing. Well, virtually everybody is against that, thank God, apart from our own government. There's almost, unanimity right across the spectrum. Cuts in spending elsewhere. Look at this. Again, the Conservatives, 65%, Reform, 66%. And the left-wing parties, again, sort of united, don't know. OK, fair enough. That's an honest enough answer. But that's quite encouraging, isn't it, Peter? At least from our side of the ledger, the Conservative and Reform voters don't want higher taxes. I mean, they may not want more spending either. Borrowing absolutely is going to land like a cup of cold sick. And finding cuts elsewhere seems to unify the right of centre electorate. What do you make of that?
I think, that trends correctly. There's two interesting points I make out of that. I think first of all, the bigger one is the 24% that don't know. That's why you run education-based campaigning. You teach people about the economy whilst campaigning to cut the economy, to cut spending. You have to educate to get them to understand the problem. Economics is one of those things. It's like an armchair science. Everybody thinks they understand it till you're in a room with an economist. And I'm panicking right now talking to you because I'm not an economist. But it's one of those things you have to educate. We don't do that in this country. I mean, most people think the country can handle about a 9-word slogan, and that's about it. The people aren't stupid. If you teach people and you walk them through it, you could probably bring that 24% even to the cutting spending. But again, I think we go back to your original point. What do you mean by cuts? What do you mean by how far you're willing to go in that cutting? Because I bet most people in the bar charts there for the Tories and Reform say, oh, well, you can't get rid of the triple lock, and you can't get rid of this, and you can't get rid of that. That's the difference. So saying we like cuts is good. It's how deep do you want to go, and just how savage do you really think the nation needs to actually cut back? Because I actually think, I'm listening to your guest just before, I think 60 billion was rather on the Conservative side. Yeah. I think it needs to be significantly more than that, if I'm being honest. The way to market it, I would say, is one, was saying sorry for our greed, and two, I'm doing this for your kids.
Yeah, I've always thought that, Peter, that I've always said about people who are very worried about climate change, that if you're concerned about the sort of climate that we might be leaving to our children and grandchildren, you should be absolutely apoplectic about the debt position that we're leaving to our children and grandchildren. So I wonder whether we try, as you were rightly saying, to make this less of a spreadsheet issue and more of a moral case about not impoverishing future generations by being over greedy ourselves. Maybe that's the way to win it. Who knows?
Yeah, I think you're right there. I look at the Tories in 2015, the long-term economic plan. Whilst it didn't really last longer than half an hour, at least the narrative shows that you could do it. You could actually run on tax cuts and cuts in general and win a general election. So, yeah, it is possible to do, but you've got to have political leaders willing to do it. That's the other big bit that we haven't got to. But yeah, it's nice to see that is trending in, our way, but there's a lot of work to do, and I think it's more than just one general election's worth of work.
Yeah, Peter, great to have you with us. There's a lot of work to do. We do that work every day on UK Live Online. Piece by piece, we are televising the revolution, but there is much to be done, isn't there, Common Senses? Coxie, what do you make of that? The public opinion, at least on the right of centre, now seem to be firmly against future tax cuts, emphatically against future borrowing, and saying if you want to spend more on apples, you're going to have to save money on pears. That's quite encouraging, at least on the right-hand side of the political ledger.
We need it's fun to be frugal needs to be our slogan, I think. We've gotten away from that, haven't we? It was like we want everything, but we're not going to earn it, seems to be where we found ourselves as a nation and some people individually. Look, you can only spend what you earn, and we are not doing that. We've got we've actually spent 3 trillion more than we've earned. So that's a bit of an issue. You know, if you came home and the wife had said, "Here's the credit card bill. It's 3 trillion quid this month, and our repayments are several billion," then you'd be worried and you'd be asking some questions. Well, where did this go wrong, and how am I unaware of this? You'll probably find out, as we will as a nation, that we're all totally aware of this. This has been going on for a very long time, and we just need to cut our cloth accordingly. This level of economics is where I sit. You know, it's very easy for the common man to understand. You know, you have X coming in, Y going out. If there's none left, you've got none left to spend. Yeah. And you have to, you know, there are things that have to be paid for and decisions that have to be made. But there are plenty of foreign aid for me. I'm absolutely bamboozled by the amount of foreign aid that we spent and how we could possibly spend. It's like going into somebody's house. Both the couple have got 5 kids. They're both on minimum wage. And then they're saying, but we also give, you know, $6,000 a year to save the pandas. Well, what are you doing that for? It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Charity starts at home. I know that sounds sort of curmudgeon-y, but I'm afraid it does, and that's why we need to step in.
The other thing that infuriates me is, and this again goes to we are living in gaslit Great Britain. We're now in a permanent period of crisis. It's one thing after another. Oh my God, you know, Brexit's going to be a complete nightmare, an absolute catastrophe, complete confusion. Oh my God, COVID. Oh my God, the Ukraine war. Oh my God, the Iran war. Every year we're told we are in a position of existential crisis. When was the last year that the British government said, actually, you know what? Things have gone pretty well this year. Hasn't been too much trouble abroad. The economy is growing nicely. So, you know what? I'm going to put a few tens of billions away into the rainy day fund. How about that?
We've not done that probably in this century, would be my guess.
No, absolutely not. We haven't. Nowhere close.
No, we probably did that during the late 90s at some point. I vaguely can remember Brown saying something of that ilk. We certainly perhaps did something similar to that under Thatcher. I mean, what people seem to misunderstand with Thatcher is what she inherited from a Labour government in the 1970s. You know, 3-day weeks, industrial action all over the place. Now, I'm sure there are a million people out there that could say, well, she did this wrong and she did that wrong. But we shouldn't forget that she took an absolutely bankrupt country and made it sovereign again. We stood on our own 2 feet financially. Now, you might not agree with the methods, and that's where the debate lies, but she did do it, and it can be done. Now, I'm not sure that even Margaret Thatcher could take UK today and turn it into the UK of the late 1980s before Major come in. And we are going to have to do something absolutely drastic. And our overheads are ridiculous. This is why the asylum issue is such a big problem. Because when you haven't got any money to spend on the people that are contributing to the tax fund, and then you're giving that money to people that will never and have never contributed to the tax fund and giving it out in benefits and welfare because it's the kind thing to do, it's why you end up with a nation that believes doing the kind thing is okay and can be so easily gaslit. I don't want to go conspiratorial about this, but it's almost as if we have been programmed to think this way so that things can be done to us. Now, I'm not saying that we've actually got politicians clever enough to do that. And interestingly, Damien said we give the Fabians too much credit. We probably do. My point about the Fabians, whenever I talk about it, is be aware of this. Because we have got to the point we are now because of that slowly catchy monkey unmandated changes. If you make 1 million changes over a 10-year period that aren't mandated but end up achieving something 10 years down the line, then that's what the Fabian Society are trying to do, and it's quite clearly worked because of where we find ourselves now. We have accepted that 2,000 people a week coming over on a dinghy is okay. Not we, as in you and I, or the common sense.
But the powers that be.
Yeah, we have accepted that. And in Cox's box later, I'm going to talk a little bit about this on the theme of what you've been talking about, Mark, gaslighting.
Well, there you go. The gaslighting thing is really troubling me. We've got to get serious. We've got to be honest to ourselves. Thanks for the super chat from Shenanigans. Remember the man silently praying outside the clinic arrested? Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing as well, right? You can actually have an incredibly intrusive anti-freedom government, even if the government isn't spending money we haven't got. So I even think the relatively cheap things need to be done considerably better. We're spending small amounts of money on the police being terrible. Let's keep that super chat. Thank you, Panda. That's 10 New Zealand dollars. Hull City supporter here. Commiserations to Mark not meeting us in the playoff final. I'm over it, really. I've forgotten all about it. It's no longer scarring me. I get no PTSD when I'm hearing from Hull supporters. Congratulations to Paul Tox, who have signed Abu Kamara from us. Top signing for Pompey.
Yeah, so I hear. I didn't know a lot about him, but having read some things on the Hull City forums, it sounds like they all firmly believe that he is a great signing for the mighty Pompey, as you refer to us.
We've just picked up Mubama, a 21-year-old centre forward from Manchester City.
Right.
So
not heard of either.
You have heard of Manchester City, surely a little bit, haven't you? Or do you just assume because there's one team called Manchester United, it's inconceivable that there's any other team in the Greater Manchester area?
I've got cognitive dissonance when it comes to Southampton. You could sign Mbappe, and I'll go, what are you wasting your money for?
Never heard of him. What's it time for, do you think, Paul? What's it time for? What's it
Metric
time for?
madness.
Let's play clip number 1. You know what it's time for, ladies.
Time for Mark's metric of madness.
Image number 1 is my metric of madness today. Image number 1, as I told you, 400 million quid. I should say 400 million pounds per annum is to describe it absolutely accurately. We've had a few guesses in the chat. I don't think anybody has got it right. Somebody is 400 million pounds the profit on Eclipse glasses. That was a good guess. Somebody else suggested it might be on long-range weaponry. It's not on long-range weaponry. Cox, you got any idea? 400 million pounds per annum.
I don't actually. It's the sort of money I'm hoping to earn from my OnlyFans site, which will be up and running very shortly.
I would have thought you'd manage that. 400 million pounds per annum is, and I've given a slightly conservative estimate. It might be as high as 450 million pounds per annum, but you know, what's 50 million pounds between friends and a man who owns a Learjet, you know, nickel and dime stuff. So let's call it 400 million, is the amount that Cambridge University receives in UK government grants every year.
Good Lord.
For research projects, so either from the Department of Science or from the Department for Education, 400 million quid a year to Cambridge University, an educational institution that thought Jason Arday was the best academic they could possibly find to put in as a professor. 400 million quid. Now, look, I'm not going to kid you, I'm not going to gaslight you. Save that money and we haven't touched the sides of our deficit. But if you had to start somewhere, Coxie, audience, are you with me? That money should be suspended until Cambridge University has sorted itself out. And in fact, you might argue that the great universities should be able to stand on their own 2 feet anyway.
Yeah, why on earth they need that is beyond me. I mean, it seems utterly ridiculous. I'd be interested to see what Oxford get, by the way. I know against the backdrop of the Arday story, it's very pertinent to understand what Cambridge are getting. But let's not let Oxford off the hook too much, because these institutions are essentially shaping the minds of the future, and they're doing so in a very politically ideological sense. And that is incredibly damaging for our country. That, you know, you've got great thinkers like James O'Brien, who believed that Jason Arday was the greatest thing and almost cried when Jason Arday told him how great he thought James O'Brien was, as if blowing smoke up James O'Brien's bum passage is of any importance to anyone other than James O'Brien. They've all been found out during this period, but it's incredibly sinister. This is not something. I've made many a joke about Jason Arday. Jason Arday was only given that role because he was black. Because the elites at Cambridge believed, through their own prism of racism, that they believed having a black pet would show them in good light.
Yeah, it's a shocker. And I want to start seeing, it goes a bit to what Shenanigans was saying about, you know, people being arrested for praying outside abortion clinics or whatever. I want to see our government use financial incentives rather more, really. To sort of say, you know, you can bring in all sorts of rules about, I don't know, free speech on campus or not having DEI on campus. You know, perhaps try and bring in rules about it. But money talks, right? And I think if you actually were to say, I mean, overall, I want the total number of government grants dished out to fall enormously. I mean, I think we spaff money on all sorts of utterly crazy and mental things. But insofar as there are government grants, I reckon they should come with a pretty lengthy list of T's and C's, of terms and conditions, and they should be pulled if we think your appointments procedure at a university is unacceptable, if what appears to have been a complete inability to even listen to criticism of this man, if that's the way you run your university, fine. You go try and recruit students, you go and try and get big corporations to give you grants, but we're not giving you any taxpayers' money. And I think across the board, if you actually started saying, if you're involved in this or you're behaving that way, we're not necessarily going to bang you up or imprison you or anything like that, but you sure as heck are not getting your hands on any of the filthy lucre of the taxpayers and the government.
Yeah, it is genuinely fascinating. There are now, potentially tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people that have got degrees from Cambridge that until just last week would have been held in the highest possible esteem in terms of academia. But whether they like it or not, a light has now been cast upon them, and the light is of suspicion. That's true of all our top institutions. Have you really got a good degree? It's particularly if you've got one in sociology from Cambridge. And we're now starting to hear people come out saying, yeah, Jason Arday was my lecturer, or he was my friend's or girlfriend's lecturer.
And he was useless.
And he was absolutely useless. There's one anecdotal conversation between two girls and a friend saying, he sat in a lecture for an hour or two and came out with no discernible notes whatsoever because he never said anything of any use.
Yep.
It's the emperor's clothes personified at the top level of academia. This is why, and it might just be a small thing to many people, but this is why our country is in trouble. If you can't have critical thinking, if you've only got prescribed thinking, and you're allowed to say, well, this bloke might be absolutely useless, and the whole of his backstory is entirely fabricated, but look at the colour of his skin. Look at it. Yeah. Isn't it marvellous? Who cares about any of those things?
Yeah. Do you want to tell you, I want to share with you, as we're trying to get our next guest online, we'll see how we do with that. He's got one or two tech troubles his end, I think. Do you want to know another area of government grants, which I think I would put a pretty rapid end to? Again, I'm confessing it won't touch the sides of dealing with our deficit. This is nickel and dime amounts of money compared to the sort of savings. We should call them savings, not cuts, by the way. The sort of savings that we need to make. Have you come across this? Let's pull up image number 9. 2 seconds. Image number 9. Are you up for seeing this play brought to you by Riverside Studios? Not Romeo and Juliet, Romeo and Hamed. They say the Arts Council grant has allowed them to put on this gay version of Romeo and Hamed. We're proud to be using our Arts Council grant to offer our cast mental health support throughout the production.
Particularly as they're all straight. Being forced to sleep with other men.
Put the image back up. I haven't finished reading it. And continue Simon Pease's commitment to creative captioning, making small-scale theatre accessible to a wider audience. If this stuff, I don't mind if somebody wants to put on this production, but they're doing it with our cash. I don't want to go and see this. Paul, have you already booked your front row seats for opening night? I doubt you have.
You bet I have, mate.
Okay.
I've got the special coat ready and everything.
There you go. So Paul will be going. He's got a lot of spare time now. He can't use his tickets for the Jason Arday National Book Tour. You're instead going to be spending your nights watching Romeo and Hamed.
I love that they've used Romeo and Hamed as well.
Yeah.
Because the politically extreme Islamist gang aren't really into homosexuality.
No.
It's more paedophilia. Sorry, I don't nearly apologise. My head went, you might need to apologise. I don't need to apologise for that whatsoever. It's ostensibly true. I think that this marriage between the far left progressivism and political Islam is absolutely fascinating. I'm here for it. I've got a massive, great big box of popcorn and I'm waiting to see what happens. I'm with you on this, by the way, and that's that Romeo and Hamed can do what they like.
Yeah.
I don't mind. And there is an audience for Romeo and Hamed. Yeah. I'm sure there is. However, I don't want to have to pay for it.
Yeah, that's exactly the thing. So, usually when governments look at particular areas of spending, they usually sort of say, well, this could buy you, you know, X number of new coppers on the beat, or Y number of new nurses, or whatever it could be. We've done a little bit of a calculation on how you could spend Arts Council funding differently. Let's pull up image 10. This is the sort of culture I'm in favour of. The entire Arts Council budget, instead of funding, you know, Romeo and Hamed and that sort of nonsense, could buy you 31 million football tickets. Just hand those out. 116 million trips to the cinema. 186 million pints. That should just about get me through to half time. Or 774 million Greg's sausage rolls. It's a 922 million pound budget, nearly £1 billion. I mean, I would just axe that. But if you're going to spend it, don't you think it would be better spent on those 4 suggestions there? Keep the image on the screen if you would. You know, 31 million football tickets, 116 million cinema trips, 186 million pints of beer. Wouldn't it be great if the government actually said, we've got so much money, everybody can have 2 or 3 pints of beer on us. 774 million sausage rolls.
Are you not aghast that the best part of £1 billion will only get you 186 million pints?
Yeah, that's a problem as well. Cost of living crisis.
1997.
Well, most of that's tax, that's why.
1997, I bought my first legal beer at a bar. In a pub, actually, I'd been drinking in for about three months, and the landlady still probably hasn't forgiven me for that. I was actually barred for about 20 minutes on my 18th birthday by Mary, the landlady, who said, actually, you do spend all your wages here, so please do come back. But that was £1.79 for a pint of 4X Castlemaine.
There you go. Are you still on the 4X Castlemaine?
I'm not really, no. I'm not really at all. But by the way, £1 billion in the Arts Council is, forgive me for this, a lot of dosh.
Yeah.
And it's quite easy to get hold of that money if you do it the right way. And it is just as you imagine. If you put on Romeo and Hamed, for instance, you will get the money. But if you say, I'm just going to put on a comedy club for local communities to bring people together, and in that comedy club's not going to be especially bent in any political direction, you will not get that money. Trust me from personal experience.
Yeah. So it again, the playing field is not level. It is crooked. It is, you know, you have to be of a certain type of cultural sort of background or desire. You want to be, if you're the sort of people who want to go to the theatre to see Romeo and Hamed, expect it to be subsidised by the taxpayer. If, like me, you like beer and football and sausage rolls, there is no chance that much higher, much more important cultural experience will be subsidised by the taxpayer. So I've got to pay, I've got to subsidise for the people who want to go and see Romeo and Hamed, and from whatever money I've got left, I have to fuel my Learjet to take me to Southampton games. It's not a fair world, is it, Paul?
It doesn't seem fair. It seems outrageously unfair, if I'm honest. I still find it funny, Romeo and Hamed. By the way, that doesn't make me feel unwell. It's just hilarious because it's just crowbarring everything in, isn't it?
Yeah.
All the things that don't actually go together when you look around the world are crowbarred into this play. Because out there somewhere there is an Italian guy with a Muslim boyfriend. But that's not the reality for many people. And why do we have to keep shoving sexuality in our faces?
Yeah.
It's not, you know, why can't we see a good heterosexual play where?
Now, what do you think there, Paul? Right, I agree.
Stop my.
Oh, hang on. What were you going to suggest?
No, I mean, put it in the comments. What heterosexual play do you want me and Mark to be part of?
Are heterosexual plays allowed anymore? I don't know. They might well be offensive to minorities. Now, I wanted to tell you a rather heartwarming story about we're all very worried that, and actually fair play to you in the chat, a good number have said, I keep saying that millionaires are fleeing Britain, but it's actually people who are not that wealthy as well keep fleeing these shores. But lots of people of much more modest means are going, or, you know, considering when they get to retirement whether they should go. But how do you think we should attract people to these shores? Well, here is a little bit of a heartwarming story, I guess, a bit of a weird one. I wonder if we can pull up image number 6, please. So this is a couple who have decided to move from Texas to Wrexham after watching the Ryan Reynolds series about Wrexham Football Club. I haven't actually consumed it yet because I find the Hollywoodification of British football pretty hard to swallow. I will watch it at some point. But let's have a look at that couple again. They have decided, because of a Netflix TV series about Wrexham, to up sticks from the great Lone Star state of Texas and move to Wrexham. Have you seen the series, Paul?
So yeah, I watched series 1 at least. I vaguely remember watching.
Did it make you want to move to Wrexham?
Not at all. And look at that picture, by the way, of that couple. Idyllic. There's blue skies, palm trees. They look happy. They're going to have to give up all of that in Wrexham. That's for sure.
Yeah.
There wasn't anything about the documentary that made me think, A, I want to support Wrexham, or B, I want to move to Wrexham. But good on them. We know that statistically in the United States of America, everyone is mentally ill.
Yeah. Ryan Reynolds, of course, owner of Wrexham, and a great actor actually. I especially like him in the Deadpool movies. He's fantastic in that. But you would have thought that he would have been rather touched by that tweet, Ryan Reynolds, if he'd seen it at all. But in fact, his response to hearing that, given that this couple had seen the series Wrexham and therefore decided to move to Wrexham, was he just retweeted it saying, "Thank God they didn't watch Chernobyl." Because although I don't know, I would prefer to live in Wrexham than Chernobyl. I think it's fair to say. Have we got our guest with us or not? He's been pinging in and pinging out. I think we do have. Paul, you're gonna take on if we can make the line work. I know he's been dropping in and out, but Paul, introduce us to our next guest, and let's have a bit more of a dose of common sense from him as well.
Our next guest is the wonderful political commentator / absolutely brilliant comedian Nick DeSanto. Nick, how you doing, my friend?
Hello, Paul. Hello, Mark. Can you hear me okay?
We can. So what many people might not know if they don't know you, Nick, is you're actually Iranian and you seem to be in a bunker looking after the Ayatollah right now. Is that true?
Yeah, I heard the story about President Trump having been smuggled out of Turkey in the food container. Did you hear that story?
I did.
So you can't be too cautious these days. So that tells you nothing. Nothing tells you have won the war against Iran like being smuggled in a food container and leaving Air Force One to the correspondence, to the White House correspondence to travel with.
The story's true, I mean, I'd be worried if the story is 100% true, because I don't want them to be telling us how they're secretly moving around Donald Trump in case the Iranians kill him, and it just seems to be giving the game away slightly, don't you think, Nick?
Yeah, I think so. Probably it was fake news. Just they were disappointed. They wanted to get some sound bites from Trump on board. The embedded correspondence. They wanted to get some sound bites from him on board, and he wasn't there. He was on a different plane.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Nick, let's talk politics for a bit. I always enjoy your company when we talk about politics because you've got this rather unique perspective. Not unique in terms of the overall political view, but the fact that you are Iranian, you are a foreign national who didn't come here on a boat, who came here came here not to seek welfare freedom, but came here to raise a family, make your life whatever it is you wanted to make your life, Nick. And you've written some absolutely fantastic comedy about it. But what do you make of not right-wing comedy? We can do that in a bit, but the right-wing political sphere in the UK right now, it's fragmented, isn't it, Nick? Do you think it should unite?
I think it should. Well, we have first past the post in this country, which is a problem, isn't it? So now the question is it reform or is it restore? I have been an anti-establishment comic. So now that reform is getting more mainstream or is bound to become mainstream or even form a government, I have to be true to my brand. I've had to veer towards restore, right? Because restore is going to be the anti-establishment and the reform is going to be in the government. But I think it's always a good idea if we pull together. I have nothing against reform, Paul. I'm very open-minded. I have been a fan of Farage for years, but I tried to apply and they said I couldn't qualify for reform because I was not Muslim enough.
So You're an ethno-nationalist Iranian, is that correct? Is that what you're saying, Nick? You believe in only brown Iranians?
Yeah, there aren't many brown Iranians. What do you mean brown Iranians? I identify as white, and I should thank you to consider me as white. You know, I've always considered myself as white, especially in a country. You know, this bit got me into trouble. I did this bit once, and I said, in this country, when men can identify as women and women can identify as men, and everybody goes along with them. But if I say I like UKIP, they say you are not white enough. Now, this guy has a penis. This guy has a penis. He gets to be a woman, and I don't get to be white. I mean, a bit of perspective here. And then I got suspended from the BBC because they said this is a transphobic joke. I said, I'm not saying that. I'm not transphobic. I'm saying I do recognize him, if you will, as a woman, as long as you guys recognize me as white.
Yeah, what's
Just
the
a bit
problem
of,
with that? It's the same level of cognitive
level the
dissonance.
playing field.
Are you doing any gigs at the moment? Have you got any gigs coming up, Nick?
Oh yeah, thanks for asking. On the 5th of September, I'll be at Hot Water Comedy in Liverpool. I mentioned Liverpool the other day with Kelvin McKenzie. He didn't take it very lightly. So I'll be with my friend Luke McDonald, and we have some tentative dates. 22nd of October, I'll be in Leeds, possibly with Leo Kearse and Marcus Mitchum. 12th of October, we have penciled down Belfast again with Marcus Mitchum and Leo Kearse. 5th of November, Edinburgh, if things go well. And 17th of December, back in Southampton at the Attic with Andrew Lawrence. And that's a definitive.
Great. Yeah, the Attic.
Not bothering with Portsmouth, I see.
It's in Totton, and it's kind of, it's a nice little club. I don't want to advertise it too much because it's a bit of a competitor of mine in that area. But it is, but genuinely, it's not. No, Nick, I'm joking. I'm absolutely joking. It's well worth seeing the Attic. They put on absolutely everybody, which is fantastic, and all the people you mentioned are brilliant. But I want to get back to politics just very briefly, Nick. Can you tell me the journey you've taken on politics and talk about your journey from Iran to the UK? And tell us a little bit about how you arrived at your obviously clear thinking perspective that you've got now.
Well, I mean, to get our friend Leo Kearse once posted a nice meme. I don't know if it was his meme or he was reposting it. But essentially, there's this middle-aged guy. He might be from Cuba, he might be from Poland, doesn't matter. Now he is in the UK if he's Polish, or he's in Florida if he's Cuban. And he says, guys, I've seen communism. It's not good. It's never been good. It's not going to end well. And then you have this millennial, white liberal millennial girl clapping, saying, okay, boomer. You see, so the point is, all it takes to get the right perspective is to have lived it. So yes, I was born in Italy, but my father had the brilliant idea of taking me to Iran in the 80s. And that was not the fancy schmancy Iran of today. It was pretty rough. So I lived the Islamic dictatorship. Then I went back to Italy. I studied in a communist stronghold in the city of Bologna, the birthplace of Italy's Communist Party, which used to be the biggest communist party of the whole Western world. And those guys were still aching that Italy was conquered by the Anglo-Americans before the Soviets could arrive. So Italy, sadly for them, ended up being a powerhouse of the European economy and, a G7 founding member and all that. So they really hated it. So yes, I came in touch with Islamism and with communism, and it's sad to see today we have liberals, and especially the millennials, the Gen Z, the younger generation, are aching for communism, for socialism. We've seen it with Mamdani. We've seen it with the Green Party in the UK. So I think it is up to us who have seen the other side, to try to raise some awareness. And if it can be done by a comedy, as long as it's funny and not preachy, why not? It gives you a good reason to get out of the house. Because I always think if I wanted to do another set about airline food or mother-in-laws, other people have been doing it quite beautifully. I don't want to be another Seinfeld or Michael McIntyre because they've already perfected the art. So I might as well do political comedy. Also because I'm not really a good comedian, so it's good to have not many competitors. There's like a handful of right-wing comedians in the UK. I think that's enough.
You're a very good comedian, actually, Nick, and I must book you for my comedy clubs, as you've asked me to do a number of times and I still haven't done. But I will do, mate. And just one last question for you. Why do you think the white, ultra-liberal, usually fairly well-off people of this country tend to lean towards all of these things, ideologies? Do you think it's because they have the guilt of their forefathers and they don't like success and they're all very comfortable with their lives and they feel very guilty about it? Or do you think they're all just thick as pig poo?
Well, being thick obviously does help in that direction. Again, I don't know. I'll try to make this family friendly, but in Italy we have a saying. We say a communist is easier to get something up their bum than in their head.
Okay.
They I don't know.
Just up their bum instead of in their head, which is definitely a different channel
because a normal
than ours.
person-
I don't know what
a
you
normal
said.
person
That's your
would be-
OnlyFans channel, Cox.
Nick, we're going to have to dash. It was fantastic to have you on, mate, and we'll definitely get you back on again. Please tell us where we can find you.
My
Please do not give
YouTube
your address
channel
out, by the way, Nick.
Pardon me?
Do not give your address out. You're a wonderful family. I don't want them to be hurt, but just tell us where to find you online.
Absolutely. It would be ridiculous to be in a bunker and then give my address out. But thanks for asking. My YouTube channel is called Anglo-Italian Comedy, Nicholas De Santo. And I'm also on Instagram, Nicholas, spelled with CH, _De Santo. And all the dates for my future tours or shows are on both channels, on both social media platforms.
Yeah, you absolutely get the Coxie seal of approval. Nick De Santo, we'll see you again very soon, my friend. Take care.
You too. Yeah, great guest, and but I agree, definitely, he was definitely coming at us from the bunker, wasn't he?
He was coming at us. He was coming at us from the bunker somewhat. I actually recommend going and seeing it. He just gets to the nub of the issue because people watching this will know of Constantine Kissing probably better than they do Nick De Santo. But Nick has a way of getting to the nub of the issue as an outsider only can, in the same way that Constantine Kissing does. And it's very interesting, isn't it, how these people that have come from communist countries, survived them, escaped from them, come to the UK to live a more free life, only to find out that the wealthiest and most privileged people in this country often think that communism would be the saviour of their brilliant lives.
Yeah, amazing stuff. Look, we're getting close on the clock, and I want to go over to Pooch in shortly, just to remind you guys about the shenanigans going on in Clacton tonight and tomorrow morning. But first, it's time to find out something, isn't it, Paul? What do we think it's time to find out? I'll tell you, dear viewers and common sensors, what it's time to find out. Let's play clip number 2.
Let's find out what's in Cox's box.
Well, common sensors, in Cox's box today is the absolute lunacy of Andy Burnham's message yesterday, which was that we need to spread the asylum sneakers around the UK, not just in working class areas, but into middle class areas too, as if this was some group pact that we'd all agreed on 10 years ago and we just need to do our bit. And talking of 10 years ago, believe it or not, that was year 2016, the year of Donald Trump's first administration, the year of Brexit. And since then, we have only had one major core issue in the UK, and that is the illegal immigration crisis. And both Labour and the Tories have said the following every year since then. Take back control. Get Brexit done. Take back control of our borders. Fix our broken asylum system. Rwanda. Stop the boats. If you come here illegally, you will be removed. Smash the gangs. Secure our borders. Restore order to the asylum system. Now, none of those said you need to have, working aged Mohammed put into your area because you need to do your bit. Mark talked earlier about gaslighting Great Britain. This is our very own Prime Minister, only in place for 3 goddamn weeks. And now he's telling us what we should do, even though his party, his previous Prime Minister and the previous 33 Prime Ministers over the last 12 years have said that immigration is our biggest problem and we are going to do something about it. Yet, he hasn't spoken about it in a way that suggests he's ever going to do something about it. In fact, what he is doing is he's taking the issue and spreading it as widely as possible, so under a future socialist Britain, we are all dragged down with the problem and nobody can get out, and it's all your fault, and it's now your problem. Look at Piddington, a hamlet of several hundred people, a beautiful, picturesque hamlet in middle England where people would love to grow up or love to retire, where a young 7-year-old boy likes to walk down the road to the end of the road to the churchyard to visit the graveyard and the grave of his 7-year-old daughter. And he now feels terrified to do so because he is surrounded by thousands no less, of fighting-aged, strange, illegal aliens that have been imported into his village, and he now feels unsafe. And that, common sensors, is something that is coming to your town, village and wonderful area very soon. Now, should it all be the working class people? No. Should it be the middle class people? No. Should it be at all? No. The answer is no to every single Prime Minister that comes into power in whatever north or south Downing Street they occupy in the coming years. The answer is no. Deport, deport, deport. Don't move them into our beautiful towns and villages. They are not welcome. They should not be here. They do not contribute, Mark.
Yeah, great Cox's box. Proof positive we live in gaslit Britain. I've got a little bit of proof of that as well. Look, minor issue, but a bit of an irritation for me. This came through my door the other day, and it's headlined. You might just be able to see that in that purple. Railway improvement work in your area. Well, as you know, Paul, I live right next to Clapham Junction railway station, and railway improvement in your area, what's not to like? If undelivered, please return this to the community relations team on Basingstoke campus. There's a helpline in there. It's helpfully marked official at the top.
I'm glad to know.
So I turned it over to see what wonderful rail improvements might be happening. On the back, it also says official, and the reference number is BML1-3.1628-STN-WSX-24992, just to prove it is official. And it says, "Dear neighbour, railway work near your home." Fire alarm testing at Clapham Junction Station. We will be carrying out fire alarm testing at Clapham Junction Station on Wednesday the 19th of August between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. The alarm will sound intermittently for approximately 90 minutes during this period. Due to operational requirements, we cannot confirm the exact testing time. We apologise, they missed the E out of the word apologise, we apologise for any disturbance. These tests are essential to ensure the station's fire alarm system remains fully operational and compliant. For more information, please visit blah, 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 community relations. That is apparently railway improvement work in my area. Yet more gas-lit Britain. Paul, Common Sense has been a wonderful show, but before we go, we are bringing common sense to the great town of Clacton-on-Sea. It's not too late to come along if you want to get to Clacton early tomorrow morning. Pooch, brief me and brief our wonderful audience on what shenanigans are going to be happening in Clacton both tonight and tomorrow morning.
Hello, Mark. Very quickly, going back to your Clapham Rail thing. Are you a Star Trek fan? Have you ever seen The Next Generation?
I have seen it, yeah, but I'm on the Doctor Who side of the ledger. It's a bit like being Southampton rather than Portsmouth. You've got to pick a lane.
Yeah. But, however, you may understand this reference. This government and the way everything is going in the world is a bit like the Borg, that big cube coming relentlessly. Resistance is futile. They will assimilate us to what they want to do. They're browbeating us with everything. Only today, I was trying to get some. We had some merch orders, and I was trying to get the emails to our merch person. My email wasn't working. My login wasn't working. I reset it. It said, choose new password. So I chose my password, which was the same one that I had before. And it said, oh, you can't have that one. That's the password you just had that wasn't working. This is relentless. I went to get some croissant for the team, very middle class, this morning. I was just hovering. I went down to the local Sainsbury's, and there was just a massive self-checkout queue. There are cameras there. We're being scanned. We are being recorded. They know where we are, what we're doing, and I've had enough of it. I've absolutely had enough of it. Anyway, so the fight back begins tonight in Clacton, dear viewers. Mike is doing let's call it his Eclipse show, actually. It's starting at 7 a.m. tonight in Clacton, and it's going to run from 7 a.m. till 9 a.m. We're sold out for that show at the Royal Hotel in Clacton. And the eclipse is happening about 7:15, so it may all go a little bit dark when the show is happening. But that's not to say there won't be light, the light of common sense. So Mike's bringing that, and then in the morning, I'm looking forward to this because I won't have a hangover, but everyone else will. It's going to be the Mike Graham show as usual, 7 till 10 a.m. Tickets still available, but a bonus now, everybody, a bonus. Cox and Littlewood have been pried out of Studio 2. They are going to be taking the train if it's running or a bus replacement. They're going to be coming up to Clacton, and they will be there live and in person with all the madness, mayhem and common sense. So get your tickets, and we're looking forward to that.
And Pooch, for those who can get there, terrific. Tonight is sold out for the Total Eclipse of Mike Graham show.
Yep.
Tomorrow morning you can still get in from 7 till 12. It's at the Royal Hotel, which is right next to the Spoons on the seafront. But for those who can't get to Clacton, this will be broadcast as per usual on the Mike Graham channel and UK Live Online.
Yeah, tonight will be broadcast. Have a look at the Mike Graham Show channel. That will be broadcast live, and so we'll be looking for interactions and comments. There is a rumour that Simon Kilford might be there, so stand by your beds, everybody.
I'll be there tonight, Pooch, won't I?
Coxie be there tonight? Yeah, Coxie's there. Yes, I booked Coxie into a hotel, and I sent him the details, and he said to me, "Is this your hotel?" Well, I unless he thinks it's some ruse whereby it's my hotel and I want him to turn up half cut at about 11:30 p.m. No, that's your hotel, Coxie.
Great. So that, and I keep saying this because we're not Ofcom regulated. We can bring you the Clacton story in a way that other news channels can't. So make sure you tune in for Mike's show tonight. That's a sellout live audience tonight. Still a few tickets left for tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. right the way through to noon at the Royal Hotel. Make sure we put up on the screen and in the chat, guys, how you can still get your tickets for tomorrow morning.
And Mark, just on a serious note, tickets are a £5. The reason they're a £5 is it's kind of the minimum fee one can have on a ticket app platform that we're using. But the reason we have tickets is so, in the light of Anne Widdecombe and the stuff that's been happening with Nigel, we need to have everybody's name and address. We don't anticipate any shenanigans. It will be loads of fun, but we don't want the viewers to think that we're making any money out of this, which we're not. And Jay of the Royal Hotel in Clacton has offered us his venue for nothing. We're going to donate all ticket fees to him. So it's just going to be the Mike Graham Show, Littlewood and Cox on tour, live in Clacton, telling it like it is, as Mark said, with no Ofcom.
Brilliant. So viewers, look forward to you tuning in. Look forward to meeting some of you in person if you can get there tomorrow morning. Paul, you'll be escaping down there tonight. I will be arriving by Learjet early tomorrow morning. Yes. Should be an absolute laugh. Lots of banter promised, right?
Yes, I'm being driven to Clacton. I'm trying to reopen the hole in the ozone layer because I just feel like it should be. Why should it get to close?
Yeah, absolutely damn on right. So there you go, viewers. It's polling day in Clacton tomorrow. It is an eclipse this evening. End the gaslighting. Bring back common sense. Make sure for all of the glitches and all of the gremlins and all of the hacking that we keep the revolution televised. Mike will be with you tonight and tomorrow morning, and Cox and I will be with you from 10 a.m. Take care, common sensors. Keep the flag of freedom flying. Over and out.
Bye.